The June 4th, 2014 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note that some customers of CenturyLink can view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all our KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast, KCLV Channel 2 and the web, the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with our marshals or fire official for assistance. Once outside, please assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff up front. If you parked in the garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by our wonderful Reverend Bonnie Polly, Christ Episcopal Church, and remain standing for our pledge.
Let us pray. O God, the fountain of wisdom, whose will is good and gracious, and whose law is truth, we beseech you to guide and bless each member of our city council assembled here today. Give each of them the spirit of wisdom and understanding, that they may discern the truth in all that they undertake. Show them your purpose in all things as they undertake it, as they exercise their duties as leaders in our city. Teach us all to seek you and fill our hearts with thankfulness as we strive to love and serve one another. We ask this in your most holy name. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and we'll proceed now with the ceremonial portion of the agenda. The younger get down here faster. That includes you, Councilwoman. Thank you.
pull the dress off like that? July 4th?
Is Brad Jerbick around here somewhere? Hello in the back of the chambers. We're waiting for you. Okay, fleet of foot. Here comes our wonderful head of our legal department, Brad Jerbick, who has special recognition he wants to. Yes, you're up in front. He always makes us toe the line. This is wonderful for us to have him. Of course we caught you off guard. It's our pleasure. Mr. Jerbick, thank you. Our wonderful head of our legal department. He is fabulous.
Mayor, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I want you to hold your applause for a moment, though, because today is a really special day, not just in my life, but in the life of my friend Ben Little. I went to work at the U.S. Attorney's Office in 1990, where I met Ben for the first time. His daughter, Casey, is here today. His son, I believe, is at the Public Defender's Office, probably in the courtroom. But Ben and I grew up together. Our kids are not that far apart in age. We prosecuted together at the U.S. Attorney's Office. And when I was appointed city attorney for Las Vegas in 1992, Ben was the first person I reached out to and asked to head the criminal division of our office, which he has done for the last 22 years. Ben has finally come to the end of the road, and next Thursday is his last day with the city of Las Vegas. So the beginning of the fun road, the end of the long road. But Ben plans to play a lot of golf. He plans to have a lot of fun. But I want to, first of all, acknowledge, if I could have his criminal division please stand up. I want you to know that everybody standing right now, I think, started after Ben started. Is there anybody here that was here before Ben? I think this is it. Ben has built an incredible division. His replacement is Ed Pileski, who will begin as head of the criminal division a week from Monday. And if I could have the rest of the city attorney's office please stand and let you all know that Ben, next Thursday, a week from tomorrow, the mayor has declared Ben Little Day. And so I would like you to come down for a moment. I know Ben didn't want to go in away party, but I'm going to ask him to come down here for a moment because I got to tell you, I've worked with a lot of public servants in my life. This guy works weekends, he works evenings, he takes my phone calls when he's on the golf course. He solves problems, but mainly he's kept this place honest. He has been not just an incredible friend, but an incredible attorney. And Ben, it's been an honor to work with you.
Well, I got my tissue here with me somewhere. But first of all, I'd like to thank Brad for the opportunity to work as the chief of the criminal division in the city attorney's office for 22 years. As I told him in the letter, he's been like a brother to me, and few people get that opportunity to work for somebody that's so close to him. I'd like to thank my wife, who's a very sensitive and sweet lady, the most sweet person I've known. I'd like to thank my daughter and my son. They're amazing. And my son-in-law is amazing at taking care of my daughter, and I really appreciate him. I've also got family that I work with on a daily basis. I've got my work family as well as my biological family, and they're as important to me as the biological family. They will continue to be for the longest time. I've been a prosecutor for 33 years. It is about doing the right thing. It's the easiest thing to do. If you do the right thing, nobody can question it. Nobody can test you with doing the wrong thing and the gradations of doing the wrong thing. When we started, Brad will know that we got a lot of questions about what we could do for somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody, and it took about 5 years for those questions to go away. finally they got it, and we weren't going to do anybody special favors for anybody, no matter who they knew or where they worked or what they thought they'd accomplished. There was even a few times where I had to yell at judges that called me wanting something, and it was a tough 5 years, which brings me to Beth DiFiore and Kathy Connor and Lupe, three very important people to me that helped manage the personnel over the 22 years. That was a lifesaver as far as I was concerned, because personnel issues were the hardest thing for me to deal with. And after 5 years, they came in and righted that ship and did an amazing job. Ed and Marty, over the 20 years, have been an amazing assistance to me. They've made life easier to me. Ed will be taking over the helm, and I trust him implicitly, without question, to do everything right and stay on the straight and narrow. He's somebody that left the DA's office in Michigan because his boss wasn't doing the right thing, moved here, became a marshal, and then decided to come to work for us, and I thank God that he did. Marty is somebody that we got through another deputy's recommendation. Thank God for that recommendation, because both of them really have done the brunt of the work with managing the criminal division. I've just hired good people and let them do their job, and without question, everybody there is a good person that does their job. I have worked weekends, but these people have made it easy to work during the weekdays, and I thank you all for making it so easy for me and improving the reputation of this office to such a degree that it's one of the best law firms in the state. So thank you very much, Mayor. I thank you and the council for so much support for the criminal division. It's been wonderful.
Here's
I
a
can't
marker
imagine.
for your ball.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you. That's
Good luck,
great.
good health.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys do an amazing job for the city, and I appreciate the support that you've given us. Thank you. And all the mayors before.
Attorneys are never at a loss for words, but we do appreciate you, and thank you so much. Thank you for your service, and you're always welcome back. Certainly consulting would be wonderful. So thank you very much, Brad. That was special. Okay, for our next item, we have Councilman Coffin is going to recognize Citizen of the Month, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Today, I'd like to introduce the community. Those of us who know her don't need an introduction. Many of you in the building know her as Kathleen Carr Desposito. Kathleen lives in the Hentridge neighborhood where I moved in 1951 as a little kid, and she's kind of been the self-appointed custodian of that park, along with all her friends in the neighborhood association, both the Huntridge Association on the east side and the East Huntridge on the west side. So we find lots of friends mixing, and they're here today to say congratulations to Kathleen. She is going to be our Citizen of the Month, and the reason is she does something extraordinary. We all believe in rewarding people who do the right thing. That's the thing we should be doing, but we need to make sure that we give recognition to people who do extraordinary things. So Kathleen's reach goes beyond Huntridge Park, Huntridge neighborhood, into the community. She organizes the Blinking Man rides. If you have seen those bicycles that look like they come from outer space, they're flashing wheels, they do. Yes, Kathleen has, although she said she's an old hippie, I think maybe she's come from another planet. She was selected for her commitment to excellence, though, for sure. I guess that started in 2009, Kathleen. Come on up with me here, please.
Hi.
She couldn't ride her bicycle in the building, but you've seen her all over town, and usually at the lead of the Blinking Man groups, anywhere from 200 to 400 people in those posses, right? It's a huge thing. You know, Greg is not here, who we call Santa Esposito, your husband. But where is he? Is he out of town?
He's in Tennessee.
Okay. Well, I know he would have been here. But you have a lot of friends, and the social media has been burning up with congratulations for you way in advance of you receiving it. Kathleen, you've been the custodian of my playground. It truly is. From the age of 9, Hunt Ridge Park was my place. And as I grew a little bit, I even played golf out there. The park was so much bigger than it is today. When the council unwisely widened the roads so much around the park, they really cut the park in half. It literally is only half the size it was. So thanks for doing such a wonderful job to keep my childhood home intact. Just say a couple of words to us. And by the way, you're doing some advertising for your company. I like that very much. Casa de Mora should be proud of you. Please, say a few words.
Councilman Coffin, I just want to tell you that I'm really, really honored and really, really, really grateful. This is nuts. I'm so grateful. Thank you very much. I'm going to try and make this as carefully crafted as possible. And oh yeah. And I just want to say that this is really a family effort, and my husband shares me with the community, and he does so happily. I benefit from having a beautiful daughter-in-law who supports the family, and a son who has numerous talents that he uses to support the neighborhood and his family. And then there's all of the people that have come today that are the family that have come into our lives and graced our lives. And we're so, so grateful for you, because without you, we're nothing. And you guys, I have really grown fond of you guys. I've been down here a lot. I thought they were going to give me my own doormat for a minute. The guys in the front know me now. And you guys are so wise and so with it and so pro this passion that's going on downtown. And my boss is here. He's going to know that my time here is done. My boss is over here, and he's like family too. He's going to know that my time is done, but part of being a good neighbor is being good to your other neighbors, and we love the folks in 18B, and I know that you guys are going to have a real heartfelt consideration today, and I hope everything goes well for everyone. And Councilman Coffin, man, you're the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. You're not old enough to remember the 60s, but she reminds me of so many friends I had in the 60s. You can't leave yet. There's more, as they say on TV. Are we ready with our... We have more than this, too. Oh, yes, to you, our Citizen of the Month, Kathleen Carr Desposito. Congratulations. Now, step over here, please. Let's form up around this. Kathleen, stand beside this sign, because guess what? Your name is going to be on this sign for the next month, right beside City Hall. And so I hope you'll come over and have your picture taken and enjoy these times. I'm going to give this microphone now back to the mayor, who's in charge of this meeting.
So proud of you. Grateful for what you do. It's what we do. We love our community, and it's obvious you do too. Thank you. Okay. For our next item, I want to invite our Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services Deputy Director, Dr. Lisa Morris Hibbler. Up here. I never know how, if I'm going to recognize her. She's a chameleon, let me tell you. The Action Team Award recognizes a team of employees who strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. The June 2014 Action Team is the city's adaptive recreation team. I'd like to ask the city's 4 senior inclusion adaptive specialists, Andrea Anzalone, Jonathan Foster, Bernard Preston, and Jennifer Winder, or is it Winder? Winder, sorry about that, to join us up here at the podium. Congratulations. Did I mess up anybody else's name? I can do that. Congratulations. Thank you. The June 2014 Action Team is the city's adaptive recreation team. And I'd like to ask, I just said that, they're joined us up here at the podium. Here at the city, our recreational programs are about being attractive for use by all segments of our population. We want all of our citizens, regardless of age, gender, or disability, to have the chance to enjoy the sports programs, the parks, the recreational opportunities that the city provides. This group works with our wounded warriors, our wheelchair sports, and adaptive swimming. They also work with the mentally disabled, providing camps that give wonderful opportunities for our citizens to get outdoors and experience things they would not otherwise be able to see. These are dedicated individuals who are truly making a difference in the lives of our citizens. They often receive letters from parents thanking them for all they do for their children. One mother whose son is mentally disabled and doesn't speak wrote in to say that when she asked him about his experience at one of the city's adaptive camps, his face just lit up with the biggest smile, and she knew that he'd had a great time. What a wonderful gift for that child and that parent. We have some certificates to hand out, but I can tell you that the real rewards for this group are the hugs and smiles that they receive from the citizens that they serve every day. So please join me in giving them a warm round of applause. And Lisa, knowing this is your team, we'd love you to make some comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'd also like to ask Cindy Moyes to come up. She's a supervisor of the unit. Come on, Cindy. The Adaptive Recreation Unit has a long history of providing services to individuals with disabilities, and these people are very, very special because they are passionate about the work that they do. As the mayor gave a lot of the highlights of the activities, I want to just say a couple of things that Jen Winder, Jen, if you just raise your hand, achieved cost savings through the New Age Work Program by reducing transportation costs, and that allows us to serve more individuals. Andrea Anzalone offers the inclusionary summer camp that allows individuals with special needs and disabilities to be in an environment with individuals that don't have those disabilities. Bernard received a grant through the NRPA, which is the National Parks and Recreation Association, and the Veterans Administration to help our veterans integrate into the community, and that work is so important. And John Foster is also working with the Wounded Warrior Program and the wheelchair sports, all very, very caring people. And the other thing that they do is what they call Camp Malibu, and that's a week where disabled individuals get to go away, and it gives their families respite. I mean, that is something that many of these individuals don't have. They get that one time a year. So I want to thank you guys, and on behalf of the Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services Department, thank you for all your work and the services that you provide to the community.
Thank you all. Congratulations. Thank you guys. And Tim Hacker, wherever you are, would you please stand up? I'd like to introduce Tim as our interim director of Parks and Rec. And we're so thrilled. And he's athletic too, isn't that good? You need an eye doctor. Okay. I am taking something out of order here because our staff gave it to me and I mixed it all in together. But this is really exciting news, and it's for the fire department. Yesterday we were notified that Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, I mean this is so awesome, you have no idea, was awarded $6.2 million from the Federal Emergency Management Agency through SAFER grant program. SAFER, or Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response. These grants are used to hire frontline firefighters. This grant will pay for the costs to staff Fire Station 108. You're whispering. This grant is going to be used to pay for the cost to staff Fire Station 108. Yeah, I bet you do. It's in your ward. planned to open in August. The grant provides enough funding to man 1 fire engine, 1 rescue unit for 2 years at the new station. This is the greatest news. I'm so excited and can't wait to join Councilman Coffin in August to open the fire station. I know our fire department is thrilled to death. Congratulations. Awesome. It would have been difficult to open your fire station with nobody there. I know, but we don't know how to use a hose. I do believe that. Okay. For our next item, I'd like to invite up our Emergency Medical Services Director, the fabulous Dr. David Slattery, and our fabulous Scott Johnson, who's the head of our local fire union. Because June 1st through 7th is National CPR and AED Awareness Week and Cardiac Arrest Survival Week. They're a happy bunch. I hear them. Congratulations, all of you. Oh, and here come more. I love it. Wow. How are you? Good to see you. It's wonderful. Recently, the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department achieved the 2014 Mission Lifeline EMS Bronze Award for the department's amazing work in saving the lives of patients who have suffered cardiac arrest. The award was recently presented to our Fire Chief, William McDonald, by the American Heart Association. By using, therapeutic hypothermia, I hope you're going to explain this one, or cooling of the body of the cardiac patient, our fire department has increased its save rate for cardiac responses to 44%. That's among the highest in the country. The Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department responds to more than 260 EMS calls every day. That's 260 every single day. They're the first ones there to ensure that our residents and visitors get the best possible treatment and are attended to as rapidly as possible. What they do is to bring emergency room care right to the patient, and the treatment they administer both on the scene and en route to the hospital is often life-saving. It's so reassuring to know that our first responders are so well trained and can offer the very best care to those in need in our community. It's a relief to see one of the city's red fire units pull up to help someone in a life-threatening situation. Doctor, I want to present you with this proclamation for the great work of our responders during this nationally recognized week. Please tell us a little bit more about the advances we are making out in the field to save lives. And then, of course, we want to hear from Captain Johnson about the men and women who make up our wonderful department. And then I will maybe read this to you. It's very long. I may not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for this opportunity to speak. We're very honored to be here today, and great news about the grant, obviously. We're very excited about that. This is a very important week here in Las Vegas for cardiac arrest. And you've heard me talk about this before, but it takes an entire community to improve survival from sudden cardiac arrest. From the very brave bystanders who witness a cardiac arrest and make that decision to get involved and call 911 and maybe start chest compressions on a stranger, for the 911 call specialist up in our communications office in the call center that not only process that call quickly and get our crews going, but also talk to chaotic people and people who are panicking on the phone and get them to focus on doing chest compressions before our providers get there. To the men and women in Las Vegas Fire Rescue, our neighboring fire departments, and all EMS providers that are involved and touch a patient in cardiac arrest, sudden cardiac arrest, as well as a very important part of our hospitals. The care that our hospitals receive, the patients receive in our hospitals, is very, very important. And the most important thing is we're learning about at our conference that's in town right now is the survivors and their families that play a very important part. For our city, we've announced, the mayor announced last night when she opened the conference at the Paris Hotel, that our city has really endorsed and embraced public access to defibrillation and bystander and CPR education. And we, as a city, have had great leadership from council, from the mayor, and from Betsy and our fire chief. We've had great leadership and support for that mission of us pushing and trying to improve sudden cardiac arrest survival. Some of the things that we're doing and focusing on and we'll continue to work on, it's like a golf swing, we can never get good enough, is we're continuing looking on how good we do with chest compressions. That is such an important piece of it. And from all spectrum, not only the initial bystander CPR, but how good we do with chest compressions. We've been selected by the American Heart Association. We're the first EMS agency in the country to pilot a new CPR training module called RQI by the American Heart Association. So we launched that yesterday at the ECCU conference, and we're going to be using it to train ourselves, continue to push ourselves to be better and better, and get as good as we can with doing continuous chest compressions and high-quality chest compressions, because that's what really matters. In addition, I think it's really, really important that we continue to push the envelope in terms of making sure that when we get pulses back, we get someone's heart to start again, that we switch gears and start saving the brain. Therapeutic hypothermia, which is essentially just some mild cooling of the patient, really saves lives. And we start that in the field, and really, really important in the hot environment in the desert. And so I think as we wrap up, we're going to hear the proclamation about this is CPR week. For anyone in the audience that doesn't know CPR, please learn CPR. It doesn't take much. So certainly you can call the Las Vegas Fire Rescue. We have classes that we can set you up with. The American Red Cross and American Heart Association also are available. And I would just say that it's as simple as calling 911 and pushing hard and fast in the middle of the chest. And if you don't know CPR and you see someone collapse, our communication specialists and our 911 operators are amazing people, amazing individuals. We'll talk you through and help you through that emergency until our help arrives. So I just want to thank the council and the mayor for this proclamation. This is an extremely important week of National CPR Week across the nation. We are host city to the ECCU, Emergency Cardiovascular Care Update Conference, which is in town at the Paris Hotel. And we're going to be doing a flash mob CPR event at Fremont Street Experience at 10 a.m. on Friday. I invite all of you to come out and watch that as part of that meeting. This meeting brings everyone, resuscitation scientists, physicians, EMS providers, and survivors and their families together at one venue. And it's held every 2 years. It's an international conference that's here in Las Vegas at the Paris. And please, if you can join us on Friday at 10 o'clock under the Fremont Experience, we'd love to see you for that Flash Mob CPR event. Thank you once again for the honor.
Thanks so much. And those participants in the convention, they're from 22 different countries, which I thought was remarkable. They had about 1,000 people, so it really was remarkable. How about it, Mr. Johnson? Yes? President of... Yes, of course. You're a leader.
Well, thank you. I think the doctor pretty much covered most of all the pieces of what we're looking for, but I would like to compliment the council, the mayor, for their leadership. We've been attacking CPR, you might say, since 2008 very aggressively with the men and women of Las Vegas firefighters. That we send a 6-person rapid response team to every cardiac arrest. They're there within about 4 to 6 minutes. We've seen a remarkable amount of save rate in our community. It's mainly due to the rapid response and excellent service that our people provide through that 6-person rapid response. But beyond that, your Las Vegas firefighters donate and volunteer their time to get out into the community in partnership with the Red Cross. And what we do is we use these little ambulances to teach people how to do compression-only CPR. So in the last year, we've touched literally hundreds and going on thousands of people that we've taught compression-only CPR in the community, all volunteer effort by your Las Vegas firefighters. And we're looking forward to the flash mob that I just heard about, but more importantly, after the new year, we're looking forward to doing a large-scale event, and hopefully the council and the mayor will join us to promote hands-only CPR, not just in our local community, although that's a huge effort that we'll be pushing, but we want to get it out to the entire country. And we want to make sure that people understand that here in Las Vegas, their public safety agency and their elected officials, their decision makers, are very committed to life-saving. And so we're going to work together, and we're going to make a difference, not just in our community, but across the country. So I want to compliment all of you because without your leadership, we wouldn't be here today talking about these great successes. So thank you very much.
And this is our president of our union, so what a wonderful guy he's been. You know what I'm thinking perhaps is, Jace, is Mr. Riggleman here? Or Jace, what would be a wonderful thing is perhaps to have demonstration on KCLV Channel 2, if we could arrange sometime with David Riggleman in his office, because that will play and teach us all how you do it. So it's a wonderful venue, and we would have 5 times so we could see it. In fact, more, if that's good. So if you'll just contact Mr. Riggleman, we'd appreciate it. Thank you all very much. And everybody that's here or watching, learn CPR. In fact, yesterday at the conference, we had the gentleman who initiated the first CPR, Mr. Knickerbocker. And he's not from New York City. He's not Charlie Knickerbocker. Nobody knows what that is, but anyway, he was a columnist in New York City years ago, and but really quite a thing to invent. And in the old days, people just died or had to go into surgery, and it was most often too late. So this is wonderful, and thank you for all that you do. What a wonderful group. We love you. Thank you. Thank you. And the proclamation. Because it is lengthy, I do want to just make note here that each year 300,000 people suffer out-of-hospital cardiac arrest in the United States. And early CPR response for victims of sudden arrest, cardiac arrest, can dramatically increase that victim's chance for survival. And it really is a very simple process to do and to learn. So I hope you all do that, because you really may make the difference from somebody in your family or a passerby, a friend or a neighbor. You need to do it. So it is Cardiac Arrest Survival Week, June 3rd through June 6th here in Las Vegas, and we are so proud to be part of this. Congratulations, Doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks again. Thank you. $6.2 million. That is so awesome. Yeah. Woo. Yay for us. Okay, for our next item, Councilman Barlow is going to recognize the accomplishments of, I'm not even going to say. I'm going to let you do it.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a wonderful honor on behalf of not only the city of Las Vegas, but the state of Nevada, Mayor and Council. I would like to take this time to recognize the Las Vegas Pumas 8. If you all will please stand. Where are my Pumas? Oh, you can't see them. Come down. Pumas, come down here. This is a very special recognition. Gentlemen, how are you? Come and stand right here. Here. Why don't we do this? Why don't you start shaking all of the council people hands right here? There we go. There we go. And as they shake their hands, ladies and gentlemen, this is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for these young men. The Pumas 8 and under baseball team, they are one of the best teams, one of the best baseball teams in the country, and are nationally ranked as a powerhouse by USSSA. Let's spread them out on half and half on each side, so that way we can get them the appropriate television coverage. Because I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, these gentlemen right here, this is the future of Major League Baseball, and I'll tell you why. This May, let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. This May, the 8U Pumas won the USSSA Dry Heat Showdown Nevada State Championship. They also won the March Mayhem, playing a level up in the 9th and under division, and were semifinalists in the Spring Championship Super National Invitationals Tournament in Arizona. Earlier this season, the Pumas also won, now get this, the 8 and under Division Cranberry Classic Champions, the Division Martin Luther King Dreams Classic Champions, the Division Spring Baseball in the Desert Champions, the LVBA Championship went undefeated 15-0. The 8U Pumas are currently playing up in the Black and Gold 9 and Under Club ball division and are undefeated and are in first place with a record currently of 8-0. The Pumas were featured in this month's Nation's Top Magazine for Kids, and I believe those magazines have been passed out to the mayor and council. The Baseball Youth magazines, as being a powerhouse team, besides working hard on the field, the Pumas leadership constantly stressed the importance of being strong academically, also in the classroom. Presently, they have 8 honor students right here amongst us. 8 honor students. Let's give them a round of applause for that. How many do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Not bad, right? And they're missing 3. The boys are simply amazing. As the coach, Jay Matos, have stated, they have chemistry, character, passion, a whole lot of heart, and they are fearless, but most of all, they are very smart. The Pumas, ladies and gentlemen, are heading to the Cecil Field World Series. So they're going to represent the state of Nevada on the national stage. Let's give them a round of applause. And they'll be doing that this month in Riverside, California, where they will represent the state of Nevada. The team roster is Ty Sothestein. Where are you, Ty? Raise your hand. Okay, Ty. Where's Tate Sothestein? Are you all brothers? T. Sothestein. Okay. In Andrisco. Luke Hughes. Not here. Angelo Corvino. Okay. Jazik Matos. Okay. Koa Young. All right. Jordan Almendarez. All right. Derek Collarina. Right here. Devin Cook. And Noah Wong. Not here. Let's give them all a round of applause. They are representing us. So what is the date in June? The 20th through the 24th. June 20th through the 24th. As a matter of fact, I believe I'm free that weekend. I'm going to come down and join you all in Riverside. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. And at this time, I would like to ask that the head coach, Jay Matos, as well as assistant coach, Dan Corvino or Carl Cook, come forward and say a few words. Please.
Thank you, Councilman, Mayor, and council members. I'm so proud of this team. This would not be possible if it wasn't for the parents, your dedication and your sacrifice, the hard schoolwork that these gentlemen do. They go to school. I mean, they go home from school, do their homework, and then they got to hit the field. It's not very easy because you have to practice. But you know what? They have a good attitude. And 3 things of being a Puma. Who knows what the 3 things of being a Puma are? Number 1, what is it, Mr. Jazik?
Good attitude.
Yep. Number 2?
Good grades.
Good grades. Number 3?
I don't know.
Pay
attention.
Pay attention. So in order to make the team, you have to have a good attitude, you have to pay attention, and you have to have good grades. And that's where we build our team. Thank you very much, Coach Carl.
Thank you. I again would just like to thank the parents, because without the dedication of the parents, these boys wouldn't have the skills that they have. And they're a very, very talented group of kids. I'm very proud to coach them, very proud to work with Jay, who dedicates a lot. He and his wife, Sherry, dedicate a great deal to this team. I don't think people have any idea how much goes into club baseball anymore. And it's a daily grind, it's a scheduling, and if you have more than one kid, unless they're all on the same team, it gets really, really challenging for scheduling. So thank you, parents. Thank you, councils, for having the parks and everything that we can play on, and the schools that let them out to get to things like this. It is the last day of school, so they're very anxious to get back for the... Is that not true, Devin? No? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
And, Coach, please pass these out to Please pass these out to the other students here. And parents, if you'll please stand, because this would not be possible without support of parents. Parents, please stand and be recognized. Thank you all so very much. And in closing, young men, I just want to say on behalf of the mayor and council, we are going to congratulate you in advance for going undefeated and bringing home the top trophy in the World Series. We want it back here. And when you bring it back, I want to bring you all back before this council so that we can show the council the big trophy, the World Series trophy, okay? Good deal. Let's give them a round of applause as they go off and represent the state of Nevada and the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations.
You know, it's a mother's dream. I have 3 sons and a daughter, and to have one year, I had all 3 sons on the same team. What age? How old?
8.
How old?
7. 8.
Twins? How did I figure that out? If you're 8 and he's 8, you have to be twins, right? Okay. Did you give him 2 twos? No. Okay. We're proud of you all. Have a great time. Coaches, please let us know when the game times are. You can email them to Councilman Barlow, who just stood on my right foot. It's all right. I can ad-lib through it. But we wish you the best, and we know you're going to try the hardest. That's all we ever ask of anybody. He'd like you to bring home the trophy. That'll be fine. I want the trophy. Okay. So we wish you the best. Congratulations. Have a great time. Baseball's super fun. So have fun. Travel safely. And let us know when the games are. Okay? And where in Riverside they are. Okay. Thank you. Good luck. Bye. Are they cute? Big League Dreams Stadium. Wow. Okay, we had a great time this past month. Just actually a few days ago, we celebrated the 80th anniversary of Eldorado Days in the city of Las Vegas. It was great with the rodeo carnival and, of course, our wonderful Eldorado parade. So I'd like to invite, there's only one Esther Carter. Here she comes. Our event lady. Hi. Who works with the Elks Lodge to put on the event each year. And so it's wonderful. And she's always smiling. She does well on TV. Out there in that heat. Are you an honorary elk? Wow. I don't see your horns. Okay. This year's parade was bigger and better than ever, and we have some awards to present to the top parade entries. I'm going to read off the winners and ask you to please come up front. With Esther, and she will present you your awards. So please stay with us so we can give everyone a round of applause at the end. First, we have the Best of Eldorado Award, which goes to James Edwards and the Nevada Civil War Group for their battleship float. It was quite remarkable seeing a battleship moving along 4th Street here in the desert with no water. Congratulations. That's awesome. Okay, congratulations. Next, we have our big bus tours, Rich Goldstein and the Johnson Middle School Jazz Pack, winning the most creative float. Those students had a great time riding and performing on that bus. Do we have a representative? Wonderful. Here we go. Wonderful. Congratulations. Next, we have the Las Vegas Elks Club and our friends Lee Butts, Dwayne LeDuc, Lori Vargo with their Western-themed entry-winning Best Float. Wonderful. I know you all had a good time. It was fabulous. And there it says, there you are. Hang it prominently or carry it or put it on the front of your car so we can always see it. The Best Equestrian Award was a tie this year, and it went to Horses for Heroes and Daisy Troop 381. So representatives, the daisies were so cute in the back of that horse-drawn wagon. We also have the Sin City Riders. Go Sin City Riders. Wonderful. Oh, Wow, is that a great trophy? Oh, my. Isn't this wonderful? Congratulations. We're so thrilled. Congratulations. Do we have somebody else? No. Okay. The Zelza Shriners, of course, won the best vehicle category with their mini cars. So could one of them please be given to me for Oscar? Love those mini cars. Wonderful. Recognized around the world. We often wonder how you get in those little cars. Congratulations and thank you. And our best marching band came from Bonanza High School, located in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Boy, were they fabulous, and I loved the music. Go Bonanza. Are they the Bengals? Yes, yes, yes. Wonderful. Great. And we also had the best float, which was won by the lovely ladies at the Las Vegas Railroad Society. Are they magnificent? Look at these ladies. This is old Vegas. What are you talking about, Councilman? This is way everybody dressed in Las Vegas. Don't you remember? Are they lovely? Look at these costumes. They're absolutely fabulous. You look wonderful. And the best walking group was the one with the dancers from Comparsa Fiesta Morelense. Their costuming was eye-catching and their talents terrific. No costume today, but here they come. What a great group. Absolutely fabulous. Congratulations. We're so proud. And finally, the best and most fun-filled skit was the one from our friends, oh good, at Porta Subs. We certainly eat a lot of Porta Subs. They had a van. The next thing you knew, giant sandwiches and ketchup and mayonnaise packets were jumping out of the back. It was quite a sight to see. So representing Porta Subs, congratulations. That was wonderful. Why were we at the front of the parade? I would have rather followed him for a couple of throwaways there. Next time, please, Esther. So congratulations to all of our winners. Please, a great round of applause. Thank your students. It was fabulous. And Esther, yes. You're never at a loss for words. I know you want to say that thing. But a special round of applause for Esther, who didn't sleep for the whole week.
Well, everybody knows that this is my most favorite event to work on. I love Eldorado. I believe in the tradition of Eldorado, and I love working with every one of these groups for the parade. It's always so much fun to see who the judges, and we actually have real-life judges that are up on stage with us and pick the winners. So I don't take any credit for you guys being up here, but I am so thankful that you guys support Eldorado and continue to be in Eldorado year after year. I see a lot of you guys coming back. I actually convinced Trudy that she needed to come back this year. She was part of the centennial celebration, so I'm like, we need to get you guys back. But the parade was awesome. It just continues to grow, and I look forward to seeing all of you guys next year again. And thanks so much. All of you are winners.
Simply wonderful. Thank you. We appreciate it. I'm going to let you take this back. Okay. Thank you and congratulations. What a great time. 81st year, Esther, are we going back to Symphony Park? Yet to be determined.
We're working on a site.
Of course.
This is for her school. Bonanza's so thrilled.
I love Bonanza. My daughter-in-law went there.
Oh, she did?
Uh-huh.
Gotcha.
Class of 90, Stephanie Boxo.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks so much. It's great that you participate.
First time I meet you in person.
You look wonderful. I just wear mine, too. Alan, thank you so much.
We do have a little car for Oscar to ride.
We do? Next time, I'll make sure. Okay. I don't know if he can squeeze in there. Thank you so much. You look beautiful. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that smile.
Mine are hers.
What's her name? Hi, Sophie.
Only look like I do. I am not shaking.
Thank you and congratulations. Okay. That ends our ceremonial, and we will now, it's 5 minutes after, we'll give council 10-minute break here. We'll start sharp at 10:15.
One picture with you.
Yes, certainly.
It would be honored if I find somebody who takes it. Would you mind?
Yes. If not, we'll do it again.
Oh, stop.
Okay, let's go over this way.
Oh, there you
So
go.
we can get the seal behind us. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank
Great,
you so
thank
much.
you.
I appreciate
Thanks. Thank you.
Please
So
give
nice
her
of you.
regards.
Give up. I will. I will. Thank you. Thanks.
Can we get a picture with
Yes, who's got a camera?
Yep. We
Who's
do.
got the camera?
Gloria has.
Oh, okay. Gloria's got it. Congratulations to you. Here we go. Did it work? Let me give you all good luck, Nancy. Oh,
All right. Oh, no.
That means our luck changed. No, no, no. But I don't know what happened to my chips. I'm sorry.
Don is the
Next
one that
time.
plays the calliope.
Oh.
He's a concert pianist.
And may I tell you, that makes it all work, because without it, there's never been a parade without the calliope.
In '16, I was with the Chicago Symphony under Frederick Douglass, worldwide concert pianist. I do not perform anymore, but I do perform with the Friars on the calliope in the small towns
Okay, 10:15, here we roll. And, do I read this again? Didn't I do this? On page 1, agenda item 1? 10, that's what I thought. Thank you. I was going to say, goodness, I've read this 3 times today. Okay, agenda item 10. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute. Good morning. And if you would, please say your name. If it's unusual, if you'd spell it so the clerk has it.
Okay. Hello, my name is Wendy Kveck, K-V-E-C-K.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I live at 557 Barbara Way. I'm a visual artist and arts educator, and I'm here to address Bill 2014-40, item 42 on the agenda. I've participated in the growth of the arts community since becoming a downtown homeowner in 2001. And I've been renting studio space in the 18B Arts District since 2007, and I have a current artist business license with the City of Las Vegas. I'm here to oppose the 30% proposed fee increase in the newly proposed visual arts category, not only as an artist who is directly impacted, but as a downtown resident who is asking you to consider and implement smart cultural policy that will increase the community base of artists and galleries and the patronage of these galleries in the 18B Arts District beyond Preview Thursday and First Friday. This will in turn attract more artistic industry business and cultural tourism to downtown Las Vegas. In fact, I think that the fee for the visual arts business license should be waived altogether as a business incentive for artists working in the 18B district. I'd like to point to the generous incentives in the form of fee waivers from $10,000 to $50,000 that the city has provided for urban lounges and limited taverns in the Fremont East and 18B districts. As a resident of downtown, I love much of this recent growth, but I, like others, am concerned that the incentives have unevenly favored drinking establishments rather than the culture producers who were the early pioneers in these 2 previously blighted areas. A $200 fee may not seem like much to some, but it can be a true hardship to many artists I know. Las Vegas has lost at least 10 of our highly regarded galleries in these areas since 2007. And since I received notice of this proposed fee increase, I've been researching business incentives for artists and cultural districts in other U.S. cities, and I'm asking the city to consider the impact of similar incentives such as sales tax exemptions, property tax credits, and permit fee relief. For now, I ask that you reject the proposed business license fee increase for the visual arts and artist category. Thank you.
Certainly we'll invite you back at agenda item 42. And I have a card from Gig de Pio also. In that, and at 42, you'll be welcome to speak. We'll keep that one.
Thank you. My name is Patty Dominguez, and I'm Program Director at Metro Arts Council of Southern Nevada. I come before you today to speak in opposition to the proposed visual arts business license fee increase and in support of the collective creative industries in our community. Simply put, it is the creative community which fosters and supports the fertile environment sought by the development community. By imposing a 30% increase to annual business license fees on visual arts enterprises while continuing to grant generous tax incentives to businesses in the tavern and urban lounge industries of the Fremont East and 18B Arts District, you are effectively taking aim at the heart of the Arts District, a blow which many of the creative industries will not survive. The estimated $1,550 of additional revenue to the city from visual arts businesses subject to the individual fee increase is dwarfed by the discounted revenue being waived taverns and urban lounges in the same area. Additionally, as real estate and rental prices continue to climb in the area and more government and management agencies seek to take a larger piece of the redevelopment pie, many in the grassroots arts community, already walking a thin line and struggling to compete for placement, will be forced to migrate away from these areas altogether. Consider that when you stress the creative community to the point that they can no longer create in this environment, you lose your innovative diversity and weaken your foundations. The solid economic structure of the area becomes more and more fragile. Please remember, too, that cultural districts do more than help support the arts businesses within them, stimulating and supporting a vibrant local economy. Indeed, artistic, cultural, and social experiences that are what keep people in a community, according to David Mammoth, a founder of the Idea District, a successful collaborative arts district in San Diego. Closer to home, according to most recent survey figures from the Americans for the Arts, 5.1% of Clark County businesses belong to the creative industries, implying almost 21,000 people. As more and more visitors from around the world are drawn to this part of the city, it would seem ill-advised to choose actions which lead to starving the heart out of the arts district. I urge you to reject the fee increases to the visual arts community outlined in Bill 2014-40. And again, I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for coming, and my Mayor Pro Tem just advised me this particular item, agenda item, will only be read into the record, will be referred to recommending, which will be in 2 weeks' time. And so you'll be notified of that, and that would really be the appropriate time to come make comment.
Thank you. We will be back, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Thank you for reading. It's wonderful that you're here. We
Your Honor.
appreciate it.
Your Honor.
I left a copy of my comments as well for the record.
With the city clerk.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I don't want to shortcut any comments. I'd like to hear them all. This is their time to speak, too. But I wanted to say that what we discovered in the briefing yesterday is that artists were lumped in with commercial photographers, and I think there is a problem there because they generally work by fee. They have the time, they're paid in advance. They know when they're going to work that they're going to get compensated most of the time. But
well, I think it's not a time for us to be commenting back other than it's being read in the right. And I would like to hear them, but if you'll keep it brief, because we would love to hear from you at recommending again at that time.
So adjustments are in order.
I'll do 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, respected councilwomen, councilmen, my name is Patrick Duffy. I guess I'm known as a collector, et cetera, et cetera. Do me a favor. Think about it real clearly, okay? We as artists and in the arts community aren't asking for a freebie, okay? We want to pay our rightful way. We want to be accountable, transparent citizens, constituents to this city. City deserves it. City needs it. We understand. But at the same token, when we're just getting our feet kind of like secure in some areas, let's not topple us over. Let's not encumber us. Let's take a look, because the creative culture will, in fact, make you proud, make you very, very proud. So I think I've taken 30 seconds. How do you like that?
No, you did it very well.
Thank you very much.
We love the arts,
Really appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Pleasure.
Anyone else wanting to get on the record today, please come forward and state your name. We don't need the address.
Mark Abelman, 18B president, and I'm here on behalf of 18B board. We just wanted to say thank you for all you've done for revitalizing downtown. And we're not here for that, though. We're here to share our opposition to number 42 and the importance of our artists to our community, and the history and what they've done to our community is incredible. They bring the originality, the authenticness, and the iconicness that really is important to us as a downtown community. And in that, when you look around in downtown Summerlin, or you look at the Link, we're being copied, we're being looked at, but the truth is we can't be copied, we can't be copied at all. Really what it comes down to is our artists really define who we are as a community, past, present, and the future, and so I really, really encourage you to not go forward with this. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Hello, Ginger Bruner, on behalf of the CAC, the Contemporary Arts, where are we? Center, that's right. I've been in the group so long that we had a different name a long time ago. I come from a long-standing artistic family here in Las Vegas as well, and CAC moved downtown over 20 years ago We were, I guess you could say, a kind of a founding group for the Arts District, and we'd like to keep the Arts District artistic. And one of the things that's hard about art is it costs money to make, and the amount of money that artists make in comparison to the amount of hours and time and effort and costs of their materials is pretty low, you know. It doesn't happen. So to raise our rates is very difficult, and we'd really like to push having artists in the Arts District, and finding a way to do that would be really marvelous, and to actually raise fees is much more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Gig DePio. I'm an artist with the Contemporary Arts Center. A few months back, the Contemporary Arts Center was on the verge of, splitting up, and I felt lost, and I wanted to create my own gallery or studio space at the Emergency Arts. And my wife and I wanted to run something, and then the problem was we started doing an accounting and computing for the expenses. And then there was these fees, and then now we're hearing about the increases. Thing is that we can't afford even to pay for gas going downtown, and we try to find ways to look for that money. And if we raise the fees for doing business downtown, it's just going to kill us, and we're going to end up finding other jobs that have nothing to do with arts. So
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, Stephen Franklin. Just wanted to speak out against agenda item number 42 as well. A lot of artists have been down there struggling. A lot of these folks, I mean, you've heard the term starving artists before. I mean, that's not, it's not a phrase to be taken lightly. A lot of people have been down there working for years, doing tenant improvements to buildings that they don't even own. They volunteered tons and tons of hours to make the district much more appealing from a visual standpoint, from an artistic standpoint, and just from a community standpoint. And I know it's, what, $50 a year additional fee to their business license, but for some people, that's a sizable chunk of change. So just like you guys kind of reconsider that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else on any item?
Mayor Goodman and councilors, my name is Bruce Barrett, and I happen to stumble into the meeting today, kind of fortunately. I'm from New London, Connecticut, and Old Lyme, Connecticut, and I have a tremendous amount of experience in this field that you're talking about, development, artists. I own several buildings in downtown New London. We have a business improvement district. We have the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. They're building a national museum on our waterfront, 3 blocks from one of my buildings. I bought the building in 1980. It hasn't improved that much in value. Old buildings require money and work. When you start gutting them and ripping them down, which we don't allow because we have a National Register district there. We also have a business improvement district. So what I see in this situation, I've been studying the town for 1.5 years since I came here for 4 days. I happened to meet Your Honor at a breakfast place, which was a nice place. So there's 2 things I want to comment on. One is the latest story in the paper, which I think is a real issue, and I got a chance last night to really go on Fremont Street, because in January, 1.5 years ago, it was too cold, and my friends had been there. So my observation was interesting at how it got divided, and I used to produce arts and crafts shows all over Connecticut. And it has to do with the character of the place and what you want to maintain. And if you bring all these people that have low disposable incomes in, who are not art collectors, who don't care about art, all they care about is drinking in the streets and cheap entertainment and seeing the thongs, as they said, it's not going to get you where you want to be. And I'm not saying you rip everything down and become a Zappos city, but on the other end, these people are saying something. One of my tenants from Seattle Art School was renting in my building, not in Brooklyn, because he couldn't afford to go to Brooklyn. The ones that are in New London, they're in Brooklyn. But I was in Manhattan when they started the Loft District originally, and they started doing all that. So I have a lot of perspective. And if all these artists say that they can't afford it, and if I want to buy a storefront that's empty and fix it up, what they used to do in New York was they'd sign 10-year leases with the landlord, but they weren't demolishing the buildings. They weren't making way for something. So I think you're trying to micromanage too much, and I think you really need to listen to the people that are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment portion, and we will move on to agenda item 11. For those of you who are here on agenda item 33, we are going to trail that, which I don't know what time that will bring us in after. The end of the agenda, we're not breaking for lunch, but we're going to put it at the end, because if there are those of you who have other things to do, you might as well go do them and come back here in an hour or so. Okay, agenda item number 11 for possible action, any items that the council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
I have one item, item number 47, ROC 5391, applicant MLK Food Mart, owner Lucky Champ on 1420 West Bonanza. The applicant has asked that be obeyed till July 16th, 2014, and that's my motion.
There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Item number 34.
That's the packaged liquor thing. Beverly didn't know we were going to hear it today.
Oh.
So we'll leave that one.
And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Move on to agenda item 12 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the special city council meeting February 25th, 2014. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're on 12.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Now on the consent agenda. Items 13 through 29 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items or comments that council wishes to make at this time? Councilman Bierce.
Thank you, Mayor. On item number 13, I have a conflict of interest. My spouse competed for one of these grants and was awarded a grant. This will not go to pay her salary in any way. In fact, it makes her more work. And so I'm going to take advantage of state law and abstain on voting on 13 so that I can have a more harmonious marriage.
I couldn't agree with that more, especially since I am going into on June 6th.
I will be voting yes on all the other. I will be
others.
voting yes on all the other items on the.
All right, let's
consent
separate
agenda.
them out. Let's make a motion on 13 first.
Before we do that,
so we
Mayor.
can abstain on the record, and then we'll consent on the rest.
Before
Or
I do that,
do you
Mayor?
have a record?
Mayor, before you do that, if I
Yes.
can have the city clerk account me as a referred on agenda item 12, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and pull item 13.
And let's go ahead and move
and
on
then
it.
I'll move on the consent agenda and come back
Rest,
to 13.
perfect. Makes it very clean. Okay, so you're going to move on.
Okay, so I will make a motion to
Mayor.
approve the consent
Mayor.
agenda item number 13 through 29, except for items 14 through
Oh.
29.
Okay, Councilman Barlow?
I would like for item 15 to be pulled.
15 pulled?
Item 15?
15.
Okay, so my motion will be to approve the consent agenda items 14 through 29, except for item 15.
And 13, which you've already separated. All right, there's a motion. Please vote. You can't vote.
No.
There we go. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Now,
I'll move for approval of item number 13.
there's a motion on agenda item 13. Please vote.
Your Honor.
In a second, and you're abstaining.
Counsel, do I need to repeat my statement? I can just incorporate it by reference, what she said.
Okay.
So for the reasons I already mentioned, I'll be abstaining on this vote.
Good. So please record your vote and please post. And that motion carries, showing Bob Beers as an abstention. And now you're pulling forward number 15, Councilman Barlow. Your comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The question that I have is, does this item contemplate park fees?
No, it does not.
Okay. And what about medical marijuana or liquor?
What we're doing in this bill, and it's actually, this is the business impact statement that accompanies a bill that's being considered at your next meeting. It is about a consolidation of a series of business licenses, updating that series, and adjusting some of the fees. They're all related to business licensing. And there is a change to alcohol in that. But the right time to have that conversation will be when we give the presentation at the public hearing about the nature of that bill. This is just to notify and incorporate by reference all the responses we got from businesses that would be impacted by these changes.
So where's the point of reference as it relates to the medical marijuana piece or the...
There's no medical marijuana fees in this bill.
Okay. And will the liquor?
Maybe what we need to do is open up the other item, because that's not subject to this issue. So the related item is number 42, which is in your new bills, which normally would just be referred to recommending, where we would go through all of that.
42?
That's the one that they were addressing in the arts, the fees there. So that's going to go to recommending.
It's scheduled for recommending at your next recommending committee. And that's where we would go through all that if we, you know, we're happy to try and cover everything here today, although you're really not agended for it. It would be at your next meeting and at recommending.
And I would highly recommend that, because there are people with opinions and they need their open venue at that time. So it will be coming to recommending on the, what was it, the 18th?
What is the date?
16th. Yeah.
June 16th?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And my motion would be to move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 15 in the consent. Please cast your vote and please post. That motion carries. Agenda item 30, resolutions. R-20-2014, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution relating to a tourism improvement district, TID, and providing other matters properly related thereto for parcels on the southwest corner of Bonneville Avenue and Grand Central Parkway, as well as the area bounded by Grand Central Parkway on the west and the north, Union Pacific Railroad tracks on the east, and Bonneville Avenue on the south. This is in Wards 1 and 5, Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Barlow. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Before introducing this item, I would like to read some changes into the record on your backup, which is the ordinance. On page 5, item 1, this is a document that our city clerk needs to sign as part of the ordinance, and there's an incorrect date. In item 1, it says at a meeting held on May 21st, 2014. That should read June 4, 2014. On the subsequent page, page 6, item 6, it reads, a copy of such notice so given at the meeting of the council on May 21st, 2014 is attached to the certificate as Exhibit A. Again, that date should read June 4, 2014. And then finally, in the final line of that, which reads, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand on this May 21, 2014. That date also should read June 4, 2014. This item before you is really to have you as our City Council direct staff to start what is nearly a year-long process on considering the creation of a tourism improvement district. A tourism improvement district is authorized under state law and is essentially a special purpose financing for projects in urban areas that are in tourism areas where a preponderance of the spending, meaning a majority of the spending, is expected to come from visitors outside of Nevada. And so what we're doing with this item is we're starting the process for the creation of a district. This resolution considers adopting an ordinance to create a district for the project essentially encompassed by Symphony Park and a parcel which is catty-corner to Symphony Park, which is owned by Simon Properties. Collectively, that acreage is 59.17 acres approximately, and the proposed project essentially is all the undeveloped portion of Symphony Park, as well as the expansion parcel for Simon Properties, which is currently under development. One of the requirements of a tourism improvement district is that the area that we're considering not have any retail activity for a 120-day period prior to the establishment of the district. So not prior to today, but prior to the final adoption of the district and adoption of the ordinance. There's a number of public hearing requirements, and that's why I have this single slide kind of outlining the process. Today is really the first step. We're seeking authorization to commission a fiscal report to determine the fiscal effect or fiscal impact of the TID, potential revenue available for bond repayment, and then a preponderance study. Bond repayment means one of the things that the district allows, it allows the governing body, which is the city and the city council, to actually issue sales tax anticipated revenue bonds. Also, an acronym that's used for that is STAR bonds, and that they're kind of used synonymously with Tourism Improvement District. The STAR bonds is really a way to capture the revenue over a period of time and pledge it back to a project. And the sales tax revenue is potentially captured for a 20-year period. I would mention that it's a specific portion of sales tax revenue that would be captured should this proceed through the final step, which is outlined there at the bottom. The sales tax in Clark County, the only portion that's captured is a portion of the sales tax which excludes local school support tax. So I would mention that there's zero impact on education from a tourism improvement district, the way the state law is crafted. I also would mention that of the total sales tax paid and remitted, a little bit over 3%, about 3.1%, is actually captured back into the district. So some of the money for future sales tax revenue would be redirected back into the project to support the project. The final thing I would mention related to a tourism improvement district is that it does not increase an individual tax burden on any individual business or property. It really is redirecting or directing where the distribution of the sales tax from the future retail, where that sales tax go, and it would allow the project to basically reinvest in itself. So the steps are outlined on the screen as you see. That this is the first step. The next big step is that this report that we need to commission would be on looking at the fiscal impact of the project, looking at the spending. Is a preponderance of the spending going to come from consumers outside of Nevada? And for that, we have a list of 4 consultants that we have to pick from that were selected by Nevada Commission on Tourism. So it really is a true third-party study. That's a very detailed study. Once we have that report, which is projected at the end of September, then there are 2 public hearings. The County Commission hearing is really an optional hearing. The County Commission has the discretion to hold a hearing to consider the fiscal effect of what we're doing and actually formally make comments to the city. That's not necessarily a formal approval, but it's really a public hearing requirement to notify the commission and all the taxpayers of what we're doing and the potential effect of what we're doing.
Is that, excuse me, is that at our invitation for their participation, or you're just saying they have the right to move forward and make comment?
We send them our final report, the report from that consultant showing the impact, and then they have the discretion to call a public hearing or not. That's outlined in state law. The one tourism improvement district that we did do for the retail project downtown 3rd around the Museum of Law Enforcement and Organized Crime, That one did go through the county commission. There was a public hearing, and they did send some comments to us. So it's really showing the transparency of what we're doing throughout the process. The Nevada Commission on Tourism is required to hold a public hearing. That is a vote, so they have to approve the preponderance study, which kind of makes sense because they're approving that preponderance of the spending is coming from out of state. And then also they're approving the fiscal effect. And then finally, there's the final ordinance adoption and creation of district, which would happen in April of next year. In concluding my remarks, I want to mention that this is the first step in the process. It's really authorizing us to start the process of forming a district. We have not yet had extensive dialogue with our downtown stakeholders and partners on this item intentionally because we want to first get your direction to start the process, and if so directed today, then immediately following the meeting, we're going to set up formal discussions with all of our partners, including the Downtown Alliance, including the Las Vegas Metro Chamber of Commerce, and also all the major businesses, including the hotel properties in downtown. So with that, I'll wrap up my remarks and be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Here? Yes, please, Councilman.
Thank you. Mr. Arndt, thank you for the presentation and the explanation of the item before us here today, the resolution. The question that I had, you alluded to it at the tail end of your conversation in relation to the next steps, speaking with the downtown business operators, because I've had an opportunity to speak with folks from the Tamaris Group, of course, the D, and had a sit down with representatives from the Boyd Group, and all of them were fairly concerned as it relates to the TID, the Tourism Improvement District, and how, in fact, they were going to play a part or have a seat at the table to be a part of the overall aspect of what we're trying to accomplish as a city. And so I most definitely would highly encourage you to make sure that that's one of the top scheduling pieces to this process, because they are most definitely engaged and very concerned as it relates to the impact of their long-term investments in the downtown community, number one. Number two, I didn't hear you mention anything as it relates to the Clark County School District. I may have missed it. Did you mention that at all?
Yeah, Councilman, I did mention that, but perhaps I wasn't clear, and that is a good point to clarify. In prior years, and we've only done one tourism improvement district to date. That was for the CIM, the Downtown Third project. And when we had gone through the process for that project, the state law was different and the process was different. At that time, the taxes that would be distributed back into the district for the project included a portion of the local school support tax. So there was an extra step needed at that point where the city actually had to present and hold a public hearing at the Clark County School District Board of Trustees. So that was the process on our one project we've already done. The law has since changed. They've essentially stripped out the portion of the sales tax that supports education, and that's not affected in any way by this. So because there's no impact, direct or indirect, from what we're doing with the TID, with education, with the school district, there's no requirement to have a hearing with the school district. So essentially, they're no longer an affected party like they were prior to the legislation changing. So that's the reason why there's really no engagement with the school district. They're not affected. Whether there's a TID approved or not approved, they get the same sales tax from all of the retail on this property.
Okay. In Clark County, is it optional for them to have their public meeting?
It's optional for them to call a public hearing, but I think we would expect them to hold a public hearing just to allow folks to make public comment. And the law kind of puts that burden on them since they're actually the ones calling for the public hearing.
So out of all the entities that you've listed, the Nevada Division of Tourism is the only entity that has to approve this moving forward or not approve it. And the resolution will basically end at that point or continue?
Right, great question. So again, I probably didn't make that clear. I apologize. There are two approvals, really. One is, you're exactly right, the Nevada Commission on Tourism. The final approval actually is you and the council.
Correct.
So the council as a whole, just like you would approve any ordinance, it goes through the ordinance adoption process, and you have to approve that final ordinance. So there's really two approvals. There's a minimum of one, likely two public hearings throughout the process. And then, of course, in addition to the public hearing, we're fully committed to engage the entire community. One final point I'd mention, and the reason why I framed up the schedule this way, you may recall with our agreement with our stadium partner, we've set a deadline by on or before September 1 to reach a term sheet. And so we would fully expect to have a discussion on the TID and all of the financial terms related to the stadium prior to September 1, prior to coming to you for consideration of a term sheet. So that conversation is likely to happen over at least a few meetings over the next 4 to 6 weeks. So it's going to happen very quickly. And if the TID is an important piece of the puzzle, which we believe it could be, we'll have that discussion showing how everything fits together. Here's the TID, here's how much money it would generate, here's how it impacts the project, and here's all of the other private funding and any public funding, should we put any public funding on the table as part of that term sheet.
And the final technical question, must the vote be a supermajority or just a majority? And maybe that's a question for the attorneys.
Brad, is it a supermajority or regular majority on the TID?
Regular is my understanding.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well, that it's a simple majority vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do, Mr. Muradkin submitted a card. Would you like to make comment on this?
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. For the record, Paul Muradkin with the Las Vegas Metro Chamber of Commerce. The Metro Chamber believes there are extensive and important questions that still need to be answered before the city moves forward with the revised stadium project and the proposed tourism improvement district. As we know, the plans continue to evolve, which means there are new questions that need to be answered and fully discussed as a community. As I've stated in previous council meetings, strong, proactive communication and relevant and timely information on the stadium project is important as it would impact the downtown business community. While we had a meeting several weeks ago on the stadium project with city and project representatives with our members, it was a very high-level discussion and more from the global perspective of the project. Our members had numerous and specific questions about the financing components, and at that meeting, answers about the financing or specific financial terms were not yet available. And many of our members' questions from that meeting still need to be followed up and answered, which we look forward to those conversations. We need to have significant conversations about the financing of this project before the stadium or tourism improvement district goes forward, since it may include public financing. In regards to the resolutions pertaining to the tourism improvement district, this is a new development and one that has raised additional questions. There are also questions regarding the overall impact this project will have on businesses, residences, and tourists because of the proposed tourism improvement district. We are seeking greater transparency and engagement, which we believe is a mutual desire for everyone and would benefit all stakeholders. I urge the importance of having the meaningful conversations, dialogue, and timely notification on developments throughout the entire process between the city and the business community on this proposed stadium project and improvement district. I do believe this is an opportunity to work together as we discuss the feasibility of this project for our community. Thank you, Mayor, for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Muradkin. I think you just reiterated everything that Mr. Art assured us would happen. So please convey that back. We have that in our focus. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll entertain a motion, please. Wait, time out. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Members of the council, I'm Tabitha Fittiman, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here on behalf of Simon. I'll be short. I just wanted to establish a comment for the record. 2 quick comments. One is Simon has participated in all the discussions regarding the stadium/arena project and has sort of reserved judgment just because there's been so little information really provided, and is very much for responsible growth and is excited about the idea of something developing there, but would like, more information before they make a decision on how to opine as to whether or not it will impact them. So with respect to their participation in the TID, because they are a very important component of this moving forward, they don't know what they don't know, so they would just like to sort of not have their silence be acquiescence or to be considered approval of this moving forward at this point in time, and I understand that there will be a lot of discussions moving forward. The other thing I want to add is that this the parcel that they are currently developing is actually now part of the original developed parcel, and I don't know if that changes how this ultimately moves forward. I think at one point when I was reading the backup material, the 120-day period was sort of dependent on that being a separate parcel, so I didn't get the opportunity to share that with Bill yesterday, and I just wanted to make that clear for the record. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
I'll move for approval of item number 30.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. So you feel pretty confident on your timeline here, Mr. Arndt? That motion carries.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One thing we did do is we prepared this timeline after consultation with Kendra Follett, who is with John Swenside's firm, is part of the city's bond counsel, so we're confident in this timeline.
And the deadline for the project approval comes back to us September 1. If you go back to that slide, if you could just give us back the slide with the dates there, please. So September 24th, the final report will be given to us. But that's after the fact. If we need to have some type of confirmation of something going forward by September 1st.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor. We should have the financial work from that study done in time to come back to you at an August City Council meeting as part of the term sheet that we've said we would do. So the formal approval of that final report and the final report, that is the scheduled date, but any information we need from that report to help us with the term sheet, we'll make certain that we have that in time to deliver the term sheet by the date, which would be at the first or second meeting in August.
And what are those dates, please, City Clerk? The August City Council meetings?
August 6th and August 20th.
August 20th.
September is the 3rd and the 17th.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman.
In briefing yesterday when I heard the details, I did caution you on something that I want to repeat here. That preponderance is a difficult test to meet, and the requirement of the STAR bonds is that you get a preponderance of new revenue from tourists. And boy, I can't stress that enough, because to prove it is one thing. That's to demonstrate it and subject to public scrutiny. There will be a lot of people looking at this, and they will be taking apart everything. So the selection of the person or the group that does this is important. When I look at the old arena proposal over at UNLV, it's changed, I think, but it included tourism, it included retail sales, it included residency, it included a bunch of things in order to try to prove preponderance, to at least say, in essence, that those bonds would support that stadium. The tax money would. So people in this town are very, very, I should say, skeptical of this kind of thing, and therefore they have a double test. So whoever you pick has got to be somebody who maybe didn't do the UNLV thing or learned from their mistakes, but also that they tried, in other words, they tried to prove something that wouldn't happen. And we don't want to do that, because our eyes are definitely open now.
Thank you, Councilman. We'll definitely, that's sound advice. We'll definitely take that in consideration with the selection of the consultant.
Thank you, Mr. Arndt.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to Agenda Item 31, Recommending Committee. Bill eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2014-26. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2014-26, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed and to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And agenda item, that carries. 32, bill number 201428. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2014-28, an ordinance to establish the residential small lot zoning district and standards pertaining thereto, correcting entries regarding this RCL zoning district and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Carries. And bill, agenda item 33, bill number 2014-33. I'd like to have the bill read, please.
Thank you. This is the bill regarding medical marijuana, Mayor. Is this one you want to trail till this afternoon and have it read then, or would you like it read now?
Do you want to read it now, or you best trail it and read it
I think
then?
we're going to do it this afternoon. We probably should read it this afternoon.
Okay, fine.
At the end of the morning
session.
Right.
Okay. Okay, hold on, I got to put a stick 'em on there, please. Okay, agenda item 34, bill number 2014-34. I'd like to have that bill read.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2014-34, an ordinance amending LBMC 6.02 to increase civil penalties for violations of LBMC 6.50 and clarifying that the director may suspend an alcoholic beverage license on an administrative basis under certain circumstances, adding a new condition to LBMC 6.50 to clarify that licensees' violations or knowingly permitting an employee to violate a condition of an alcoholic beverage license is a misdemeanor, and creating a zone in the downtown area where possession of glass or metal containers for the consumption of alcohol beverages is prohibited and the consumption of alcoholic beverages and its original packaging is prohibited, and to provide for other related matters.
And is this where I can amend the bill with this?
Yes,
and
let me,
add it
if I could
to
just give some,
recommending?
if I could give some procedural history. This bill went to recommending Monday of this week, where I understand there was some discussion about some language that wasn't available for inclusion in the bill at that recommending committee. For that reason, and maybe other reasons, the recommending committee held that bill in abeyance until the next recommending committee, which will be a week from this coming up Monday. This bill, although that is a recommendation to hold the bill, this bill is agended and is eligible for adoption technically, although it should be acknowledged on the record that people that were at that recommending committee don't have knowledge that this is possibly going to be adopted today. I understand that it's your desire, Mayor, to add the missing language to the bill and make some other corrections through an amendment today. There are several ways to do it. One is to let that all go to recommending.
Yes.
One is to hear just the amendment today and send the bill back to recommending, where anybody who is expecting an opportunity to speak in a couple of weeks will be able to do so. And of course, the third way would be to do it all at this meeting today. It's my understanding that you just want to do the amendment today and send it back to recommending. Is that correct?
Correct.
Before the council is a document that I distributed earlier.
We're going to vote only today on the amendment to it, but send it back to recommending.
Correct. In other words, it'll almost be as if this governing body were recommending an amendment to the recommending committee, but it will be an actual amendment. And so what I've done is I've had Mr. Lewis in my office prepare a document. It's titled Final Proposed Amendments to Bill Number 2014-34. It's dated 6/3/14. And if I could read into the record the changes. The changes are Section 10.77.030 had a former Section A, which is being rewritten. The new Section A will say that you will not be able, within a discrete boundary bounded by Stewart Street, 8th Street, Bridger Street, and the Union Pacific Railroad. That's a bigger area than the Fremont Street experience, and that rectangle located directly to the west of Main Street. It is unlawful for a person to open and or consume any alcoholic beverage in any glass container, metal container, or its original packaging on public property, whether sidewalks, right-of-way, buildings, or the pedestrian mall described in 11.68.040. If that first part of the amendment is adopted, individuals who buy alcohol at the packaged liquor, beer, wine, cooler establishments, those are largely the souvenir stores that have those kinds of licenses, will not be able to consume it and or open those products in the pedestrian mall or anywhere in that area bounded by 8th Street, 8th Street, Stewart, Bridger, and the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way.
So that was what the recommending committee wanted clarification on that well, it was A and B, which we've gotten rid of A, and now it's B, or it becomes A.
That's my understanding as one of it, but I was not at the recommending committee meeting. I know
Right.
Councilman Coffin was, and you were, and Councilman
And
Anthony.
Councilman
There's
Anthony.
one more amendment that I believe also addresses what the recommending committee
Okay.
raised. The question was, now that you can't open or consume things in the pedestrian mall or in that area that I just described in their original packaging, is it illegal to merely carry it through the pedestrian mall or through that area? And so what we've written is an amendment that says that if alcoholic beverages shall be, let me restate this. I've got to read from the beginning. A person authorized to sell alcoholic beverages at an establishment pursuant to an off-sale or packaged alcoholic beverage license directly adjacent to or upon a pedestrian mall, so that will be all of the souvenir stores downtown that have packaged liquor or beer wine cooler, and this is the amendment, it's M on the second page, shall place any alcoholic beverage purchased at the establishment in a bag that shall remain unopened and used to transport the unopened alcoholic beverage through the area described in 10.77. That's the area that I described earlier. So it would be legal to purchase it. It would be legal to transport it, provided it was in a bag that was closed.
One thing that I had suggested, in fact, it came from the public, that there was a dated receipt of purchase.
We
What
didn't
happened
put
to
that
that?
on, Mayor. We had an internal discussion, and we'll leave it up to the council if you want to amend it further. In our internal discussion, we thought, what is it that the police department is going to have to read and understand in order to enforce this law? I think the simplest is a closed bag. Everybody knows what that is. If we go to a seal, we're going to be discussing what kind of a seal. If we go to colored bags, we're going to have a delayed entry of the ordinance while people order these colored bags. And if we ask for a receipt, people are not always going to know that there's a receipt on the bag or not on the bag. And so we thought it was just simpler to start with the very plain closed bag and leave it at that. If you wish to amend it further, it's at your discretion.
I would like a closed bag with the receipt affixed to it on the outside. Like when you buy things quite frequently, you go to a pharmacy and a food market and you pay separately, they put it in a bag, they close it, and they put the receipt on the outside, which is visible, very visible for Metro or our marshals to discern that there's a receipt there and it's just not any old bag. I mean, to me, it's very clear, and it will show the date of purchase and what's inside.
It's absolutely your discretion, Your Honor, to make that
I would like to
amendment.
add that in.
We can add that.
Okay.
So you want the receipt affixed and the bag sealed with the receipt? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah.
Like when
So
you
then who
buy,
cares what
when you
color
take
bag?
a pharmacy prescription home, it's sealed with the receipt? Got it.
Correct.
I know that there are representatives from Metro here. I don't know if either one of them want to weigh in. I know Brian and Sean are in the back. If that's a problem, it's probably best for them to
I'm
say
really
something now.
very much for that because I
Okay.
think it's a visual that they can see from 10 feet away. Now, whether they want to go up and look at the receipt, but they'll see the bag and the staple, and it's closed, and it's affixed, and that will make it very much easier for them than just seeing some strange old bag.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate where the discussion is going, fully support your amendment to the amendment, and will support this amendment that being attached to this bill. However, because of the nightmarish things that are occurring from the Fremont Street experience, I don't want this to go, want to wait another 2 weeks back to recommending. I'm only going to support approving this and passing this today to give Metro, to give the Fremont Street experience, to give our own code enforcement officers the ability to start wrangling what Metro is currently dealing with and these downtown properties are currently dealing with. So I support the efforts here. I don't want to wait. I think if we wait another 2 weeks, the issues will continue to transpire down there in regards to the poor behavior of grown adults, regardless of what demographic they may be. I think we need to take as many aggressive steps we possibly can on getting control of what's happening on Fremont Street.
If I might, Councilman Ross, while I absolutely would like this to move forward today, I think procedurally, we had already recommended that we would be bringing it back. So what we would do by passing it all today would be denying the public who is out there, who was at that meeting. We told them we were going to bring it back to recommending that opportunity. I wish it were in place today, but I think procedurally it's only fair to the public to do what we said we were going to do.
I'm not going to disagree with you, Mayor, or the
You're gonna be
recommending
stubborn,
committee.
though.
But I am going to be stubborn because of
Okay.
the importance of moving forward with making significant changes down there as soon as possible. And I
Okay,
think all of
thank
you respect that and
Yeah.
understand my impatience, but I understand the process as well, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman Beers?
Thanks,
Yes.
Your Honor. I am a
I'm
graduate
sorry.
of the Citizens Police Academy and would like to hear what this fellow in the uniform has to say to us.
Sean Anderson, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, Downtown Area Command. We talked to the city attorneys yesterday, and the conclusion that we came to is we wanted to make this as clear and as simple as possible. And the placement of that beverage, whatever it is, inside of the bag is elegant. It's easy for us to enforce. If we see something that's alcohol, it's outside of a bag, that's pretty simple. I don't know that the receipt helps me much. It just puts another step in the process for the people that are selling it. The bag is sufficient for us.
Well, to be perfectly honest, people that own the shop should want a receipt on everything through their database, and it's simple for it to come and not to take over your role, and I know you've done a great job for us and can continue in that area. But to me, a receipt, and I go back to the prescription at Smith's Food King, which is already stapled closed, so I can't steal something off the shelf and put it in, or whatever else is in there, or open a can, take some drink, put it back in the closed bag and walk around with it. This way it's stapled closed, it's got a white slip on it, and if you want to know whether it's a vodka or a beer, I just think let's do it and do it right one time, not go back later and say, well, that didn't work. The bags change, and they've already gone into the bag. It didn't say it had to be stapled, it was just the bag. So just trying to make it easy, quick, simple. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm glad you're going to not try to move it today. I wouldn't even amend it today. And the reason is because we're being sued now by interested parties in this, and I'd like to hear from legal counsel if an injunction has been granted, or because that was the relief I think that was requested. So, we want to move and we want to do the right thing, and we won't let an injunction slow us down from enacting what we think is right. But whatever we enact that even might be right might be enjoined. So I'd like to find out from the council, because it isn't fair to move too fast. It's not in our own benefit, I think, if we move too fast, not knowing the whole stage that's been set for us.
Thank you.
Councilman, we were sued in federal court last week based on the ordinance that was passed last council meeting. They have asked for an emergency action to be taken by the court. We filed our response on Monday. The court has taken it under advisement. There's no injunction in place at this time.
So I do appreciate that we're going to move it back to recommending for a full hearing with those people who were here before. July 4th is our real important day for sure. That's when we have thousands and thousands of folks get down there on the mall. And I know I am in support of it, and I know we'll have enacted it by then, as long as the courts have allowed us to. So, or parts of, if it's all severable, some parts might be. The plastic container thing might not be challenged. But on the other hand, a lot of stuff's up in the air. But I'm sure we can get this done before that July 4th weekend.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, I see your lights on.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally agree with the direction that you're moving in, but I am concerned in regards to over-legislating the problem. I believe that there's a concerted effort both on the city side as well as the public side. I'm sorry, the private side and the city side in relation to how to approach this without having to over-legislate, creating a bigger government to solve a problem. I don't believe in growing the government in that respect as far as legislating laws to correct problems that can be solved collectively from the private and the public side. And so as we continue to massage this and basically calibrate how in fact this is going to move forward, I'm looking forward to see how this comes out in recommending. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman, are you going to be available for recommending on when is the next recommending? June 16?
If the creek doesn't rise, Your Honor. I don't know why I wouldn't be.
Okay.
Do you know something I don't know?
No. Well,
I'll give you my
don't know.
doctor's phone numbers. I think I'm
Is it a
okay.
special birthday? They're taking you on a trip?
I would be happy to go on a trip.
Okay.
But I won't miss that meeting.
Okay. Any other Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would urge the recommending committee a couple things. One would be to not attach the receipt to the bag. I think that the case was just made by Metro that they don't need that. It doesn't assist in their effort, and I think anything that we do beyond what they need is going to lead to complications and slow the solution, not speed the solution. Second point would be, I very much agree with Councilman Ross that I rarely get criticism from taxpayers that our city moves too fast. I mean, I've only, it's only been 2 years, and I'm sure I'll get one call someday, but I'm not getting a lot of complaints that the city moves too fast. So I would at least hope that if we send this back to recommending again, that it comes back out to the full council for the council's consideration and hopeful passage, rather than go back to the recommending committee again.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask Councilman Ross, let's take it your way first to see if it moves forward. Or let me ask Mr. Jerbick, do we really need to work on the amendment to it, or first? That would be the first step.
I think you need to work on,
Okay.
I think the first decision has to be made whether or not you're going to send it back to recommending or not.
Okay, I want it.
And I think there ought to be
I'll
a
make
motion
that
to send
motion
it back to
then,
recommending.
but I
If
want
not,
to
then we'll-
add, I want to add the receipt because I know we're going to be back doing it. I know what happens at Smith's Food King, and you get stopped. I see people with bags all the time. Where's your receipt? So this is just going to kill it, get it done quickly and get it right. So my motion's going to be to accept the changes that Brad Jerbick read to the amendment, adding the bag and the receipt stapled to it, and then it will go back to recommending. Then it will come back to council. Did you get all that?
If I could restate the
Please.
motion, I think I've got it. The motion would be to amend Bill 2014-34 to add all of the language that I read that's been distributed in the document titled Final Proposed Amendment, with one exception, and that is to add language to subsection M, which says that the establishment that shall remain unopened, this is, the bag that has to remain unopened, your language would be with an attached receipt would be added to it. So the amendment would be everything I read, adding the language with an attached receipt added after the word unopened, and that would be your recommendation to send that back to recommending committee with that amendment.
Okay, no, wait. I saw a finger go up down there next to you. Councilman Beers. Councilman Ross.
I understand too, Mayor. I'm going to vote yes, but I want to vote no on sending it back to the recommending committee.
Okay.
And I think if that's
So this'll
sufficient
first.
for me to be on record.
Okay.
To show my impatience.
So everybody clear down there to my left? Nope, finger. Go.
Mayor, the one sticking point is how, or have we had a conversation through the recommending committee as relates to the retail shops having an opportunity to exhaust their current inventory? Because what I don't want to do is displace them in any way as far as their current inventory as they prepare to transition into the new process or the processes that we're going to set forward.
I think that was absolutely brought up by Councilman Coffin at recommending that for those who, because in the bill is miniatures and some other high-powered drinks or something, and that Councilman Coffin requested that. So if this goes back to recommending, their opportunity will to speak to that, and he can move, which again then will come back to full council to give a period of time for them to move their, whatever these restrictions are, off their.
Can I speak to that
Yes,
for the
please.
councilman through the mayor? I respect his position in regards to inventories, but after the last meeting, it is clear to me, and I know Ms. Nettleson's staff is currently investigating, that all of those current license holders are in violation. So their current stocks on the shelf are a little concern of mine if they are in current violation of their licenses. And that's a bigger concern of mine.
Is that fact?
No, it's not a fact, but they indicated that at the last meeting, that was 90% of their business.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
my understanding is what you're saying is they have a higher percentage of liquor in the store, is what you mean by their being out of compliance, Councilman? If they have a higher percentage than they
No,
should
that
have.
their sales
Oh, their
and
sales.
success of their business. So these souvenir stores are based on their liquor sales, which means they're liquor stores, not souvenir stores, which makes it violation of their license. They self-admitted at this council 2 weeks ago that that's 90% of their business, which has certainly drawn to my attention and the attention of business licensing that these people are working in violation of their current business license. So their current amounts of liquor or beer sitting on the shelf is little concern of mine, but I do respect Councilman Barlow's position in regards to current stocks.
But you don't put as
Mayor.
much emphasis on the need to help them because they've been over.
Exactly.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. And further things have happened down there. Councilman Ross hasn't mentioned what the issue of some of our inspectors being trespassed off property down there to inspect, and in fact were kicked out. So, no, there's a buildup of grievances and undoubtedly some people out of code compliance for sure. But they should know that there is probably unanimous support here for the bill we passed 2 weeks ago. So they should be sloughing off glass and metal and replacing with plastic when they can, or simply moving it in a trade to another store somewhere. So they have had 2 weeks to do that. Now they've had 2 more weeks. In the meantime, there may be an injunction Monday or Tuesday. We don't know. So, you know, I support getting rid of that fast. But you know what, Steve, I've spent a lot of time in the mall lately, and I know the problems. I've been walking around there looking at the folks that are not dressed, taking pictures and kind of figuring it out in my mind, who's humorous and who's absolutely grotesque. And so that's really the core of our problem. And some of them are fueled by that cheap liquor. So we know that. I just don't want us to move so fast that we miss details, and they've had warning. But I think it's in only fair play we do, and that is that they got from 3 members of the council anyway, the indication that they have 12 more days. So that's I'm going to support a motion to, well, I think I'm going to support a motion to refer. I don't know about amend and re-refer, but I'll certainly support that motion to
Thank
re-refer.
you. Councilman Beer still wants to come forward.
I was just going to briefly address the inventory question. I heard some reporting of that inside the building. I guess one of the liquor stores dressed as a souvenir store complained that they're going to have inventory stuck that they can't sell. Is that you know, I don't know that there's really been orphaned liquor inventory since humanity was invented. I'm just saying.
I saw a lot of glass and metal in there, though, the other day, and I was tempted to buy some of it, but I withstood that temptation.
Okay, there's a motion. I made the motion.
Right.
And
Just so everybody understands, the motion is 2 parts. It's to do the amendments that I read and to refer back to recommending. So a yes motion will send this back to recommending with the amendments.
I'd like to separate it. Can we vote first on the amendment first, so Councilman Ross can vote his
Absolutely.
special passion? Okay,
If
so
the new
I would,
motion, if you're revising your motions to just accept the amendments as I read,
yes, thank you.
that's it.
Okay, there's a motion to accept the amendments as read by Brad Jervik. Let's please vote on that, and then please post. And that carries. And then we are now going to move on a motion to send it back, to send it back to recommending, which ultimately then will come back to council. Okay, so that's my motion to send it back to recommending as soon as we get a chance. And please vote and please post. You're so funny. But your passion came through. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And that was, we've been a while on that. What was that, 34? Okay, agenda item 35. Items 35 and 36. Bills 2014-31, 2014-32 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. Okay, items 37 through 42. Bills 2014-35 through 2014-40 will be heard at recommending committee meeting on Monday, the 16th of June. Is that correct? Monday, the 16th. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
I will be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2014-35, an ordinance to amend the ordinance number 6292 regarding the extension of the corporate limits of the city to correct the zoning designation of the annexed territory to provide for other matters. Bill number 2014-36, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly describe the line to be annexed, to make it inhabitable subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and properly related matters. Bill number 2014-37, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make it inhabitable subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2014-38, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to describe the circumstances under which a farmer's market may operate in an open-air vending transient sales lot, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2014-39, ordinance relating to short-term residential rentals, establishing licensing requirements and regulations, as well as updated zoning regulations pertaining thereto, and providing for other related matters. And finally, Bill number 2014-40, an ordinance to repeal and replace LVMC Chapter 6.04 relating to business license fees, providing for various fee increases and decreases, consolidating or eliminating a number of fee categories, clarifying the definition of gross sales, gross revenue for fee purposes, making conforming changes to LVMC Chapter 6.02 and other code provisions, and providing for other related matters.
Thank you very much. These bills, 2014-35 through 2014-40, are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin for that recommending. Thank you. And we will now move on to agenda item 41. Is that true? 43, excuse me. I knew something was wrong here. SUP 52709, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant owner, 1028 Fremont Street LLC, possible action of a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,017 square foot tavern limited establishment with a 1,732 square foot outdoor seating area at 1028 Fremont Street. C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present or representative?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. John Curran, 261 Las Vegas Boulevard North, here on behalf of the applicant. This item before you has been obeyed twice, which allowed us to meet with the community and some concerned stakeholders. We did have a productive community meeting last night, and I thank you, Madam Mayor, and Councilman Barlow and Coffin for joining us. I believe we came to a resolution. I assume Mr. Lichtenstein might be here to...
right there.
There he is. I assume he wants to speak and request an added condition to this project. And with that, just request you follow staff and planning's recommendation for approval, and respectfully request you vote for approval.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item, come forward and state your name.
Good morning, council members. Alan Lichtenstein. I have with me actually just one added condition. Several of you have received this, but I could, I don't know who to give it to get the rest of them distributed. The staff recommendation, and it's on page 2 of the document, shows 7 conditions. We would just like to add an 8th one that really is not controversial because it's really just reiterating what is already in the code. It will say that the business shall at all times conform with section 9.16.030K without seeking or obtaining any exemption. There's a copy of 9.16 attached to it, and all it really does is state the general noise ordinance that exists throughout the city, except for the exemption within the entertainment district. And since this is outside of the entertainment district, and because nearby residents had expressed some significant concern about late night outdoor music through the meeting, and again would like to also thank the mayor and Councilman Barlow and Councilman Coffin for meeting last night, particularly Councilman Barlow, who was really pushing himself to because he had just gotten off a plane. This seemed to be the consensus of what would work in this particular kind of situation. Obviously, there are competing or different uses within the same area, long-time residences, plus improvements and new business. So the compatibility of those different uses is something that is a bit delicate, but I think something that through communication going forward, starting now really, can work out. So I would suggest this adoption of this particular amendment, which really just reiterates what's already in the law, and I think we can move forward without any opposition from.
Thank you.
Well, I can't speak for everybody, but.
Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Yes, Sam Zier, Shop and Save. First, I'd like to thank Mayor Goodman and Councilman Barlow for meeting with us last night and talking about continuing that we're going to be talking about these issues. I just have a letter that I've emailed or faxed to Councilman Barlow. I'd like to read it and put it on the record. I have copies if you wish to get copies of the letter. The letter is, this proposal is a continuation of the applicants and their affiliate Zappos implementation of their plan for a complete transformation of this entire area by private enterprise, as clearly evidenced by all existing completed projects, as well as the buildings that has been purchased and boarded up by applicant and or its associates, without any alternative or solutions for existing residents, seniors, churches, and their supporting businesses. Such action is in direct contradiction to promises and statements of the applicant and or its affiliates made upon obtaining and securing a substantial several $1 million price break for purchasing of the old City Hall building. The city have further passed without supervision the transformation of this area, continuation of the original Fremont Experience project to this private enterprise, whom is picking and choosing on where, when, and how to proceed with this transformation, at minimum or no consideration to the existing characteristics and people of the area. Doing all this under the legal logo, while the city is watching the existing residents, their places of worship and business, at least what's left of it, being forced out as a result of these radical changes. Several immediate decisions and actions are urgently required by City Council to correct or stop this massive exodus caused by these open-end plans. An example is very loud outdoor entertainment makes it impossible for residents, especially seniors, to enjoy a quiet night's sleep. Sincerely, Sam Zier.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? All right, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Fagg, did you want to make any comments on this?
Let me get in.
Let me just see if...
when he's ready, he can chime in.
Mr. Fagg, did you want to make any other comments on the application?
No, we have no additional comments on the application other than the condition of approval, again, references Title IX, which is our noise ordinance, so that should be appropriate.
Okay. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor, Mayor Pro Tem. This is, let's see, last night was the fourth time I've been involved in a gathering or a meeting with people involved in this process. Last night I was triple committed, so I had to leave early. I was curious if Mr. Zier still owns his property down there at the Boulevard and Fremont Street at the corner. At the Boulevard. Yeah, right, at the Boulevard and Fremont. You have that corner, don't you, Sam?
Yes, at 518 Fremont.
Yes. Is that still for sale?
No, I do not own the building. I own the business.
Yes. So you're not the owner of the land, huh?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I'm the business owner, though.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, I've looked at this in detail, and in fact, again, mention it to you here, Your Honor. The problems occurred about a month ago when we tried to get everybody together, and we had a mix-up on meeting times. And this is in Ward 3, but the affected residents, many of them are in Ward 5, at least those to the north. Now then, there's people to the south, too. in the Las Vegas High School neighborhood, just to the south of Fremont. So it's a tender subject in both wards. And so we've had a lot of meetings. We are, I believe, in accord on Mr. Lichtenstein's suggestion. And I think it's important to know that the people that have been acquiring this land down there are probably just about done spending money on buying land and are developing businesses in this area. And that's a good thing. I realize that progress is important to happen in a community, but there has to be some TLC when you're moving forward. And every time this city has boomed, or an area in the city has boomed, then you've got people who are being abraded by the friction. So let's see that, as far as I know, this group, the Downtown Project, has done a good job of softening that. The people in the first 3 blocks, many of them did have way too much noise coming out of there. I know the Club Azul was when I was a brand new councilman here almost 3 years ago, I couldn't believe the noise that was coming out of that place, and we stopped that. Well, the Downtown Project stopped it for us because they acquired it. Now then, the additional amendment, which is simply a restatement of the existing law, is appropriate, because it's simply what we're saying is we want it quiet. We really want it quiet, and we want to have events indoors, not outdoors. But, Your Honor, for all the members of the council, they should know that these licenses, all but one, have been granted already by the council, so that, in effect, nothing will change, except for the fact that they've brought another property back to life. The Ferguson Hotel is a nice monument. It's a mid-century thing with what we would call the Spanish Revival architecture, and it means that it's going to be saved, and it's a great thing. And all their stuff's going to be indoors, and they're going to conform to the neighborhood noise ordinances, which is where they are. And that is, after 11 o'clock, nada, nothing, zip, has to be quiet. Assuming that it's not any more noisy than it was when I was a kid in the 50s and 60s, trolling around, revving our engines, making noise up and down those streets for all the residents then. And so, you know, there's always been noise. There always will be some noise. And in this town, we've had to learn to live with it, because we are, after all, living in a theme park.
I would like to clarify on your comment. We don't know if there's going to be more development and land purchases going east on Fremont.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, you misunderstood me.
Correct. I just wanted it on the record.
I think the DTP has acquired a ton of land as far as 13th Street, and I don't know what their plans are, but temporarily anyway, I'm told that they're really more interested in developing the businesses that are on the land that they own now. So yes, and besides, whatever we say wouldn't commit them to anything. I think they've done a good job.
Just know that for the residents there, that the possibility and probability of more purchase going east is coming.
So I'm going to move, Your Honor, for approval, unless more comments want to come from council.
Can I ask a few questions here? Now, this revision that we were given came from you, as I understand Mr. Wilson's statement. And you're saying that the use of operation of a loudspeaker, and et cetera, would not be legal according to this if it's in such a manner or at such a volume that is plainly audible to the human ear at a distance of 50 feet or more. This page is yours. Am I and has this gentleman seen this?
Yes.
Yes. And did you feel the gentleman here who's representing the people, Sam, I think you called him. Yeah. Did you have questions on this? Are you still feeling that this will not?
However, I was in the meeting yesterday when it was discussed, and I have no objections to it.
So you do think that the amendments, the changes that have been made will answer your problems as far as?
No, will not answer my problems. This will answer some of the problems.
Some of the problems.
Yeah, Ms. Councilman, my problems is that there is a complete transformation of the entire district. This should be done, or at least existing residents and or businesses should be consulted and compensated for losing their business.
Well,
that's my contention.
And I understand that. I was
Okay.
just going on what we're voting on today, and
Yes,
I would disagree
I have
with
no
Councilman.
objection to the.
Excuse me. Please, let me just, so I can't hear. Okay, would you say the last thing again?
I have no objections to these provisions at all.
And you do feel this will be a help, because as I look
Of
at
course.
it, I see. Okay.
Absolutely, to the citizens,
I do want to
yes.
say that I think this is done well in trying to help as far as the noise issue. You have to be careful in looking at people who, if you complain about the noise, they then will turn it off, and when Metro comes, you know, they're not there, or else the music is turned down. We've had that happen in my ward several times. And I also wanted to state that with Springs Preserve, and I'm on their board, and I'm very supportive of what they do. Nonetheless, when we had our meeting, and we did have people come because it was a change of noise for Rancho Nevada, which is adjacent to the Springs, and they said we would not hear their noise because they had, you know, a little dip in the ground. And I hear it in the middle. It doesn't bother me, but for the people who live on the ridge. So you have to be very, very careful when you work with these people as they're coming in. And whichever council person is involved in that, I would just emphasize that, because I stood up for what we were doing at Springs Preserve, and I'm finding it can be a problem for those close.
First of all, to answer... Push something?
Okay, it's on. It's on. You're on.
Come on, okay. To answer your question, I wrote this, but from the meeting, this was the consensus, put something together that says this, so I don't take full credit for it. I think this was a joint decision. As for the concerns of my friend here, those are still concerns. They can't be dealt with in dealing with one specific item, which is what we're dealing with today.
And I
But
understand that.
yeah,
I understand.
But
And
I think it's pretty clear that as new projects come up, we will be dealing with the same thing. As for, they can turn it off, they can turn it up.
Right.
When you have a tavern license, even a limited tavern license, you're still dealing with a privilege license. So repeat offenders, and I'm not suggesting that what they're proposing is going to be any offense at all, but those who are repeat offenders, there is leverage, obviously, that can be placed to make them conform to their special use permit. So
And
we'll
the
just go
problems
one
in
by
my
one.
ward where that happened were not taverns, by the way. It was individual homes and things. But what I'm trying to say is there are going to be some other things that you might have to look at and tweak a little, or else have good oversight on it. I just feel this helps. I'm glad you feel it helps. And I agree that this doesn't solve everything, but at least it's one step, and maybe we can take step by step in solving these problems. And I appreciate that as a council person.
And we would appreciate your continued interest, yourself and Councilman Barlow and possibly Ms. Mayor, and of course Councilman Kaufman, that are concerned about the area. We'd appreciate your continuous concern and to continue meeting with us to see if we can find a way to help this situation. I mean, I can show you and demonstrate a few things at other meetings. I'm not saying now.
Okay, thank you very much. It was just
Thank you.
important to me to understand if this worked. Evidently, it did work with a group getting together, so you were able to come up with one small step.
Councilman Coffin, do you have a
As
motion?
each project comes along, it
Thank
will
you.
be dealt
Thank you. Councilman Coffin, do you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. You want to make the motion to approve and at the same time stress in the strongest possible means the intent, in addition, of the council to ensure that there is enforcement of the existing noise ordinances for residential protection throughout the city and especially in this area. I think that's my motion.
Okay.
And
There's a motion, please vote.
Mayor Pro Tem, does that motion also include the added condition?
It's already, the condition is simply a restatement of the law as existent
Correct.
already. So we don't really need to add a
Wanted to make sure
special
that was
amendment to
included.
that.
Okay, very good. There's a motion, please vote and post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 44, 45, 46, VAR 51765, a request for a variance to allow 7 parking spaces where 13 parking spaces are the minimum required. Agenda item 45, VAR 51766, a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a trash enclosure 18 feet from residentially zoned property where 50 feet is the minimum required. Number 46, SDR 51764, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 868-square-foot expansion to an existing 1,677-square-foot medical office with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the north and south property lines where 15 feet is the minimum required. The applicant owner is CNC Medical Plaza, LLC, on .16 acres at 1640 East Charleston Boulevard. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items, and staff recommends denial on all items. All items are C1, limited commercial zone. These items are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, or public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Sheldon Colin, representing the applicant.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fagg, your comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Flynn Fagg with the Department of Planning. Since we last met here at City Council regarding this item, the applicant has submitted a revised plan which shows that there are additional spaces off of the alley and back of the building. That brings up the practical parking count to a total of 10 spaces on the site, whereas we only had 7 spaces previously. One of the things I do need to note about the new site plan is one of the parking spaces does block the trash enclosure. But again, we can't count it as part of the technical parking count, but practically it will be used by either a member of the office staff or a member of the public. And so again, there are 10 spaces there on the site. With that, if there is a motion to approve this, I will need to make a change to the condition on item number 44 relative to the number of parking spaces, and then on item number 46 relative to the new site plan that we now have.
And everything else is approved? Okay. Councilman Coffin? Oh, public hearing, excuse me. Anybody from the public who wishes to be heard on this agenda, these items? Okay, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I made a visit there and spoke with the clinic owner and occupant there, and also at that time the antique store owners who had objected previously were not there, but then my staff has gone over and visited with them, and they feel that this is fair treatment, and we've encouraged them to also work with the clinic owner, because hours that the clinic is closed, which is the weekend, could be weekdays that the antique stores could capitalize on those parking spaces. So there wouldn't be any friction. In fact, they could take advantage of each other's space at certain times. So I think we have peace on Charleston and 17th for a little while anyway. So I will move for approval of item 44 with the change as noted by staff, which is to increase the parking spaces to 10 for this location.
Yes, we did 43. Yep. And that was approved. Yep. I think you voted too. Okay. And you agree to the changes that Mr. Fagg mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 44. Please vote. And you'll put a sign up that says staff only by the trash bin? Occupied by staff? Okay. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go on to agenda item 45. Councilman?
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 45.
There's a motion. Please vote on agenda item 45. And please post. Motion carries. And now on to agenda item 46 with the changes.
And Madam Mayor, if I might read that into the record, I need to change condition number 3 to read as follows. All development shall be in conformance with the color board date stamped October 23rd, 2013, the site plan date stamped May 22nd, 2014, the landscape plan and building elevations date stamped November 13th, 2013, except as amended by conditions herein.
And you are in agreement with those? And so indicated, yes. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I make the motion, I want to say congratulations to the owners, particularly to the doctor who is not here today. She's delivering great care to people who can't afford expensive care. And so we always thank them. The new building, actually the expanded building, is going to look a lot better than the old one, and yet it still conforms to the standards in the old Mayfair area. So I think it's going to be a nice thing for the neighborhood. So now I do move for approval of item 46, subject to the additional conditions as stated by our staff here for the record.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Didn't go through. There it is, thank you. Thank you, the motion carries. Good luck. Okay, agenda item 47 has been obeyed to July 16th. And so now we will go to the trailed item, which is agenda item, do 48 first? Okay, we will go 48, which is I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from City Planning Commission meetings, dangerous buildings, or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Okay, here we go, back to agenda item 33, and I think, Mr. Jerbick, this is reading the bill.
Your Honor, Bill number 2014-33, in order to establish licensing regulations and standards for medical marijuana establishments and to provide for related matters.
Okay, and I guess we're in open meeting here again. And Ms. Duddleston, are you making presentation here? Up there, down here, wherever? Clicker, we need a clicker, please. And we'll have Ms. Duddleston and staff go first, so you might as well rest anybody that wants to make comment, and then we'll take your comments afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. There we go. The medical marijuana establishment licensing regulations have had several hearings, both public meetings, online comments, and a hearing for the recommending committee. What we're passing out for you right now is the version that was discussed at recommending committee, as well as some proposed changes that I'll go through in my presentation, and it's the same copy that is here available for the public. What I'd like to do, if it's acceptable, Your Honor, is I'll go through the presentation and the decision points that we believe we are at this point in time, and then we can go back through those if you want to consider those.
Yes, please proceed, Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you.
Councilman Coffin,
Thank
you
you.
have a comment?
I want to make sure that I know you want to move the meeting along, and what I don't know is how you want to conduct this one. I know when we did the land use, it was long, and a lot of that had to do with the fact we would stop and entertain testimony at each section of the bill, and that probably dragged it on. And I'm just wondering if they're allowed to go through the entire bill, we just make notes of the changes that we want. Then it's open to public testimony after that, so they could address these section by section once the public.
Yes.
Otherwise, we'll never get done today.
Right. No, I think without interruption, Ms. Duddleston and staff should go ahead and proceed, and anybody she wants to bring up to the podium is fine, and then we'll go ahead, make your notes, and then we'll just tackle it one item at a time. Thank you.
And there we go. The first discussion point from the recommending committee was to take a look at the findings section, and this is a proposal to remove item number 4 in the findings. Item number 4 discusses the existing reports from other communities on the secondary negative effects of medical marijuana, and the proposal that was suggested was to remove number 4. Concerning the hours of operation, they're existing in the regulations is time frames from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. This is an expansion from the original proposals that were issued by business licensing. We got many comments back, to expand those hours as well as to be consistent within our community. These are the same hours that were adopted by Clark County in their land use regulations, and it's been proposed from our understanding with staff discussions at Henderson. The proposal was to change in the regulations where it says 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. or as otherwise conditioned by City Council as a condition of the license, to allow some expanded hours at the time someone was actually licensed.
Ms. Mayor, if I could just ask now,
Yes.
the county, do they have that or that phrase added, or they leave it the same hours?
No, the county regulations state 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. in their land use regulations.
Okay, thank you.
And I would ask Ms. Duddleston, I think it would really clarify for everything. This is a state regulation to which we're adhering. County has done nothing different, or the county has done X, so we just know that question right up front.
In the state regulations, they are simply asking each proponent for a proposal of what their hours will be. So
Thank
that is
you.
all we know. We know the state will be considering those hours in those applications. So we will have another step in this process where the state will also consider hours. We do not have feedback from them on what they are looking for from applicants in those proposals for hours.
And point of information, if you would just, as you go through the different items, say, this is according to what the state is, or the state nothing, and the county has done this, so that we hear.
I would be happy to.
Thank you.
The next proposed change was on delivery. In the state regulations, they do allow delivery to card holders. The existing regulation that we have before you is to not allow delivery in the city of Las Vegas. The proposed change would to be allow delivery permitted to state of Nevada card holders only at residential locations. So that would not allow delivery to hotels, those sorts of things. There are some restrictions in the state law on how much can be delivered, but under the state law, a medical card holder can purchase 2.5 ounces in any 2-week period. The next proposed change.
Councilman Barlow has a question.
Just for a point of clarification, because I know that Councilman Coffin asked this question, but I wasn't quite clear. Do we just take notes until Ms. Duddleston is complete? Is that the
Well,
pleasure?
what we're going to do is then let her and her staff, or just her, go ahead, give the whole presentation, then we'll start with item number 1, and then we'll take the, from council, and then we'll go 2 and 3 and 4, and then take comments from the public.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't really intend that, but I wanted not to have us interrupted by public testimony in the midst of the presentation, but obviously any member of the council should be able to ask a question during the presentation.
We want to get the clarification from council if they don't understand something. Let her go the whole way, and then we'll just go take item
Yeah, I happen to
agenda
agree
one.
with all the changes that have been suggested by staff based upon their meetings with us, but so far. But I think,
again,
you know,
too, I think if she comments on the state regulation and if the county is, because I think the councilman's question will be germane to other comments here. Did the county do something with this or not? And not that we'll go what the county says, but it's interesting to know what they're doing.
If you want to, on the last one, for delivery, at the staff level, the county had indicated to us in meetings that from a staff recommendation, they were not going to propose delivery in Clark County. However, we have not seen licensing regulations from Clark County, so we do not know if that is their current proposal or if that is what the county commission is entertaining.
And one other point of clarification, as we move into this step, it does not mean in further steps we can't put something in to change this, correct?
Correct.
So what we're driving for right now, clear understanding of what these are, which we'll discuss, take questions, and we'll ultimately hear from the public. But if something is omitted, it doesn't mean in months or years to come that won't change. We're just taking small steps first. Okay, please.
Yeah, correct, because on delivery, for example, there is a mechanism already in the state law and in the state regulations for any person that is a medical card holder to designate a caregiver that can go purchase that medical marijuana for them and deliver it for them to their home.
Thank you.
The next proposed change is concerning cultivation and production outside of Clark County. Currently, in our existing code, it mirrors Clark County's in that in order to have a City of Las Vegas license to provide medical marijuana, either cultivated marijuana or products made with marijuana, to a city licensed dispensary, that production or cultivation facility would be located within Clark County. And then they could come before you for a license. The county changed that slightly, and they had added language that addresses adequate supply. So if there was an inadequate supply of a certain strain or a certain type of product, that licensee could come forward, make that case, and get a license outside of Clark County. So we have prepared comments for you if that is something that you want to consider as well.
Thank you.
The proposed change in advertising. Currently, we have advertising restrictions in the regulations concerning advertisings in the right-of-way, spinning cards, leaflets that might be handed out in the public, and designated the type of advertising we would expect to see from our businesses, and those forms that are explicitly allowed are online publications, print media, and those that are not allowed in there would be video, radio, and those in the right-of-way. The proposal would be that applicants would submit currently with their state plan and with their city application, they have to submit to us an advertising and sign plan. That we would review that advertising and sign plan, and the director would have certain criteria under which they would recommend a sign and an advertising plan as a condition of that particular license to you. And we've provided that language as well. The county regulations, currently we've only seen the land use. The land use says that the sign and advertising is what approved with the land use. We do not know if they are going to have different regulations or any at all on the licensing side. And also to add the phrase which was in the original release of our draft plan at the staff level, which was no misleading, deceptive, or false advertising.
Is that in addition to?
That would
or
be
in place of?
No, in addition to. So what the proposal is that we would remove the language that talks about what kind of advertising you can do and what kind of advertising you cannot do. It would then state that every applicant would propose their sign plan and their advertising plan, which is a current requirement by the state. It's a current requirement under our permit system. That would be evaluated by the director, and the director would not recommend to you, under the language that we would propose to you, any advertising plans that particularly advertise in ways on, in certain ways, for example, on television or on radio, where it is obvious that that plan would make that advertising is directed towards minors. Okay. So we would evaluate those plans individually. If it was targeted toward minors, that would be the focus of the staff level concerns. We would not recommend those plans, or we would recommend certain plans. It would be up to the council to review those plans and make that a condition of the license that they operate within the plan that they have proposed or as amended as a condition of their license.
Okay, there's a question here?
Yes, question? Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm a little confused because the handout, which contains the decision points that you had created overnight, I think, and yesterday sometime, a little hard to understand. For example, when I see underlining, that usually means new language. And so on advertising plan required, page 3 here of this, which references actually page 12 of the statute of the ordinance. Is it the intention to remove all this language, or the intent to include this and add additional?
What it says in the notes that I've given you is, it says to delete F, the entire F.
Delete the language that you see on this handout here?
Delete the language in the licensing regulations.
Delete the language that you see here. I want to make sure.
I'm trying
we're
to-
both talking, we have to talk the same language here. So you know the handout you had prepared.
No.
Is this the thick one you're talking about?
The thick one. The thick one. On,
This is what you
the one that,
F in that.
that's titled the proposed ordinance.
Well, Mary handed out this document in addition to this thick one.
Correct.
This was helpful because this one here really spells out the changes. And so
Exactly.
what I wanted to see, and that's just of the comments that were made in briefings the last
Right.
day and a half.
So if you look at the actual ordinance that we've given you, the thick thing, page
Okay,
12,
Page 12 of this part here, okay.
and that is 6.95.110 for anybody that's following along in the audience, F.
12.
Page 12,
Okay.
6.95.110 F.
Okay, so you still
Is to
propose then
delete F.
in essence, you're still proposing to prohibit video, radio, or broadcast
No.
medium coverage?
Is to remove all of F.
Well, you know, there's a conflict between these two documents then, in my opinion, but
So you're
Pardon me,
saying
Mayor.
page 12 and 13, delete F, which means F 1,
written.
2, 3, 4, and then the prohibition set forth will not
See, you-
apply to.
Right, you say delete F, and I think you're underlining all of F that you want to delete on this, but it doesn't show.
I think what she's showing you, though, is you delete the F that's there, and this other is replacing it, and some of the language will be similar, but the,
That is
Well,
correct.
but where,
So
in fact, is the
F's-
language?
F starts on page 12 which starts with except as otherwise provided in Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title 19. It then goes on to F1, any mounted sign.
listening.
2, any handheld sign. 3, any handbill. 4, any video. Then it has the prohibition set forth as 1, any sign. 2, any advertising. And 4, advertising which. All of that would be deleted in this proposal.
And then you go over here to the replace.
And then instead of that language, all of F, the proposal would be to make that section F read, except as otherwise provided in Las Vegas Municipal Code 19, each medical marijuana establishment shall conform to the approved sign and advertising plan as a condition of the license. The director shall not recommend for approval any sign or advertising plan that, 1, has not been approved by the state regulating authority and complies with all the regulations of the state regulating authority.
Well, it's clear as mud, actually, to me, but I think I'll try to get it as we move along, but in theory here, so you've got it, the way you've explained it in two different documents, you've got item 4 is advertising, but in no way can I tell what, on this document, where the new language would be. What new language is there? You need to have that separated, just as you did, because then you just move to annual review, which is 5. You've got 4A and B, which is fraudulent, and you have delete F as written and replace, and then you throw all that underlined language. So you're saying we should take out all of that, because I asked you that before, and it confused me with your answer. So I just want to make sure that, in fact, these things are in or out, items 1 through 5, 1 through 4, which are sentences that are the original bill or similar to the original bill. That's all I want to know. What do you replace that with? In fact, that's what we're deleting. Again, where is it written? And if it's not on this, it should have been on this if we were going to replace old language with new language. That's.
I understand what you're saying, and I apologize. The first line under the advertising plan says to delete F as written
Which is the big one, it's delete F.
in the proposed ordinance. So we would delete all of F 1, 2, 3, and 4. The following paragraph on the prohibitions, and 1, and unfortunately 2 is missing. It says 3 and 4.
So you're saying shall not apply to means then that's the amendment?
We would remove all of that in the ordinance as proposed.
Yeah, F 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yes, F, all the way through line 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it continues on the prohibitions. We would also remove 1, 3, and 4. All of that would be deleted from the current draft.
All right.
And then we would insert in its place the language on the sheet that I prepared for you last night, which sets out that any advertising, instead of prohibiting advertising or allowing advertising, you simply ask the applicants to prepare what they are already obligated to prepare, which is a sign and advertising plan. The director would review that, and based on what is in here, if it promotes marijuana and is appealing to minors, if it provides advertising that is visible to members of the public, on signs mounted on vehicles or handheld human signs or handbills, the director would not recommend those to you, but they would still come forward for the full council to look at those sign and advertising proposals and to approve or disapprove those at the time of licensing. So it would be individual based on the license and location and what they have proposed
So what
in
you're
advertising.
saying is that under this other document that you gave us, what you want to replace, it just says, it says amend, but then it doesn't say amend this into the place of that. And I gather that now be what you want. You want the stuff under A to replacing B. Don't give me two documents if you don't want me to use both in synchronization, because I think you did this to try to make it simpler for everybody. Yeah. Thank you very much, Your Honor. And I'm going to sit down on the sidelines for a little while and just let this rest and cogitate, because I'm still not sure I understand it even after Val tried to explain it, which could mean I'm preternaturally stupid, which is all right, in which case we'll just lock that up as one of my illnesses.
Please continue.
The next proposed change is on the reviews. Currently, we have in the proposal to have our licenses run for a 2-year period. So applicants would update all of their plans, make any ownership changes, own everything, and verify to us that they're still operating under their current plans every 2 years. This would have those licenses come back for review annually. So if they, under how the ordinance reads, if you have no changes in your operating plans, and you're running the exact same way that the conditions is on your license and you are approved by council, then those renewals can be approved by the director. If you're proposing any changes, those changes would be brought back for review by the city council.
Question.
Point of question, Mayor.
Yes, please.
At this point, traditionally in the building department, and Flynn, you can help me out with this, if in fact there's a change more than 50%, then there's a SDR required from a building standpoint. And what I'm trying to get at is how much of a change, what percentage of a change need to occur in order to trigger the director to be notified. For example, if there's under a grandfather clause of a building, right? And if someone were to go and expand in addition to a building, there's only but so much percentage of that building they can go in and redevelop without having to go that extra step of coming into compliance with the new code. You follow me, Clay?
Yes, that is correct. There's language relative to non-conforming buildings in terms of how much you can expand a non-conforming building.
And what percentage is that?
Councilman, it goes back to the code in that it's about 50%.
Right.
But that only applies to non-conforming buildings. I think your question is larger than that.
Right.
In
I'm just using that as an example.
In that, if a business to which we give a special use permit and a license for medical marijuana is to expand their operation, that's a different question that you're asking, because the special use permit is specific to the property in which they've indicated as part of their application, and then expansion of the license is a whole matter entirely different.
Maybe it wasn't the best example, but I know that there's a threshold as it relates to falling into a different building code. And so I'm trying to figure out what would be the threshold of the percentage as to a dispensary or a cultivation facility as far as the change of operating agreement. What percentage?
Your Honor, if I may, under our review process, it's limited to certain things. It's any changes of ownership you would have to approve. How it's operating at the state is if you have a change of ownership, as we read those regulations, you can only do those at certain times, or you have to give up your license and reapply when something is new. We heard from our public that they did not want to do that. They wanted to be able to notify you of changes. We can consider those. So all of those have to be approved at the state. Any changes, we would have to take a look at them as well. So we have limited that we would bring back to you if they request proposals to change their ownership, their sign plan, their security plan, their environmental plan, their operation, or their building plans. So those are items that would be of a substantial nature. So other minor modifications would not trigger them coming back for you for review. They could be approved by the director for renewal.
So if the ownership is broken into thirds, and one of the thirds switch out, is that a change?
That is a change. That would be a change under any of your privilege licenses, and regardless of whether it was under this chapter or the privilege license chapter, which all of these licenses would be privileged, that would still have to come back to you.
And I think Mr. Knight is here and could probably respond to your question, and then Councilman Coffin.
Yes, sir. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. Councilman Barlow, the 50% rule that you're referring to falls under the Uniform Code for Abatement of Dangerous Buildings. And it's the rule we use that if more than 50% of the building is damaged, say in a fire, or has come into a state of disrepair, we can require that building to be demolished. I think I understand what you're trying to do is borrow a standard as a concept. And just to inform you, just for clarity's sake, that 50% standard only applies for demolition of buildings.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. The language that's here is at my request, and that is the change from the standard 2 years to 1 year on the review of license. Because we have precedent for this, as we did with super graphic signs and their permission, we required a 1-year review because we recognize that we cannot regulate the content of the advertising. So since we are reluctant to try to regulate in this business, we want to use what we have already in the tool chest relating to lies and the kind of thing that are blatant misrepresentations, which are already against the law. We wanted to make sure that we have the ability to direct the advertising to the extent that we think we could defend. And so we can't tell somebody you cannot advertise, really, advertise on television or radio. But what we can do is maybe direct the tone of the advertising. We can't really say what you should. But our governor on that process, our speed break, if you will, is that they're going to have to come see us every year. So as we did with Super Graphics, when we were concerned about too much skin, TNA showing on those very large signs, we, in essence, control but not censor advertising through the ability to visit with people every year. And that is our fail-safe on that. And so that's why that language is in there. But it triggered questions from my councilman colleague here on other issues which do require reviews. But that's in essence why the language is in front of us today, to simply change it from 2 years to 1 year.
Fair.
Okay, please continue.
On the same
not
topic,
continue.
if you don't mind, before you move.
Yes.
I do have a question in relation to the 1 year versus the biannual. Do you see, give us a comparison as to your recommendation for the annual versus the biannual, and what works best for you and why?
For us as staff, truly, we are happy to do either. It is simply a issue of the resources dedicated to this industry. The state is requiring annual reviews, so everything has to be updated to the state annually. We can do that annually, take a look. Hopefully, there won't be many changes as we get this industry up and running. What I would suspect to see is in the first several years, as businesses are expanding, as businesses are growing, as they're understanding their conditions better, we will be seeing changes in their business operations, in their environmental plans, in those items. I do not suspect that this first year, that if we issue licenses sometime this fall, by the time the state has closed their process and we're actually issuing those licenses, to get everyone up and running, I don't think in the first year we'll really see any substantial changes. So from a licensing perspective, it's a review function. It's a review, enforcement, and inspection function. Is how often do you want us in the field, in the office, looking through everything to ensure that the business that is actually running is operating by those plans, and how often do you want them to formally update those plans? If we find in the normal course of all of our regular inspections, and we will have regular inspections, that there are changes being made, there are provisions in this ordinance for them to come to you early. So it's just how often do you want to formally have those reviews, and how often do you want us to conduct those formal reviews?
So I'm not sure if you answered my question, though. From your perspective as a director of business licensing, administratively, does it suit you best to go on an annual basis in order until you get your footing, or do you believe that a biannual basis will give you enough time to basically get your footing and basically at least allow the businesses to get up and going?
We believe that a biannual review, and the reason is it's going to take us several months, depending on the number of applications. It's going to take a lot of time to go back through all of those plans that they have to resubmit to us every year. So 3 months out of every year, we could be simply reviewing plans.
Right.
Rather than out in the field to make sure that we understand those plans, we know what those plans are, and are they operating by them. So if we have individual plans for an individual location, that inspector, that enforcement officer, everybody that's doing that review has to know that exact business. It's how often do you change those. So for us as a staff function, if we know the operating rules, we feel that we can be more effective for you if we have a 2-year period of time. And then if we find changes, bring those back to you. But if you would like us to do annual reviews, it's our time, it's also the council's time.
A little, excuse me if I may, a grammatical. Biannual means twice a year.
I'm sorry.
It's all right, just so that's clarification, there's not going to be twice a year. It's
Yes.
either every other year or every year.
Correct.
Okay, so every other year. Thank you for that point of clarification, Mayor. So if the state is going with an annual review, and hypothetically, if the council moves to go every other year, how does that align with your ability to keep up with the changes from the state when in fact that may be the off year for the city?
It could be an off year for us. If they propose changes to the state and those get approved at the state level, we would then, under this ordinance, bring those back to you early for review.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Please.
And what you're saying, as I understand, is that if you have the 2 years, you'll be able to do a more thorough evaluation than if you did it 1 year. You wouldn't have enough time in 1 year to do the thorough evaluation that you felt should be done?
Our concern, especially at the beginning, is we give a business a license. It takes them a while to get up. It takes them a while to get running. It takes them a while to get their employees in place, get their product grown, get everything happening. For us to require them to then turn in their plans at least 60 days before that renewal, they're only operating for at the most 7 months before they have to prepare all their updates and bring everything back into us. We were simply trying to make it easier on the businesses and making sure that we put in an enforcement program where we could be in the field.
But if that's the case, then after they get up and running, the years after that, it could be annual.
They could. And if they
So it's only the first beginning you're concerned about?
The first year. After that, if they make changes within that 2-year period, we would bring those back to you as they propose changes, or every 2 years.
And again, to reiterate,
Just 2 years, the first,
and to reiterate, anything that we put in place the following year can be amended, augmented, deleted. We are just trying to establish this first year of operation, and that's not, sounds like it's not giving Ms. Duddleston enough of a window to evaluate, and if there were any changes they made, has to come back to us anyway.
And Mayor, that's exactly what I was trying to pull out, to make sure that we give our director and her administrative staff ample enough time and window to figure this out, because we're also trying to understand how this is going to come about. And also, the applicants that will be coming forward, they will need time in order to establish and set up their establishments to get going as well. So I'm glad that she was, excuse me, I'm glad that she was able to differentiate between the two as far as the annual and the off year, every other year.
And we're going to be learning an awful lot as we go through the first year, which certainly is like having a first anything. You start off, it's not to be too big and too without some scope and sequence here, but to take it easy and then add to it and expand as we see what we have is the right thing, rather than taking too much area with too much looseness. And so that's what's being proposed, and just so long as we all understand.
And Your Honor, maybe one of the compromises is to say specifically that initially we would have a 2-year to get everybody up and running, and then we can bring them back annually for you if that's what you would prefer.
Well,
we are happy to do annual reviews. This is not as a staffing issue. It's simply, where do we dedicate your staff and to what tasks do you want them dedicated?
And I think we understand that, as I mentioned while you were having a sidebar there, that the reality is we want to start small and have a hold of what we've got, and then as we see we've learned something, expand it, change it. Just don't start with changing everything and getting too loose and too far out there. Better to start in a contained area. We know what we're doing and moving from there. But your comments about not having enough data to evaluate on an annual basis, that could happen after year 2. So that would be fine.
Yeah, Mayor,
yes, please.
Can I comment on that as well? I understand what Councilman Coffin's trying to do and what his concern is, because I share it with him. Ms. Duddleston, the state's going to do these reviews once a year anyway. They're going to do them annually.
They are going to require reporting and updating of all of the applications annually. Yes, that's our understanding.
And I think through the mayor to you, Ms. Duddleston, that you stated in our briefings during the week that they're not going to actually contact the municipality and say, hey, business A is doing great. We'd actually have to reach out to them and ask for that information. Is that correct?
That is our understanding. They have not given us any indications of how once the applications are approved, that communication will be established.
So there's a big question mark with the state, at the state level, with their annual reviews, and I would imagine, Mayor and council members and Councilman Coffin, if the state found one of these businesses in violation of just their requirements, that they'd certainly notify local governments about the same, don't you? Wouldn't you
Yeah.
think? I don't want to use the word assume, but wouldn't you think?
With the state agencies on enforcement, we have a very good working relationship, and we would hope to work closely with them on that, as well as have our own inspectors in the field on those items. The state regulations are part of our regulations, so they must comply with the state regulations as well. So we will be, as we go forward, establishing all of those interconnections with the state agencies and with their inspectors and whoever they might assign to Southern Nevada.
Your Honor.
And if you could, can we continue on and finish up your presentation? You only have 2 more to go. And then we can open up comments, go 1 through, and get our public comments, because otherwise we're off track already.
Yes, Your Honor. The last proposal was the fees, and in our original draft at the staff level, we had a 1% fee to address issues of community impact. Originally, drug resistance education, grants, those sorts of things. The proposal was to expand that to research. And our request for a clarification is, if it was the desire of the council to have that language in there, that a portion of the gross revenue fees may be used by the city council for these purposes, was that a portion of the current fees, which are 4% and 6%, or was it as originally proposed, which was an additional 1%? So that is our question to you. And then of that portion that you want or may want to dedicate to those purposes, the proposal was to have it be 10% of that, or a portion designated by the council that through your annual budget. So three questions, but they hinge on question 1, if that makes sense.
If I might, on this, to get comment from Councilman Coffin, this was your proposal. For point of clarification, can you respond what you meant as Ms. Duddleston is trying to clarify what we're dealing with here?
We have several things here. Remember the way this thing started. We ended up with an unworkable bill done by staff because they just didn't know which way to go, so they threw in the kitchen sink. And then we got into where we now knew then a couple of months, 3 months ago maybe, that we were definitely moving forward, so they began to pare down things. And so it's hard to tell what was an original bill and what wasn't, because in fact we were just working with drafts. So when staff will say original, it may have been the original in draft form or draft A or B or C. So when you talk about original 1% or 2%, we are not increasing the fees from there. They never were. Those fees never were. I guess we should portray it in that way. We didn't know what we needed to have. Would you say that's fair, Karen? And now we know about what we need, and that's why we have the fees in front of us today. It's not just the competitive aspect with the other municipalities, but
Mayor,
we now know what we think we need to do this.
maybe I can respond to that, unless Karen wants to jump in ahead of me. I think the lack of clarity is that originally we posted through the business impact statement the most conservative bill we possibly could. And so, yes, there were a lot of things included in that through this legislative process we've found didn't need to be duplicated because they were covered in state regulations or whatever those issues may have been as a result of the state regulations being finalized. As it relates to the fee issue here, we're in a bit of a dilemma. We did a lot of research from around the country. In the business impact statement, we posted the fees at 8%, plus the flat fees that you see included on the green chart that Orlando just passed out to you. In this draft, you have the gross fees between 4% and 6%, and I'll let Ms. Duddleston explain where that came from. But when that was contemplated, we also anticipated having this community impact issue that we needed to address. So the question before you today is, do you want to have the fee, the gross fee, at a rate that would be able to fund the community impact activities that are described on this slide, which would require you to change the 4 and 6 to something like 5 and 7 or 6 and 8 or whatever you're comfortable with. You could not go beyond the 8. And then therefore create a funding mechanism for the community impact activities that are outlined: education, prevention, and possibly research. So the question we're asking you today is, do you want to change the gross fee from the 4 and 6 to something more to be able to pay for the community impact activities that has been indicated as an interest area for consideration today?
Are you saying, therefore, that there is nothing inherent in the 10% already there that's dedicated?
There is no 10% right now.
The
See, that's the issue. There's a new component that's being asked for to be able to fund prevention
Either out of
activities,
the 4 and
education,
6,
et cetera.
right.
So what we're saying is, how do you want to fund that?
Out of it or
Do you want
add to it?
Do you want to add to it, or do you want to
Okay.
fund it out of what you've
Right.
currently got before you? And obviously, you know, that's the direction we need
Mayor.
today.
Mayor, before the question comes forward, I think we need to take a step back just to help me out. Betsy, with your ask, I would like to ask a question before the question, and that is, how did the additional 1% for research come about? Who did the ask and why?
I may not be the best person to answer the question, so I'm going to ask
Okay.
Mrs. Duddleston to answer that, but I will say
Councilman Coughlin
this.
said he can answer it.
The research was a late addition. Education was always contemplated. The issue was there's not clear statutory language that allows us to have a separate fee for community impact. But if it's the desire of council to want to address the issues of community impact, such as education, prevention, et cetera, then we would like to have you identify what the funding mechanism is for that. That's question one. Do we add on to the fees that are currently being considered today to handle that amount of work that we envision will need to happen as a result of the community impact analysis and programming that you contemplate? That's one. And two, the second question is, how much? So right now, we're contemplating up to 10% could be set aside for that express purpose: education, research, prevention, et cetera. So I'll be happy to defer to Ms. Duddleston or the sponsor of the bill to clarify anything that I missed.
I'd like to do that, Your Honor, and then give it to Karen and see if I've confused her. But the reason is because I confused you. Because I was very happy to see that placeholder of 1% placed in there for community support, essentially funding what it is that I came up with, which was the 10% for research into the effect of abuse of marijuana, and frankly, research into the efficacy of the claims that people make about medical marijuana. You know, how much is bull and how much is real. And so that's where then what the city manager said is, well, that 1% probably could pay for the 10%. Remember, the 10% shouldn't really be into this first discussion, but it provides the spending to implement what the 1% would do. Now, do you want to keep the 1% separate, or just simply add it in to the 4 and 6 and create 5 and 7, which is what the managers come up with?
I'd like to ask a question on top of that, Councilman.
That's how that happened, because we have the open meeting law. We don't visit and talk and ask, how do you feel about this? We can't. So, but the manager and I have talked about it, and I think it's a great vehicle, that extra 1%. You know, it may not yield the so-called 10% of the total revenue. On the other hand, it might, and it might exceed that, but I'm willing to leave a cap at 10%. I want a 20% to be spent on these things because I think it's critical. If full legalization is coming down from the legislature, we don't know that, we have to be prepared, and the best way for the city of Las Vegas to be prepared is to have the research done, have our knowledge about this in hand.
I would
have a
like to
base.
suggest that we just go ahead and implement that there will be a percentage at some point. We don't even know, we're in the total dark right now as to the real numbers. These are projections that you have, but that it is the intent and the will of the council to establish a fund that will conduct research, education, blah, 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 without at this point so prematurely saying it should be this amount or that amount.
Well, Your Honor, if I
Just
can say
guarantee
that
it.
something in dialogue with you, Mayor, if I could be in dialogue with you, it is important for us to establish this benchmark.
Correct.
It is so critical for us to do this,
I agree.
because a lot of people are cynical about this, and they think we're just paving the way for legalization, wholesale legalization, abuse, and as members of our council are worried about that. So that's why I came up with this proposal, is to make sure
I
that
agree with
we
it.
guarantee a certain large percentage of this money, not just disappear into the general fund, to be available for whatever need we want to appropriate for salaries or to appropriate for our office furniture, but to be appropriated for the specific purposes as outlined. And that's why I think it's important to put it in at the
philosophically-
beginning and not later, because later becomes a long way, later becomes difficult to control, and then it's out of your hands. And it gets into the budget process in such a way that...
Well, maybe at a minimum, you could establish something at a minimum so it can be adjusted. You want to get it in, because I would say to have the data, you have to do this all by data. It can't just be by, just loose guessing of things.
The reason we have to do this and create our own data is because, with the exception of data that shows pretty concretely that marijuana use of a certain level will affect the young brain, and we know that it will, and it'll make permanent changes in a young brain. We don't really know about the older brains. We also do not know about the efficacy of the claims, because since we cannot control the advertising, and that's very important, there's going to be all kinds of puffery, there will be all kinds of claims made, and I think we owe it to the public to try to see, well, what really is true. And so I've talked to the Ruvo Center, the Cleveland Clinic, and a panel of doctors who want to do research. There's all kinds of people who we would be able to grant this money to. We don't have to let this disappear into staff, although it may be important to have a staff person to coordinate the effort. And that's why, I'm fighting so hard for that right now.
I think it's the philosophical thing that to be committed to education and research with some of the funding from it, but I think we're premature unless you set a minimum, it should not be less than. And go ahead, the commitment being that we want to see some results out of this, some studies, some research based on accurate data, and how's that database going to be done. There's so much to this whole area, and for us to get tied up in it, I think philosophically we definitely, well, I can't speak for anybody else because I haven't spoken
Well, the
to
way
them
you could
about it.
afford to do it then is by levying that 1% in there, throwing it on top of their 4 and 6, right,
Well,
manager?
and
that's how we do it?
So this is a part of what's being presented. Are there, because we want to get to the public and we certainly want to take these items by item. So that number, I mean, since you would propose a number that you would come ahead and as we get to that number of what we're saying, that whatever your figure is going to be.
You can put the discussion on fees off if you want to until later in
And
the year.
Councilman Barlow.
And you could move to testimony.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anytime you want.
Thank you. Ms. Duddleton, how much of an impact to your department do you foresee taking place with the movement of the, not only the ordinance, but the licensing and the enforcement?
Under the Department of Justice memo, they have made it very clear we have to, both at the state and local level, have a very robust enforcement program. So it truly will depend on how many establishments the council authorizes. We know there could be up to 12 dispensaries. We do not know a number for production or cultivation. So we've got some factors that are unknown. We do know that we will spend several months this summer to process applications. We do know that we will have to have regular reviews of all of those plans that they are required to maintain and to ensure that each location is operating in accordance with those plans. That means field officers, that means administrative staff. We also know that this program, and when enforcement is contemplated in meetings with the state, when local governments had asked about funding for enforcement for police officers, for code enforcement, for the other issues that will be of concern to communities. They have stated quite clearly that local licensing fees will need to cover all of those items.
So from a project management standpoint and the design of what you've just laid out, how do you prepare, or how do you propose to prepare to meet the minimum qualification that is set out by the Department of Justice?
What we will do is we will dedicate existing staff and close down functions in business licensing in order to get through the application process. Once we know how many licenses or permits that the City Council will approve, we know that those, if we are on the schedule as proposed, would be determined by the City Council sometime early this fall. We would then prepare a budget for the city manager based on the fees that we would anticipate, and those numbers, as well as the final regulations that you approve. And we would work with the state to understand their enforcement program and come up with a budget that we would request of the city manager to present to you on what exactly that would need to be.
So it's perfectly clear to me that the impact of the discussion that we are preparing to vote on today will heavily impact your department by what percentage? 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%?
I think at least 10%. It could be up to 20%.
Okay. And of that 20% of an impact, how much of that impact will reap profit as it relates to our movement of voting on this item today? I mean, do you foresee monies coming back into your department?
Yes.
Councilman, and maybe I should weigh in here, Betsy Fretwell. You know, I think the way I envision handling this going forward is today you're going to potentially make some big decisions that are going to define the program. So if you do annual reviews, if you have a community impact program, all of those things will inform, as Ms. Duddleston has indicated, the program that we would need to bring back to you. Quite frankly, we won't know the input, meaning who's applying, to what degree, the magnitude of the utilization of the program you're defining until the applications are submitted. And then secondarily, once those applications go through your approval process, then we'll have a known business activity going on. My goal at that point would be to bring back a program budget that meets those federal guidelines. I don't know how really to describe them, advice. Your program direction, any state criteria that could change. We will have a lot more questions answered at that point. At this point, it's a lot of supposition. We're trying to identify what we think will happen, but we don't truly know that. So I think it might be very difficult for us to project the real impact on staffing, much less to mention any of the other staffing needs that could be impacted, whether it's other enforcement inspection staff that are out looking at these kinds of facilities as they're developed or modified in the future, any of the other enforcement activities that could happen. So Ms. Duddleston has one piece of the puzzle, licensing, but there are a lot of other pieces of the city that may be impacted by this new business regimen, as well as some of the other things that you've discussed here today. So I think it'd be premature for us to try and back into how much is it going to cost and how much are we going to generate, because we simply don't know.
Well, I wasn't going that far.
Okay.
Betsy. The point that I want to drive home is the impact to the departments, just as the councilman has looked forward to the impact of community and applied that 1% or suggested the proposed 1% for research. That's fine. However, we have an immediate impact to city staff. How do we recoup that. And so therefore, if we're going to start attaching percentages outside of the city, I believe that we need to take care of those in the city first before we move outside, because our staff is the front line. They're at the front line making it all happen and making sure that everything falls into compliance. So for me, although I agree with the councilman as far as the research component, I first agree that we need to make sure that the city of Las Vegas and the impact that it's making on our staff and management here is even kill as far as being able to recoup the impact that it's causing to the administrative side of the city. Does that make sense?
Your Honor, can I help and answer and see if it matches what the city manager would answer? We know that community impact is more than just the impact on our staff. She's going to need more people, and or the people who are here are going to have to work overtime, and that will just be the way it is, and that's expensive. There's several ways of doing this, but remember that Metro's going to need more money. They're going to have to staff up. Their next request, budget request, if it isn't already contained in this request in some way or another, they're going to want more money, so our share of Metro's will go up, dollar-wise, if not percentage-wise, certainly dollar-wise. So all of that is contingent upon making sure we got the right annual fee. But for the front end, which is exactly what you're worried about, is do we have enough people, and do we have enough money to pay for the overtime for the people we have, or we have to hire more? That's great. Then we should be talking about changing the application fee. And industry isn't going to like this, but if Henderson has proposed $10,000 as their application fee. The county has proposed, whatever, we don't know. They're just out there, maybe $5,000, maybe not. And we have proposed $5,000. We could go to $10,000 on the initial application, and in that way recoup enough expense for 2 employees. And I'm going to say that, let's say that's conservative. If you had 30 applications, including 30 licenses, you have 12 dispensaries, maybe you have 10, 15, 20 grows and production facilities. So you could end up with, at 10,000 each, you could end up with, if you had, let's say you had 40 inside the city, but I don't know if that's too many or not. That's $400,000 of upfront money. If you had 30, it's $300,000. That would pay for 3 qualified employees right away, because that money would come in as soon as the licenses are granted. I forget exactly the sequence. That's where that addresses your specific problem right there. So we have to consider that if the application fee is too low to provide the income that we need for the initial onslaught of paper, and then the first renewal, assuming we go to an annual, I hope, on the special use, or excuse me, on the business license recognition there. I think we need to do that. We need to upfront it. And then if you want to, you can reduce your first year renewal and your second year renewal by $5,000 or whatever to balance it out in terms of their total expense. I give you that because that's a pretty high annual renewal fee right there. So there's ways of playing with the money to get to the solution for your problem.
Yeah. Council.
Councilwoman Tarkanian would like to make a comment. When she's finished, it'd be nice if Karen could finish her presentation and we can hear from the public before we start getting into too much debate.
Right. Karen, I thought that was a good idea from Councilman Barlow about the costs that we have administratively. I've mentioned that before too. We're going to need more here. Now, however, I think, Councilman Coffin, that we might earn more money by a percentage on the gross than we do on that beginning fee. And I think that more adjusts to the amount of work, because if they're doing more work, they're getting more money, and then your percentage of the gross. Am I correct? Which would be the better way to go? If we feel that we need to add a percentage or we need to do something, what's the best way to go so that you have the most that you can get?
In the current proposal, we only have gross revenue fees at the end sale, so at the dispensary. Cultivation and production and laboratories are all in this proposal flat fees. So we don't have a percentage at each level.
Okay. In the proposal or what you did originally?
In the proposal that's before you today, we only have gross revenue percentage fees on dispensaries, on when that product is actually sold to the public.
What do you feel would be the best way to achieve education for youth in the community and also handle the administration, the daily work that was going to have to be done?
And I
where
believe-
would be the best place to put it?
I believe that that's a combination. That's a combination of flat fees for wholesale type products and for gross revenue fees and some sort of annual fee from those dispensaries, because we will have just plain ongoing costs and we also have escalating costs. So I think that we have put before you the best possible combination of
So
those.
if we could do a combination, and assume we're going to have 12, because with all the pressure and everything, I'm sure that Mr. Coffin wants 12 in his district anyway. But in any case, let's assume that we're going to have 12, the maximum. I think it's pretty apparent that we're sort of going in that direction. Could you work with something today that when we vote in a way that what Councilman Barlow stated as far as the need to meet what is required of a lot of extra work when we're almost, hitting the bone right now in some cut areas, and also do the educational part, which Mr. Coffin, could you tell us a recommendation on that, including what you said, gross and flat?
This is Betsy. Just to maybe weigh in here, because as you mentioned, there are a lot of needs to address the programmatic impacts of this new industry. I'm sensitive to what Councilman Barlow said. I'll go back to my earlier comment. I feel like the responsible thing to do would be to prepare a budget after you've concluded your legislation that would then address the programs you've indicated you want. One, you've indicated you want a robust enforcement activity to ensure that we're meeting the federal guidelines. We know that. We also have heard that there's a request to create a mechanism to invest in education, prevention, and possibly research.
But if I could just ask, if we are doing this now, how are we going to come back later and add more? If we're saying these are the fees now, we can't, I don't think it's fortuitous to come back later and say, no, we have to do more.
Maybe I should finish real quick. What we're recommending, and is on this, Karen, if you could go to that last slide on the fees, okay? What we're asking you is, would you like to have a portion of the current license fees go to fund education? That's question number one. Or would you like to increase the gross to something more than 4 and 6, to something like 5 and 7? You can also see that other agencies are going all the way up to the 8% cap. North Las Vegas in particular is going to the 8% cap. Let me just take a stab at explaining this green chart. One, the application fee is a one-time fee. We get it, it's done. That kind of fee we wouldn't typically add staff on, because even though, Councilman Coffin, your numbers are probably right, we might see a couple $100,000 more or something along those lines, it'd be once. Okay, so the annual fee provides additional consistent funding over time to be able to handle staff support. Councilwoman, to your point, also the percentage helps provide continued funding. So either of those two categories would help us address any anticipated staffing needs. What I'm saying to you today is that I don't think I can say to you the right number is X, because we don't really know. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. You ought to establish the fee that you feel is the most conservative one today, because as you all know, during the legislative process and through the Nevada Administrative Code, your ability to change those fees going forward is severely limited. You do not have home rule authority in that regard. What you have expressed through our business impact statement to the community is that gross fee might be up to 8%. So what we're suggesting is that if you want additional education, prevention, additional staffing, enforcement, and other program-related costs, the best place to do that would be in the gross licensing fee and raise those percentages to something higher than 4 and 6. That's our recommendation. It would create the funding stream to allow that to happen, yes. So whether you want to go to 5 and 7 or 6 and 8, you tell us. But and what I would suggest is that you put a not to exceed amount on it. Just say we're not going to invest more than 10%, and as the mayor said, maybe you put a bottom threshold, not less than 5, or not less than 2, or whatever you feel is appropriate, and then we'll build a budget for you, and we'll bring it back to council.
Sense, Betsy. Thank you.
Okay, so just to follow up and hopefully close out on this conversation, at what point, Karen, would you like for us to provide the numbers that you're looking for on this form? Today?
Today. In the draft that was presented to recommending, we have a fee chart in there that has flat fees for cultivation and production and laboratories. We have a flat fee for dispensaries and a gross revenue fee of product that is going from cultivation to dispensary is at 4%, and product that is going from cultivation to production to the dispensary is at 6%. So it's 2% at each level, but it's
Right.
charged at the dispensary.
Okay, so the 4% and the 6% that you have set up, what is the highest you can go on the 4% side?
The highest that we advertised in the business impact statement was 8% at cultivation, 8% at production, and 8% at dispensaries. So we did not charge the 8% at cultivation. We did not in this draft proposal have the 8% at production. We had proposed 4 and 6, which is basically a 2% for each level at the end of the product at the dispensary, for the gross revenue dispensary.
Okay, let me
So
ask
it could go up to 8.
Okay, let me walk through this just once more for me. So at the dispensary, what is the highest?
8% is what we advertised in the business impact for dispensaries.
Okay.
$75,000 flat.
I see it.
Okay.
Okay. In the cultivation,
We advertised 8% plus a flat fee, and we also had origination fees in the original.
I have that. The production
8%.
and lab.
We never did, we have lab, we've always had it at a flat percentage, and then the laboratory pays
fine, I
a
just have
gross
to ask.
revenue on their overall business, which is .0056, just like any other laboratory.
Okay, so if in fact we were to bump this, the dispensary, the cultivation, and the production up to 8%, I believe that will cover not only the 1%, but also the impact to the staffing impact for the city of Las Vegas. So, excuse me. So I would like to recommend that we start at the 8% instead of the proposed. And that would just be my input moving forward. Thank you.
That concludes my presentation, Your Honor, unless you have more questions for me.
Thank you. I think we're okay, and I think what I'd like to do now is hear from the public on any of these items, and we'll probably, unless there's a point of clarification from any council they want to ask you, like to hear from all of you or any of you that so choose, and then we'll close public hearing and proceed with the motions. Thank you. All right. How about 4 minutes max? And we don't need addresses, just your names, please. And we're going to give you each 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Tabitha Fittement here on behalf of Lamar. I just want to state for the record that Lamar is in support of the proposed change regarding advertising It's their position that this is being considered a legal business and so should be able to advertise like a legal business, and would appreciate the council's consideration to adopt that proposed change. Thank you.
You didn't even spend 1 second hardly, or we didn't turn it on. Okay,
Madam Mayor and council members, for the record, my name is Bob Fisher. I am the president and CEO of the Nevada Broadcasters Association. When I started in my position 20 years ago, the first issue we were dealing with was we're never going to have advertising of gambling. It's never going to happen. But you know what? Time is a funny thing. And we don't even refer to it as gambling advertising. We call it gaming. What's happening now is very complicated. What's happening now is somewhat controversial. But hopefully the work that is taking place in this council and in the county and in the state, we will craft legislation that will pass the test of time. I'm very pleased with the changes because the changes actually are almost identical to the Colorado plan. And the Colorado plan, as far as the National Association of Broadcasters, the Nevada Broadcasters Association, and all of the state broadcasters associations, it's the plan that makes the most sense. It's a plan that doesn't discriminate. The only thing that I would raise an issue with for your consideration to at least look at is on 4B4. The ending says broadcast medium which generally or specifically marketed to minors. And my recommendation would be that eventually you're going to have a very, very specific percentage. And the reason why I say that is if you look at almost anything, newspapers, well, newspapers go into the schools. Does that mean that newspapers can't advertise? Internet, we know already in terms of minors and their addiction to the internet. I point that out, but the bottom line is that we are very grateful for the change and for the fact that it is now an even level playing field. And we don't know where the country's going in the next year. We don't know where the country's going in the next presidential election. We don't know another president after the president. 20 years ago, we said we're never going to have gaming advertising. And someday, maybe some of the things that go on in this body will be found in a Supreme Court ruling, and it will say that there is advertising for marijuana, medical marijuana, whatever it is, in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Frank Hawkins, and I'd like to make some comments regarding the revised regulations. I'm going to follow the sheet because I do have one question, but on the hours, number one, as I understand it, that you guys are going to handle that during the special use, and depending on what districts that may be 6 to 10 or whatever is decided. So I think that's great. The delivery, I think that language is great. Number three, cultivation outside of Clark County, I think that's good. Definitions, I'm glad to see they added adequate supply. On advertising, as I understand it, when you submit your documents, you're going to have to submit an advertising plan and a sign plan, and therefore everything else was deleted, if I'm correct there. And then number five, the annual business license every other year, I support that. On number six, they talk about the community impact. And I know that the conversation was just ensued, dealt with the percentage and increase in the revenue, but is there, or maybe you guys can look at increasing or having a revenue on each business. So if I have a cultivation business and I have a flat fee of $20,000 a year, I'm going to grow so much marijuana and I'm going to sell that to the dispensary. There can be a revenue placed on that. If I'm a production company and I'm selling to a dispensary, I'm paying a flat fee, but I could also pay a revenue percentage. So I think that might get you some additional dollars, and I don't think that's going to hurt the cultivation or the production, because at the end of the day, the dispensary is paying a flat, a tax on the total revenue. So that's a point for consideration. I just would have two more questions that I don't know if they were addressed, but under 6.95.120, under the cultivation, there was a requirement to have security during the time that the cultivation facility was closed. So my question, which I don't know if it's been answered in writing or not, but do you have to have security during the day? That's a question. And then on item number 6.95.120, cultivation facility, under item F, first time fees for your clones or plants. So I didn't know if that fee was addressed at all, or if that's a separate issue to be dealt with later. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you asked about A. They're just saying the facility shall notify the department to conduct a pre-operational inspection?
Yes.
And what was your question?
Is there a cost to that? Is that a separate cost?
The inspection fee
Right.
that would be there?
Yes.
I'm not sure that's been determined yet,
Okay.
so, okay.
But I'd like to give a special shout out to the staff, because from the recommending committee, where we spent 2.5, 3 hours, got through 4 pages, to this revised document is great work, and I know a lot of effort and time went into it, and maybe you need to get some sleep over the next few days.
And a question, thank you, and absolutely, on the inspection fees on F, on the 695.120, the cultivation, did you have an inspection fee estimate?
The City Council sets an inspection fee. This inspection fee for business licensing is $99. Inspection fees for building would be the normal building inspection fees they would have to go through anyway. So our inspection fee is set at $99.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, please.
Hi, I'm Lori Johnson. I'm against the no deliveries. I work. I feel like right now I'm actually doing the state process. I got my state card, but I feel like I gave up my right with patient-doctor confidentiality to do that, to apply for my state card. Now, if I have to walk in to what you're calling a dispensary, at that point I feel like I'm giving up my right of doctor-patient confidentiality by walking into a specific spot. Everybody knows, now they know I'm a patient.
Visible.
I'm a patient, and I'm actually walking into this spot. So at that point now, here's twice that my patient-doctor confidentiality I've had to give up just because of going into a dispensary. So that's my thing on that. And then the lady said earlier about that I could have on my card, I could have somebody go get my medication. I moved here from South Carolina. I'm here by myself. I don't have anybody here that I feel like, again, I should give up my doctor-patient confidentiality right and tell them that, hey, can you go get my medication? Let me give you a card. I applied for my card so that I could have protection as a patient. And, I mean, I don't think that I should have to. I mean, I'm standing out here now, but this is also for other patients that don't feel like they need to give up their right for the patient-doctor confidentiality when you can get a recommendation and do everything right now by the law. Thank you.
Thank you, and just keep in mind whatever occurs, and it may include the delivery, but it may not. It doesn't mean in the future that won't happen.
Correct.
So, and unfortunately, too, everything's a choice. So maybe you'll find a friend that can go pick up for you. I mean, if that's the designation that the state says. But the reality is, whatever happens, keep in mind, these are the first steps, and we're trying to do it right and do it cautiously. And so that may come about today, it may not. But
Right.
don't give up if
no,
it,
trust
in the
me,
future.
that's why I'm here today. I'm not giving up, and I'm
We
putting my
appreciate you
voice out
came
there.
down.
And
Thank
I
you.
just want to know, like I said again, with HIPAA and patient-doctor confidentiality, we need to keep our patients' rights as strong as we can as patients. And as soon as we lose those, it's harder to regain them than it is to keep them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, please.
If I could just jump in with a quick general comment. I've been reviewing the minutes of the meetings of committees in Carson City where this bill was heard and processed just about 1 year ago. And I wanted to note for the commenters, and I apologize if I'm redundant, but the way all this works is the legislature meets for 4 months every 2 years, and they passed a law, which you are in possession of, you brought it today. That law is telling us what to do. It's very specific. In the legislature 1 year ago, the card is a privilege, not a right. That's a fundamental piece of that law, and should you all have objection to that, the place isn't here, the place is in Carson City. And so I'm not suggesting you moderate your comments here, have at us, but you need to understand the relationship between the legislative directive that we're operating under and what we're doing here today. Probably some of the specific things that you're finding fault with really ought to be taken up in the next legislature. That next legislature, rife throughout their testimony, is well aware that all of us up here who are in governance are somewhat reaching out in the dark here, trying to craft something with our eyes shut. And there's going to be, they anticipate, people coming back and saying, hey, you know, the way this thing ended up going down, this and this and this and this and this are wrong. Can you guys fix it? They're ready, only they don't meet until next February. So you guys need to understand, like I said, this relationship between the legislature and the city council, because you're going to have to work both over the next 2 years to make changes in the big framework in which we're operating here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And beyond that, too, we're under the aegis of the federal government, which, of course, for all of you, you go in and buy, and we have a change in administration in 2016, and they hold with Schedule 1, everything's a felony, so what does that do? So we're just following the edicts as they come down, and I thought your comments were really well taken as a point of information. So you've been waiting the longest. You're on.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, good morning, or afternoon, rather.
Right.
Hi, I represent,
Name.
my name is James Walker. I represent the medical marijuana cause of Las Vegas. We're an organization of delivery services that have been operating over the last year or so within the gray market on the fringes of the law due to the demand of medication for patients who have registered. Little more than about 2 years ago, the medicinal marijuana allowances of the law here were not much more than a hushed whisper because it wasn't being publicized or on the news every 2 days with sound bites. You can't not hear them. Anyhow, what we are looking for, one of our main causes is to propose the legalization of delivery-only services in the interest of patients. They are low overhead businesses that can be efficiently run within all the ordinances here in the laws here. We are more than willing to comply and pay taxes, yet we've had no medium to do so. With that, there's discretion of patients, like we heard earlier. Some people don't have a caretaker. What happens if your caretaker is away and cannot pick up for you, and you're only allowed one legally? Right. So in that case, delivery services would be highly beneficial for financial and discretionary purposes. As well as, excuse me, we don't make, we're not millionaires. We don't have the hundreds of thousands of dollars required in assets to fund a dispensary. We don't feel that these laws were passed fairly in the interest of the people or the patients, merely the people who could afford it. And it is little more than compassion for our fellow patients that drives us to run these businesses on a daily basis. We work ourselves to the bone to make sure everyone gets the help and care that they need. We have knowledgeable staff members and compassionate people to care for everybody, within who has documentation of their licenses that we can verify. Little more than that can be said by me for our cause. However, Councilman Barlow had mentioned earlier that you guys are the front line, for these things, and the direction from Councilman Beers, who, had mentioned, this is going to be a back and forth between here and Carson City. Right. We're a new organization, and we're bringing this to your attention today to garnish some reform for these laws here.
Well, we thank you for your comments. Keep in mind, we're moving forward. We are where we are, so we are starting here. But keep in mind, everything can change going forward. So don't just keep your focus on, this is the bottom layer of the lasagna, and we're adding to it and getting bigger and better as we go forward. And the bottom line is exactly what your shirt says, patience over profit. Yes. Councilman.
Thank you. Is your first name Jake?
James.
James?
Yes, sir.
James Walker? I missed testimony from you in the previous hearings that we'd had in the big public meetings. I don't think you testified.
This is my first time being present in front of the City Council. Okay.
I really like what you say. And that, we can't help dealing with the fact that a huge liquid capital requirement has been placed on people who are applying for licenses and who are using this stuff. Can I ask you a couple of fundamental questions first?
Yes, sir.
How many of the people that you convey to or convey from to another, how many people out of the 4,000 cards in this county, how many are growing their own?
I would say a very small percentage, as we have sickly patients, older patients, terminally ill patients, people who are in constant states of pain and agony. It is, before these laws were in place, the law basically said, grow your own, which was somewhat naive and insensitive to the patients, I believe. And that is because they can't get out there on their hands and knees and harvest a plant that requires a full-time care to harvest anything that is strong and capable of healing medicinally for pain or depression or
okay, so I
relaxation.
understand that, James, and I agree with you. I was just curious because, you see, I wouldn't know how to grow it. It probably grows accidentally here and there, too, but I don't really know. I don't think you were done a service. I remember back in 2001 when this legislation was passed to allow the grow. It never struck me as being a difficult thing. I didn't think about it because it wasn't on the horizon. Now it is, and I wouldn't know where to go. I wouldn't know how to do it. I never have. My younger brother would have certainly known how to do that. But in any event, in the legislation that passed, the ability to grow is being taken away after 4 years or 3 years. And I think Senator Segerblum has said to me that he's going to try to change that, because I think that might have been put in there to mollify the feelings of some of the people who are investing all this money, that they, in fact, didn't want them to have all their customers just start growing marijuana. But in fact, I get the sense that very few grow, well, a small percentage, as you say, so it wouldn't impact the profits. But the thing, James, is that I really worry about this whole process. As I look at all the applications that came into the county, they fit the profile of people who were connected and wealthy because they are, and that's what the law, I don't think the law was designed for that kind of person, but it fits them, because with the capital requirements of $250,000 for each one of these licenses, you're going to be into it $750,000 plus another $750,000 for your buildings and your other stuff before you get to labor. So you're at $1.5 million, $2 million. Mm-hmm. So I understand why they wanted people of means to be in it so they wouldn't just fail as soon as they started. But just a minute, James. What I'm getting at is, why didn't we see one application over at the county, and I doubt we'll see one here, from patients? Why didn't we see an application? The law permits it. And a permitted thing is a patient-owned operation, dispensary, cultivation, all the processes. And I know it's complicated. And to get that $250,000 just for the dispensary, you'd have to have a lot of people. But people can equal profit. People can equal money.
Yes.
Well, why didn't that happen?
Well, these laws are new, and they've just surfaced to the public within the last couple months, give or take. And as far as combined patient effort to open a dispensary, We have dozens and dozens of businesses that were already in operation over the last year delivering medication to patients who have been working successfully at helping these people heal themselves. Now, with that, these businesses obviously try to keep a low overhead as to not overexpend, and without hundreds of thousands of dollars to operate a business successfully. So that sort of kind of gouges us out of the free market just to be compassionate towards our patients.
Well, I feel like the law has to be amended in the next session to get away from so much of a liquid capital requirement, because it served as a block for, user-owned. I mean, that's terrible, because a co-op can't really exist without a whole bunch of people with a bunch of money.
What I'd like to do is stay on our 4-minute, because we got stuck at
Thank you. I
34
stole your
seconds
time,
here.
James.
And let's
Appreciate it.
hear, thank you, James, and just keep knowing that there's a future always.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so we're going to stick to the 4-minute. Announce your name, please. We do not need addresses. Thank you.
This is going to be a big cheat.
Hassan Chaudhry. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. And
Mayor, may I interrupt,
staff.
Mr. Chaudhry? Mr.
Sorry.
Chaudhry, would you remove your hat
Yes, sir.
for respect
Sure.
for the mayor? Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
And what is your name?
Thank you.
Hassan Chaudhry.
Say it slow.
Hassan, Hassan.
Hassan. Thank you.
You're welcome. I would like to make comments on 3 different topics. The delivery service. I think that every product, when it's delivered, the IDs of the patients should be scanned so that no minor is misusing the ID. On the marketing standpoint, Mr. Coffin, I understand that we can't regulate the marketing, but we can definitely talk about the product value and brand-based marketing. So the businesses are allowed to market their names, their services, but maybe restriction or some kind of regulation that can actually talk about disclaimers with the product, so that they are not talking about the bud itself, but they can talk about their services and brand. So that should be free. And the third is adequate product. I would recommend that there should be an order processing and management system regulated for businesses to meet their demand from outside the county or state growing areas, so that there's an electronic system like a spot and future delivery, like it's used in commodities actually. So you can actually place an order and get delivered from out of state if you need to meet your demand. So, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Mohit Asnani. I
Would you spell your last name for our city clerk, please?
Sure, it is Mohit. Last name is Asnani.
Thank you.
I help operate about 5 dispensaries in Arizona. And I'm here today because I'm working with some Nevada residents on applying and wanted to bring some hard data to the table so you can get an idea of revenues, patient numbers, things like that. So I'll just get started on that. Average patient registry time in Arizona is about 7 to 10 days once you go online and you apply. In Nevada, it's about 45 to 60 days. The current patient count in Arizona is 45,000. Most of them are not authorized to cultivate. In Nevada, it's about 5,000 right now. And I believe some of them are. I don't know how many do or who don't. The average price of an ounce nationwide is about $300 to $400 an ounce, and that does not include discounts given for hardship, disability, public service, if you're a firefighter, a police officer, and veterans discounts, which is usually about 10 to 15% is a discount that's given to service people. And then if we look at the flat fees that the city of Las Vegas is proposing, as well as some of these gross percentages, as well as a $30,000 a year fee that the state of Nevada charges, and this gets passed on not because there's a profit motive, but because there's a sustainability and not going bankrupt motive, we're looking at about $360 to $475 an ounce being the average price in the state of Nevada. And the outcome of this is simple. The gray market will continue to thrive. There will be a lot of publicity that medical marijuana is large. In Nevada, people will get their cards, they'll wait the process out, and then they'll go to sources that are not dispensaries because dispensaries are too expensive. And I don't know, and this is one of those things I want to ask, what does the city of Las Vegas think the top line revenue of a dispensary is going to be? And what do they think the operating margins of these dispensaries are? Because if that is not looked at from a realistic or existing point of view, then a lot of this may end up in these businesses going under, or not knowing or not projecting, borrowing additional capital, taking on additional owners, which would also be restructuring, relicensing. And that's what I want to pose. How was this thought out? And then the most obvious answer is let's increase the patient count. Obviously, Nevada can have more than 5,000 patients. And Senator Segerblum has said that one of his goals is to make this a destination and allow out-of-state patients. Well, right now, if it's 45 to 60 days for you to get your card, that's not sustainable. So now this is, again, something that the state would have to do if you wanted to sustain the current fees, and that would be expediting the registration system and even allowing out-of-state patients to get certification cards same day. But that is not the auspice of this council. This is up to the state of Nevada. So these are some of the things I wanted to pose here, because it seems that the community impact is a big worry. If you call the Pima County Sheriff's Department, if you call the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department and say, you guys have had, since December 2012, the first dispensary to now, 85 dispensaries open, what has been the impact? They'll say not much. You can ask them yourself. But that is one of the things I'm trying to drive at, is what is it that drove some of these fees? And could there be a staggered system where year one it's X, and maybe by year 4 or year 3 it gets to 75,000? So those are some of the things I wanted to pose.
Thank you. Our staff has been down to Phoenix, so I just want you to know that.
Okay.
But your points are well taken. Keep in mind, this is day one. This is day one. And we are under the restrictions of the state. And so those are points well taken, and we certainly, I know staff has heard them, and we have record of it, and we appreciate your coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jorge Lumayach Reyes. How you doing?
How are you?
I appreciate that we're in flux and you're going to be changing things, so I'm just going to say my points and get to them, because I know you guys are going to work on it. To speak a little bit to Councilman Coffin, the licensing, the way it is, and you guys were bouncing, I mean, it was Mr. Barlow, he said that he was going to put 8,000.
Speaking to this microphone here, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, because it's too low.
Oh, he can just pull it forward. If you pull up on the center one like this and then lean into it, you're good.
Okay.
But you have to lean over, unfortunately, because you're so tall.
Thank you. That you propose those increments and everything, I understand that. But if you're going to keep the patients really in mind and profit, remember that the people that you brought in, as Councilman Coffin said, that they're going to re-look at and everything, not to talk with blanket statements, but the people that you brought in will only pass those costs to them, to the patient. You got to keep that in mind. So if you add the 8%, then the 8%, then, you know what the other gentleman said, that, put a tax between this and this process going from the grow to the dispensary, that's all going to get done. So if this guy says, this gentleman said 375, it's going to be more than that. And that's when you're going to keep the other businesses that are here under the line and under the gray area. Just wanted to tell you.
Unfortunately, that is probably true. Much like gasoline, as prices change all over the place, passes right on to all of us. With everything.
And it's
what
not
we
gonna
pay
help.
for pills, period, and the prescriptions that we have skyrocket.
The point is that the patient is still going to be suffering.
Right.
At the end of the deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, Jim DiFiore. At recommending committee meeting on Monday, a gentleman got up and stated that there is a company that he deals with that can write the bond for $500,000. I still have some concern about that, and our insurance agent is still pursuing a bonding company that will do that, and so far we have not been successful. The bond of $500,000, if we can't get that to be written to comply, then we don't have a complete application. We cannot submit. The Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.02060 states that licenses under this chapter may also be conditioned upon the licensee posting a bond in an amount determined by the director to be reasonably appropriate to guarantee the performance or fulfillment of all conditions and compliance with all restrictions imposed upon the licensee, applicants, or its principals. My suggestion here is to lower the bond to make it more affordable for each of the facilities that are going to be required to post a bond, and then at your annual review or your review every 2 years, be able to determine based upon performance of that licensee what the bond should be. And it's already, the mechanism is already written in your code. On the business license fees, I echo some of the comments made by the previous individuals. The business impact statement essentially included an enforcement cost of $600,000. If you take 12 facilities for dispensaries and divide that by the $600,000, you get $50,000 per facility. So that leaves the $25,000 additionally as to where that money is going to and how it's going to be used. The initial application fee is $5,000. The renewal fee is another $1,000. So the administrative cost should be absorbed by those fees itself. Now, I know there was some discussion, quite a bit of discussion about the percentage of gross. And the state law under 354-5989, I just realized this morning, it says a local government may not increase any fee for a business license which is calculated as a fraction or percentage of the gross revenue of the business of its total revenues, for such fees have increased during the preceding fiscal year by more than the increase in the consumer price index during that preceding calendar year. Now, I don't know if this was taken into consideration when the city staff was determining what the gross fees were, but I think it should be looked at to see if there is any conflict or violation of that particular provision of the law. The other suggestion I have is based upon that discussion. Is there a chance or a possibility that the City Council could move forward with all of the other provisions proposed in the licensing bill and approve those or discuss and approve those today and come back in 2 weeks with a discussion on the fees? I know we would like to see a standardization in fees across the board between the county, North Las Vegas, Henderson, and the city, and I'm just concerned that the city is going to move forward and the county and the others are going to have inconsistent fees throughout the valley. So maybe there's an opportunity to come back on the fees and as Betsy said, have a proposed budget so that the city could at least look at fees throughout the valley and make sure that we're consistent with each other.
Well, and there might be different expenses in each municipality, which might cause the fees to need to be adjusted. So that's something that our staff will be looking at. I mean, certainly if you have 5 employees and you only have 1 in some other jurisdiction, you've got to cover the cost of the 5. So I don't think the differential is going to be that unbearable, and gives the client, the customer, a chance to go into different venues to purchase. So it's something we've certainly heard it and certainly will be taken under consideration. But you talk about the expense of continuing the operation as part of that cost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brooks Randall, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm an attorney in California who advises numerous dispensaries. One of the things that we have found to be very important is pricing. All dispensaries in California are in a gray area. There's no real regulation. That means that there's many of them, and they do compete, and price is very, very an important consideration of the consumer. You are putting together a medical marijuana law, and you should be very concerned about pricing. You have capital costs, as a prior individual pointed out. You have taxes from the state. You have very significant fees, and you're talking about gross receipts, taxes, which will price these dispensaries out of existence. The black market will take care of most people if you impose 24% cost on the individual from 8% from a grow, 8% from a production facility, 8% more at that time. Anything above about 20% over the black market, we've found people go right back to the black market. So if your intent is to control this industry and to provide medical marijuana, I urge you to stay very close to your current fees. They're high, but probably doable. If you take your 4% and make that 8 or 24% because you're going to tax it multiple times, you will be so far out of the picture, I will honestly predict, you'll either have to come back and revise your law very, very quickly, or most of these dispensaries won't be dispensing much medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Southern California?
Yes. Los Angeles area, San Diego.
Thank you.
I work with approximately 24 different dispensaries.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Destiny Hooper. I'm here with the MMJ Cause Las Vegas. Our mission is to advocate for patients over profit. Unfortunately, this legislation has put profit over patient, and it is unethical, and we will resist it. My first question is whether we live in a democratic republic or a plutocracy. I will answer this question by the licensing requirements. The restrictions that you have $250,000 in liquid assets with additional licensing, background check, and applications fees. You have attempted to make this industry an elitist composition of millionaires. This legislation and its number of capitalists involved is creating monopolies. Where have patients' interests been incorporated in the Senate bill? How many city council members know the difference between indica sativas and hybrids? We're having individuals dictate patients' rights that have no competence in the field of medical marijuana. Claiming that there are restrictions on how much each patient can medicate completely neglects all medical understanding. Body size, tolerance, all those are not even considered. Let me tell you what you are doing. Creating an industry that will correlate with the flux in the black market. Logically follow your legislation. Nevada State issued state cards before patients had access to medical marijuana in terms legally. You created the mess, we have to clean it up. If you can only have one caregiver and there's no deliveries to deliver to you, how would you possibly access your medication? You said have a friend pick it up, but you can only necessarily have one friend. And if your caregiver is someone out of town, you have no way to get your medication. The patients have completely been neglected in this legislation. Saying you could only change your dispensary once completely just bypasses all type of free enterprise. It's like free enterprise just for billionaires. It's unfair.
Thank you. And keep in mind, legislature. I think Councilman Beer's comment was very wise. Got to start at the top up there.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, City Councilman, good afternoon. My name is...
Oh. Sorry,
No
please.
problem. Good afternoon. My name is Harrison Gill. I just wanted to say that I am strongly in support of the changes proposed by staff. I think that they did a great job, and allowing deliveries to Nevada residents as well as approval for advertising as opposed to blanket bans on certain medium are both very well-reasoned compromises that serve, patients, businesses, and the public interest as a whole. There are a couple points that I could use some clarification on. For the taxes being devoted to drug resistance education and research, this might just be me, but I think that I fully support the intent of that provision. I think that it might need to be worded differently because, in my mind, funding drug resistance education is about teaching people the dangers of antibiotic-resistant bacteria. So it might just need a little tweak in the wording. And I have a point that I would like clarified, if possible, Ms. Dettelstein. You said that the City Council might be reviewing these applications sometime in the fall, whereas the state deadline that I believe requires local jurisdiction land use approval needs to happen on August 18th at the latest. So I'm wondering if there is going to be a pre-approved land use section and then the ultimate business license approval, or if that is going to, how that process is going to work.
Ms. Dettelstein, can you, or Mr.
I'll let Mr.
Fagg,
Fagg start on the land use approval.
In terms of the land use approval, in our discussions with the state, they haven't said that they have to have a special use permit approved in order to apply to the state. However, what we have proposed, if this ordinance is passed today, that we will be able to do a cursory review that shows that the application meets our zoning requirements in terms of the proper zoning district and also meets the required separation distance from any protected uses. So that review will be complete before these applications are forwarded to the state.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Clarification?
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any idea when that cursory approval may be required, or?
It's completely dependent upon the action today.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I might add the staff's response and clarification. It was proposed by Councilman Coffin most of these recommendations, and it's not necessarily the staff's recommendation to follow it. What they have done is given us a service of including the recommendations that have been made, just as we've been listening to the public with their recommendations too. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I
Yes.
have a question. Well, we haven't gotten quite to this point yet, but I was thinking about just putting it out to the council, because one of Mr. Gale's requests is we haven't defined when we're going to make all our moves. I don't anticipate asking the council, and I hope no one on the council anticipates doing what the county is doing right now, which is going through all of this, microscopically examining every application first, in essence, a pre-qualifying, then a final qualifying, and then submitting just 18 names on dispensaries to the state. I mean, that's just hardly workable at all, and we don't even have the manpower for barely doing what we're doing. So that kind of, in a way, gets to you. Cursory review, exactly as our staff had said, and I think we should send all the good people up to the state, because there'll be a lot more than 12 qualified as far as dispensaries. But that kind of anticipates somebody's question that I knew was going to come if it hadn't already come. Thanks for the credit on anything that they like, and anything they don't like, it's the staff's fault.
And Ms. Duddleston, please respond.
Your Honor, these regulations do not anticipate any number of how many the City Council might or might not approve in any category.
Thank you.
We don't speak to it at all. It goes through the process.
Okay, who's next? I missed. Who was first?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Derek Cole for Capstone Brokerage Risk Management Services. I spoke on Monday to the other gentleman there.
You're the 500,000.
Yes.
Where are you?
Really quick, on the risk management and on the surety side, we absolutely agree that the $500,000 surety bond is very doable. We know that the carriers we're using are working in other states that medical marijuana is approved and at a lot higher surety requirements like Connecticut and Illinois. On the risk management side, the insurance for the seed to the sale, it will all be covered, and that's all ready to go. But the surety side, which most people have problems with the right financials that they have and set in place, the surety bond won't be a problem at all.
Thank you.
Okay,
Glad
thank
you came today. Thank you. Sir.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, my name's Eddie Hooper.
Cooper?
Hooper.
Hooper.
Yes.
Thank you.
I own a collective here in Las Vegas. We've had over 6,000 reviews at a 5.0. This is messed up. That's all I can say. You guys are wrong. You guys are wrong. Okay? Patients, I don't know what to say. You know, I got cancer patients. I'm diabetic. All you guys want is money. That's all I hear is money. It's sickening. It's completely sickening. Okay? I represent 5,000 patients that I have. Okay? I got to speak for them. I don't want to be here. Okay? They need their medicine. You know, you're not taking in the fact, you know, some patients want medicine organically. Okay? No matter what we do in Nevada, we're not going to have a true organic med. It doesn't grow here. It grows in California, all up and down the coast. You know, it hurts me. You know, I sit here, look at all you guys, you know, $250,000, $1 million, you guys just throwing money around like it's, what? Not everybody has money. You know, my patients always are asking for discounts. You guys are driving the cost up. It's sickening. It really is. Sit here, look at everybody sitting up here. Nobody cares about a patient. Not one individual up there does. I don't know what to say to you guys. You know, you guys are elected officials all the way up to President Obama. Okay? At least he finally had the guts to say he medicated. He said it. Okay? It's not as bad. I'm sitting here listening to people saying, oh, I'm sorry, I disagree with you 100%. It doesn't affect your brain. Been using cannabis since I'm 13 years old. I'm a very educated individual. Okay? It doesn't affect your brain like you say. I got people making decisions for my life and my health that don't even have a concept. Not unless you guys are going to be brave enough, and if you medicate it or medicated with marijuana, then say so. If not, you shouldn't be making the rights for us patients. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for coming forward.
Your Honor.
Anyone else?
Your Honor, I was going to ask Mr. Hooper if he services 5,000
Look, can we just go through the public hearing,
clients
Councilman, please?
in this area?
To be honest with you, I'm here, I'm in California, and I'm in Arizona.
Oh, okay.
I have at least 14,000 patients.
Because you could have been organizing a co-op over the last year since the legislation was passed, so that it would have been easy.
We have a collective. We do have a collective. I operate as a nonprofit organization.
Well, you didn't hear my talking about an hour ago about this problem. That is, I'm really upset that we did not have a collective approach us at all.
How can you? You're unapproachable. I don't have $250,000 in liquid assets.
Okay. You don't.
I mean, that's the truth of the matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
500 people.
Okay, please go ahead,
Good
state
morning.
your name.
Good morning, Andre Rhodes.
Hi.
I've come at this a different way also. About 2 years ago, I had 2 different family members get hit with cancer, and my one was up in California, and my mom partially disabled in fire and a bunch of other stuff. So she had been taking tons of pain pills, got a back injury, couldn't do surgery. Then they turned around, and so she was taking probably about 4 or 5 Oxycontin a day. My cousin said, hey, why don't you try this? I'm from here. I work for the city. Don't drink, don't do any of that. And I'm just like, you're crazy. I'm not. Well, then he approached me again and said, well, have her take this chocolate. Between November, December of last year to this day, no Oxycontin at all.
Wonderful.
And she's only been on 1 candy bar. So I researched it. I started researching it back then, probably September of last year. And I hear people talking about the money. What I did was I went and found a few friends. I'm blessed enough to have friends that have a little money, and I created a little group. And we also went out and we researched it ourselves, Arizona, California, all over. And the only thing I have to say is I think that you guys have done a good job. People don't understand that this isn't just, boom, here it is. There is a dark side of this that you people have to stand up and protect the citizens. So I think you've done a good job. I've watched it the whole time, and you've done an excellent job. The only thing that I'm looking at this is people keep talking about the caring and wanting to protect. In California, when we went up there was a couple dispensaries that had programs that if somebody couldn't afford it, right now the government, I believe, is doing a veterans survey or study on it, but there's a lot of people that can't afford it. And the part of it, F1, that says you cannot give any product away is big in that. I'm not saying you shouldn't regulate it. I mean, if you're going to give it to somebody, you better make sure, A, they really need it, B, they really can't afford it, and the city can regulate it like that. And that's all. Thank you very much, you guys.
Thank you. Good point.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. Name is Timothy Eliado for the record. I would just like to basically make a few comments, and starting off, I am really excited with the new changes. And also I would like to add on, as I'm sitting here listening to patients and the advocates coming up and talking about how unfortunately profit has been being put in over patients. I mean, there's a point to it, but unfortunately there is a solution as well. Right now, as we speak, in Washington, Seattle, they have a very good system that is really going on, that is helping, just like we had a gentleman here a few minutes ago just explaining. Why shouldn't we give out free samples? This is Las Vegas. This is going to be the medical cannabis tourism city. I personally been and still go to Colorado for my condition, but I'm always back here because I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I cannot stay out in the cold. I can't be up in those hills. And a lot of patients are just like me. When they come, which there's a new name for it, which is medical refugee, it would only be reasonable for the city to accept, these patients with love and care, and be able to assist them with, specific strains that they may have researched that brought them to Las Vegas to begin with. Another point I would like to make also is it's very important for basically this industry to also have lots of labs to be able to test our medicine and basically test our genetics as, different strands are being basically popping up each and every single day. It is the backbone of this industry. If we don't have enough testing and enough people stepping up to apply for testing, it doesn't show that there's compassionate or anything but profit-driven in what I'm seeing. So they could come here and talk about, it's unfortunate that, it's this amount, but it's unfortunately too, as a patient, I'm looking at it, I'm seeing them also doing the same thing. Everyone is profit-driven, either way. What we need as a patient, as us a group, as a community, is a collective garden system in which you can have the business system basically does what it does to basically keep the system running and, basically help patients that could not be able to, grow for themselves or be a part of a collective garden system. But imagine this. You have HIV patients all over, and if they were to come, to Vegas, wouldn't it be nice if we have a community that would welcome them and we would all just share our genetics and strains with, and not, should in case they can't afford it, we'll just be able to still basically benefit from the same quality meds, because it all comes down to one thing: it's quality medication. Dispensaries will operate however they want to operate as a business. At the end of the day, this is medical. Medical means we need our medical medication in the best quality possible. So please asking for that to be looked at. We need more labs, and we need more caring applicants also who really truly say they are for the patients. Also, item number 6.95-150, section C number 3 again. I was born and raised in Ghana, West Africa. Please, women, breastfeed. It's not poisonous. Please allow women to be able to use cannabis because cannabinoids are in the breast. Anyone that has been breastfeeded in this room, unfortunately, has cannabis in their system. Please allow this. It's unfair, and I don't know what else to say. Please, it's human. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Thank you
Timothy,
for your comments.
Your Honor, if I could help Timothy out. Hey, Timothy, thanks for your
Can we
letter.
hear from everybody, Councilman, please? Let's just get through the public comment, and then we're going to go
It does not
one-on-one.
prohibit breastfeeding. That's enough, Timothy. Please
Okay.
sit down. The mayor's going to kill me. Does not prohibit it.
I
Goodbye.
might kill you, right from here. Okay, anyone else in the public, please come forward. Thank you for your comments.
Excuse me, Mr. Fredwell. Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
How are you?
I'm wonderful, thank you very much.
Good.
I've literally just been...
Name?
I should know by now. For the record, Your Honor, my name is Raymond Fletcher. I've just had an opportunity to glance over some of the changes made from the recommending committee, and I must commend you. You've come certainly a long way, and I'm proud, and hats off to the staff for all their hard work on this. They certainly deserve it, even though they were beat up a little, some justifiably so. But with your application process, I'm just coming from the county watching how they're doing their thing, and I really hope that when you put your limits on the application process, because somebody doesn't follow the rules that you set out, I hope that you don't reopen that process and let them change it after it's been submitted. You know, I've seen that going on in other government buildings and wholeheartedly disagree. I am really proud about the change in delivery. I know as a medical marijuana user, if my wheelchair goes out, I just can't get a ride unless Your Honor wants to give me one. But, you know, I think as we're moving forward on this, we need to make sure that we crack down on these illegal delivery services, because if we're going to do something, we need to do it right. You know, and this is our community. And you know, as some people say, they want us to be the Amsterdam of the West. My goal is just to make sure patients have access to their medication, and that's all that matters. I continue to offer my support to you, my assistance, should you choose to accept that. And the only thing I disagree with is the fee increase, because Marla McDade Williams did an interview, and she's stating that applicants need to apply to the state. So I'm hoping that you get a chance to watch that interview, what she said about the application process, so we don't have any uncertainty that we're seeing at the county with their process moving forward and moving along. And with that, I'm done, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Anyone else? I'm going to close the public hearing. Then I want you all to know we appreciate your coming down, making your comments. We are starting something brand new in this city. I cannot tell you enough that for those of you who think this is a profit motive effort on our part, you couldn't be further from the truth. From the very first that this came to the city, all of us talked about quality control and consistency in the quality control product that anybody would get to use. The profit motive comes from those who see to the future and probably are looking at recreational marijuana and the growth and the dollars that are going to be there. What we are about is serving our community and not doing it haphazardly, but doing it with proper care and slowly and starting in a smaller way so that we can add and add wisely to this. We do want to be leadership, and we do want every patient to have a consistent quality where, in fact, they can be guaranteed, if in fact it comes from the city of Las Vegas, you can be guaranteed you have something that's of quality. We do have to pay, however, for anything the city's involved in. This is not a freebie. We have to be able to cover our expenses in doing what we do. For those of you who have come in with some very, very strong and good ideas, I can tell you Rome was not built in a day. This city is not going to go forward haphazardly. We have a phenomenal staff. You've all praised them, how carefully they've gone through the process, how many open meetings we've had. We hear all your input. We want to deliver quality, and we want to be able to give it to the patients. This is not about a profit motive, but it is about covering the expenses that we need to have to get through the different processes. Were it my way, all the growing would be in North Las Vegas in the Northwest, the production would be in the same site, and the inspection would be there. It would be in one confined area where everything coming out, you know exactly, like the FDA would say, what you are getting in this, or this, or this, everything, so that the patient would be well served. That's our care, is the patient. So don't talk about the profit motive to us unless you want the hair on our necks to go up. We live here. This is our community. We have been given the permission by the legislature to move forward. We know it's a felony. It's a Schedule I. And in another year and a half, we're going to have some new leadership in this country. And whether you like it or not, it may change everything with which we're dealing. But right now, we're trying to do the same thing and the right thing for the patients, for strictly medical marijuana. For those of you who are saying patient over profit, we couldn't agree with you more. But I guarantee you out there is profit over patient. So as we move forward, these recommendations or these items that have been given to you for us to consider were part of the processes that were coming in through staff to make sure that we know what some recommendations might be. If in fact you're in favor of one of them and this council doesn't abide by that recommendation or that annotation, it doesn't mean it won't happen in time. What we're trying to do is do it right. And so knowing that most of the recommendations that are here for us to consider, and we're going to take them one at a time, but we have had public hearing. And so unless there's something highly unusual that we want some input, it's closed, but we're going to start with Mayor Pro Tem, who already has something to say.
And I do as well, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to commend Ms. Duddleson and Mr. Fagg. I think you guys have done a really good job in an area that you had no idea you were going to be doing a year ago. So, and this proposal that you come up with is, I think you've spent a lot of time on it. It's based on state law. It's based on trying to match what the county's doing. I know it's based on some of the things that are happening in other communities that you took into consideration. There's been plenty of town hall meetings. I know you've listened to the public when you put this together. So I think your original document is in great shape to move this this medical marijuana forward. And I'm not going to support any changes to it. I think this is a great start. If changes need to be made in the future, there probably will be, but I think it needs to be based on articulate reasons that come up in the future when these regulations are implemented. So I'm going to support the proposal that you came up with eventually, but not any proposed changes that have been made by other councilmen. Thank you.
Now, as you, therefore, but what I'm intending, and as Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like your input, I was going to go ahead and start with one item at a time. And going to ask Ms. Duddleston, and again, thank you so much. You and your staff have been fabulous, to be at the microphone for us, and not yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
As soon as we have comments here, but if it's all right to take them, not in a lump, but take them one at a time?
You can take them one at a time, and I'll be voting no,
Okay.
and I'll be giving my reasons
Okay.
when I can on why I'm voting no.
Okay. And Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And I appreciate, I echo Ms. Duddleston, your staff, and Mr. Fagg's staff, what the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem have already indicated in regards to the amount of work. And Ms. Duddleston, I worry about your mental health. You and Ms. Fretwell, as you go down this path, because everyone recognizes this is uncharted territory. Andre, you kind of framed it up and set it up. You know, we haven't done this before. This is new stuff to us. If you think we're going to open the door wide open, it isn't going to happen. We've got to do this right. I've said that from day one since the legislature, Mayor, allowed us to do this. I like the way you said that. A couple of questions for staff, and this has to do with the business part of this, Ms. Fretwell and Ms. Duddleston, to both of you, whoever wants to answer, because this is what I'm kind of getting from the prospective applicants and their principles, if you will. The $500,000 in bonding, can we talk about that for a minute in regards to what type of bonding? And I want to direct my question based on Mr. DiFiore's comment about there's only maybe one firm in town that does this. I just want to clear the air on this right away, and then I've got a few more questions. So Ms. Fretwell or Ms. Duddleston, through the mayor, of course.
Your Honor, if I might, Karen Duddleston for the record. First of all, to clarify, at the permit application stage, we are not requiring someone to have obtained this bond. Just to sign a statement that they understand that they have to hold the city harmless, they have to indemnify us and defend us against all claims and all litigation. In the language for the bond, we were trying to address two distinct issues. First of which is the advice we received from legal counsel that there is risk in issuing these licenses, in locating these businesses in our communities to the elected officials, to the city manager, the officials of the city, to the agents, and to our staff in implementing these. To what extent that risk is certainly up to everyone's interpretation, but there is risk. So there's risk of lawsuits. Some of the concerns that we've seen in other communities were issues where a facility was located and neighbors felt that their property values were going down because of odor issues that could not be corrected. Anything along those lines. Also, the state regulations, the other issue we were trying to address is the state regulations make it very clear that the businesses, not the property owner, the businesses are responsible to the state and to the local government for cleanup. So if there are issues there and the business does not clean them up and the city has to step in to do something, the state has made the business responsible. We want to make sure that if there are damages that come back to the city, that we have a mechanism in place to recover that for you. So those were the two issues that we were attempting to address. We did meet with several folks from the community. We've been provided with at least 4 that have come forward to us and offered to put them on our website that said that they write these in other states. We did do a survey of other states and what bonding they require of you, and some of the other states are higher than this. Some communities are lower, but we tried to go with a conservative approach. That amount is certainly up for your consideration. It's what do you feel is the risk to the city, and what would your concerns be in those 2 areas?
And I think that's significant, Mayor and Council, that we get that on the record as to why that is being recommended. And Ms. Dedelson, I was going to ask you too, have you reached out to other communities in regards to what they've done, certainly in regards to their licensing fees as well? Are we comparable? Well, let me back up. Let's go back to those 4 firms that have already indicated they would bond at this level for this use. Is this a surety bond we're talking about?
Yes, looking for the exact.
Just want to clarify.
Yes.
Ms. Fretwell?
Councilman, there's a surety bond, and then there's a licensing bond.
Okay.
Correct.
So the licensing bond is a small one, and then the surety bond is the larger one that protects the 2 categories that Ms. Dedelson described for you.
Okay, and I think that's significant we get that out, and I appreciate your response. Should the risk profile change in time, we can certainly make the necessary adjustments. I mean, it is still federally illegal, and I think that's the big question mark looming over a lot of heads, is the federal legalities with marijuana to begin with. So I think it's just important we get that out in the...
If I might add to
Please.
that, and I do think this is something that should be added, that the City of Las Vegas, City Council and Mayor understand that marijuana and all parts, processing, derivatives, everything, is a Schedule I substance, and therefore any doing anything with it is a felony, and that we are acting under the aegis of our state legislature, who is acting under the permission of the President of the United States and Eric Holder, the Attorney General. And therefore, then we are proceeding down, so that we are protecting ourselves. We understand that any part of this is a felony before we go into everything else. I think it should be documented properly from Mr. Steed, Mr. Jerbick. I don't know if he's here, but he is here. That we have some type of clarification in there that this City Council and the Mayor understand that this is a Schedule I substance, and anything to do with it is a felony, and so we're protected because of the permission of Eric Holder and the President of the United States allowing the states to go ahead and proceed through their legislature. And then everything else follows.
Thank you,
But I want to make sure we're covered.
Councilman, maybe just to respond to your issue about the risk thing, as we've mentioned all along, we've started with what we consider a very conservative or conservative approach, I guess, depending on your perspective. It's always easier to moderate from that position than it is to enhance. So we've started with a very conservative position, and as we become more aware of how this industry will work, the risk profile, as you mentioned, then that may make us want to reevaluate what we're saying at this point. But right now, we're starting in a very conservative place because there are a lot of unknowns.
And Mayor, through you, that's where my line of questioning is how did we get to where we are with the bonding, the fees, the license, because as I look at the matrix of what the other local governments have done or are doing, I get the feeling they're just holding their breath waiting to see what we're going to do. And I think that's significant that I point that out. We are taking a different approach than certainly Clark County, and it's already been mentioned several times.
We want to be a leader, though.
Well, we don't mind being the leader in this community, and I'm not saying that to hurt our other local jurisdictions governing boards, but We are the largest city. We just need to do this the right way. Concern I have is, number one, I've always requested, and I've asked the other local governments as well, because we work very closely with them, that it's a streamlined process across the board. Everybody's doing the same thing. That's what is very important to me, because this is a regional issue, just not a City of Las Vegas or Clark County or North Las Vegas or Henderson issue. This is a regional issue, and it should be transparent and the same across the board, in my opinion. That being said, my questioning back to Ms. Duddleton. Ms. Duddleton, you did research, I know you have, because your staff's done a phenomenal job on checking into other jurisdictions' licensing fees, how they've created those, why they created those. There's got to be data also on the amount of revenue that's been generated from dispensaries. I'm less concerned about the grow facilities and the manufacturing facilities than I am the dispensaries, because I think that's where the big dollar bill comes from in regards to tax and revenue generation. That being said, are we comparable to communities in Colorado, California, Washington? I mean, I'm asking because I don't know, and you may not have the answers for me.
I do have those answers if I can just find them while I'm speaking here. We did do a fee study. We did look at medical marijuana fees across the nation. A lot of times there's a lot of different factors. We have a lot of cities that have a local sales tax that have in addition to that local sales tax. So Oakland, for example, for dispensaries is $60,000 flat fee plus 8%.
Per year?
Per year. You'll find Denver, I think they have a local sales tax. They also have, I think it was 2.62% for medical marijuana. We also found differences in different states in how involved government is in those. A lot of those are not-for-profit systems. This system has been set up as a for-profit system. So, for example, in just looking at the number of cards that we have, that the state gave us in March, there was about 1,360 cards, I believe, in the city of Las Vegas. Looking at the average prices of marijuana in Colorado, for example, and in Arizona, if every card holder purchased their 2.5 ounces at an average of about $300 for that, the industry in Las Vegas at the dispensary level, that revenue would be, I think through all of it, would be about $40 million is what it would come out to.
Annually?
Annually. That's just based on that calculation. We do not know how those cards quite might grow. We've asked that question of the state. What type of growth do they anticipate? They certainly anticipate a lot of growth. They also anticipate the out-of-state cards. How much, they have not been able to really give us data on. But we found fees, to answer your question, across the states between 2% and 10%. For medical marijuana.
Okay, and I think that's significant that we note that and it gets on the public record and the public hears that.
Could I ask one question?
Yes, oh, please, ma'am.
If I might, where is this as a nonprofit? Where's this marijuana operated? What state has a nonprofit medical marijuana?
What? State your, Mayor, what did you say again?
Where is it a nonprofit enterprise industry?
Well,
Not for profit.
It
This
could
is
be here.
particularly just to go ahead, grow and produce, inspect and deliver to the patient at a nonprofit level.
I can answer that. Nevada law permits that now. The new law permits it. That's why I'm bemoaning the fact that we don't have a grower and user-owned cooperative applying yet. And of course, there is a problem with the liquid capital requirement. There you go there.
But there's no state that is just totally nonprofit for medical marijuana?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay, Mayor, thank you very much for that. Ms. Duddleton, we're going to be, as the mayor goes line by line through this shortly when we decide on how we're going to vote on these changes. One thing that stuck out in my mind is the review of the licenses that Councilman Coffin is concerned about, at least annually, and I'm not that concerned about the first year because it's going to take quite some time to get up and running. I do voice and carry his same concern with, opening the door for bad business people to allow them into the door and regulating that. But I'm confident that should the state in a year after they're licensed find some irregularities or abnormalities with the way they operate, they would certainly let us know that. My question to you, and because this has to do with the fees, the licensing fees, your manpower, and your team's ability to regulate and to monitor and police this industry as we get started. And I say that because in 5 years, we might be in a totally different place, but today we're not. In 5 years, it could be totally different. Today, it's not. So stating that, Ms. Duddleton, have you done numbers, and Mr. Fagg, I don't know if you have either, on estimated manpower or what's coming out of your budgets to cover this, at least for the first 2 years? Ms. Fretwell.
I'll let Karen estimate that, and I'll just say again, I don't think that that will necessarily reflect what it's going to take from a total enforcement aspect, because there are a lot of other component parts to creating a safe environment for everyone. And until we know the entirety of the scope of the program that you may approve today, it is very difficult for us to do that. One of the things that Mr. Fagg brought up earlier is that there is a period of time where we will be at an interim point in our process should you go forward today. The state will kind of take over and do some of their activities, and then we will complete our activities as it relates to land use, entitlements, and licensing. During that period of time, we can develop a budget that we need in the short term. I know that Ms. Duddleton has come up with a plan to use her current staff to get us through this application process, to monitor the state's process. But we can certainly put together a much more robust budget if we know what your program is, and your action today tells us that.
We'll dictate that.
So my point is that I'm happy to let Karen and Flynn answer that question. Just know it's not the whole picture. It's their part of the picture, and I would prefer to bring you back a comprehensive budget once we have a better sense of whether or not we're talking about 1 or 12, which makes a difference, how much grow, how much production, all of those other questions, because that will dictate how many people we might need, if people at all. It could be a technology investment. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that we need to evaluate as we go through this based on how many people take advantage of the regulatory structure that you establish by your vote today and into the future.
Okay, and again, through the mayor, with your permission, it's too early for me to ask that question and for us to ask that question, is what you're saying. We don't know what's going to be around the corner as we proceed down this path, and the expenses. So I say that because some of the comments about, outpricing the product and not making it accessible to people that, number one, need it, number two, can't afford it, that is a big concern, I think, certainly of mine. I think we all have some degree of knowledge of how effective it is for these medical marijuana patients. That's not the issue. And it's trying to create the atmosphere and create the structure for medical marijuana use, because we know it's coming down the road, whether we like it or not, recreational. It's going to be in the 50 states before we know it, and that's just something we have to deal with. But we want to create the right structure today and do it right. And I say that because Ms. Fretwell, Ms. Duddleton, Mr. Fagg, and Mayor and council members, whatever we do today can change. And I actually anticipate it to change. As we create these regulations and these ordinances, this is a living document in my opinion, because if it's not working, we need to fix it. We need to tweak it. If it's too much of one thing, we need to take care of that. If we're outpricing the product, we need to have that addressed. If there's too much or too little enforcement, because Ms. Duddleton, something resonates in my head, something about the Department of Justice is requiring, tell us again, the Department of Justice is going to require us to do what?
Basically what they've said in their memo, they use the term robust enforcement.
Enforcement. So that, Mayor and council members, robust enforcement, what does that mean? I mean, it sounds like you better have a crack team and stay on top of this. Yeah, and the funding to enforce it. But other states and other local governments are dealing with this today. They're obviously having some kind of success. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we have those examples to make sure we do this right for the city of Las Vegas. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I find it interesting that around the corner from City Hall, pardon me, the county commission is hearing individual license applications today. How many did they get? 209? Was it 209 applications that they got when they opened up? And what I find most interesting is that they have not notified any of these people how much they're asking for. We showed ours first. North Las Vegas followed in pretty close order within a day or two with the updated chart that we have before us. And Clark County is over there listening and still hasn't said how much they're going to charge these folks. And I have to wonder if that knowledge were out, if they might not have gotten 102 instead of 209, or there might not have been some attrition in the number of applications that they take. We don't really yet have a feel for the competitive force on this, at least the government price structure. We can add this stuff up and figure out how much the government is anticipating layering on. We have to add $30,000 for the state and $5,000 for their renewal, I think. But while we were having the discussion on bonds, I did a little internet lookup, and Arizona has no requirement for bonds. Colorado's is $5,000. The bond is for $5,000, and the beneficiary is the State Department of Revenue. So I'm getting the feeling that what we have assembled here along the lines of the ordinance being as conservative as possible, on the grounds that it's much easier to rein things back later than tighten them up. I'm wondering if we're at that point with our fee structure before us as well, in that some places get 1%, some places get a huge flat fee, but maybe no place does both. I don't know, and I'm afraid we don't have much information to go on to try to figure out where we fall with the rest of the world.
Thank you. All right, we're taking our comments and we're going to move along.
Your Honor.
Councilwoman? Well, I'm going to just come right on down to you.
On that subject, Your Honor,
Okay.
maybe staff will have an answer for Bob, but when I saw that first number the first time a few months ago, I thought, gee, that's really high. Why? And they explained to me what they had discovered in their travels was that if a community has had to, I think more than one community has had to close more than one dispensary and erase it and move it for various reasons, bankruptcy or a fire or explosion. But the point was, Karen, you told me that the cost of rehabbing places could fall on the municipality if we didn't have any protection through a surety bond. It could conceivably cost, for a cleanup on some of these places, could cost a lot of money, 6 figures of some kind.
If the building official is still here, or maybe Public Works can help out. There's 2 different kinds of bonds. What we see in a lot of other communities, if you see one for a small amount, that is usually, if it's to the Department of Revenue
Yeah, so
or
we
for their
understand
taxation, that's to cover
clear.
licensing and penalties, and we have that in here. We also have the other bond that covers the city council in case there is any lawsuits or damages against you for this. In the state regulations, it simply says environmental cleanup, is that the business is responsible to the state and to the local government for any cleanup. So if that would get left to a local government to do cleanup on a place that might have closed or has impacted properties around it or something like that, we need to make sure that what we were attempting to do was to make sure we have a mechanism to recover that costs should we get sued in those instances and that fall to us.
Okay, so there was a reason for it, and I knew that it could be expensive in certain circumstances, because apparently some buildings have had to be scrubbed and or rebuilt, that interior walls have had to be replaced because of the permeation by the vapors and the other agents that float around, that some buildings are not habitable if you haven't done certain stuff. That's what you told me all, and I think that's why I decided to go ahead and follow the advice of staff on the bond. Now the question is that too much? Is $200,000 or $300,000 better than $500,000? But there's a reason for that surety bond. I think that was it.
Your Honor, if I might, that is correct. We talked with several local governments in California that have ended up in some situations with neighborhoods with warehouses that have been used particularly for cultivation. where internal walls weren't used, and the actual building eventually had to be brought down because it could not be rehabbed for another purpose. And that was a concern that we hear from a lot of local governments. We were recently in Denver and asked them what their largest complaint was for their licensing and their code enforcement, and it was those odor issues in buildings and surrounding properties.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
If through you, if I may.
Yes, please.
And Denver was one of the cities that added on a bond above the state's requirement, the state 5 to the Division of Revenue, and then the city of Denver has another 20 for Denver. Are there other major catastrophic expenses like the cleanup you described in the dispensary arena? I can see the grow piece. I think that's the part that has the smell, is the grow operation. Maybe the conversion of plants to other things as well?
I think you'll find those in, the issues would primarily be in cultivation, odor issues, and building issues, cultivation, and in production.
Because one of the things that we have not yet come back and addressed from our action 2 weeks ago, because we wanted to hear from the fire department, was the use of combustible solvents. I think was the term that we used in the land use ordinance. In those cases, it sounds like obviously they can catch fire and explode since they're combustible solvents, and so you've got. But I wonder if, as we proceed down this path, if we want to limit the bond requirement to production and perhaps extraction. I don't know, just as a thought. I'd still like to trim some of the overhead that we're laying on off in deference to the fact that this is medical. We want to try to keep the price of the end product as low as we can.
If I may, Mayor, just weigh in really quickly. You may want to also hear from the city attorney regarding the other level of risk, because what Ms. Duddleston has described as the environmental risk, there's also, other risk given the legal climate in which we're operating. And some of those surety bonds would also protect you and your officers and your agents through that surety bond, which would exceed the exposure on the environmental front, which would probably extend to the dispensaries. So I just bring that up because I don't want that point lost on the conversation as you describe where you feel a bond is appropriate and to what degree you feel it ought to be funded. And just for point of clarification, sometimes the level of bonding gets a little bit confusing. People don't necessarily know what it means monetarily. So this is what I've been told by people like Mr. Karcher and others, is that based on the bonding amount, they basically check the credit of the company that is asking for the bonding coverage. And depending on their level of credit, that bond could cost 1% to 3%. So if you're talking about a $500,000 bond, you're talking, $5,000 to $15,000 once. So in light of what we're discussing, I wanted to make sure that everybody was able to kind of put a number with the amounts. It's a 1% to 3% cash, or cash equivalent, I guess, to ensure that you could get that bond at that level.
Your Honor, if I may also get in this trialogue here.
Okay.
Is it possible that we could be, is there a mechanism whereby we could be named additional insureds?
We are already. We are.
Well, this is, it looks to me like we were setting up for our own bond. Boy, did I miss something, Your Honor? Because I think
No, I think we.
some of these, if I was a stockholder, for example, I'd want 3 or 4 million or 10 million on these, and I don't know where we could sit in there. But if we were made an additional insured on policies they already have, would that be a way to help cut the cost to these people?
Wasn't it, Ms. Duddleston, you read me something through the state of the insurance?
On the insurance, they are required to make us additional insured on their insurance. This is a surety bond that is required. We found those bonds anywhere from $25,000, not just the licensing fee ones, but for indemnification, up to, I believe it was Illinois, that is $2 million. So we found a wide range of those.
I think from my reading up here, Illinois is one of 3 bills that have been proposed. None have passed. The $2 million, and there's a $5,000 bond in the second bill, and the third bill has no bond at all, if we're talking the same stuff.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are we ready to move forward and take these one by one? Okay, I see Mr. Fagg saying yes. All right, so we will start. I'm going to let you read the item and what has been proposed by a member or more of council, and we'll vote on each as we go. And no public comments now. We're into the meat.
The first proposed change would be to remove number 4 from the findings. The findings are on page 1. It's section 6.95.010, and it's number 4. It states law enforcement and residents of states that authorize the medical use of marijuana report, among other things, that dispensaries and the medical use of marijuana are correlated to a myriad of negative secondary effects, such as increased and violent armed robberies, burglaries, traffic noise, gang and drug activity, organized crime, and other issues related to the presence of large amounts of cash, such as money laundering and firearms violations, and the underreporting of crimes committed at medical marijuana establishments, the creation of opportunities for the diversion of marijuana for medical use into illegal use, increased poisoning, structural fires and mold growth, and decreased quality of life, and disregard for environmental standards. And the proposal is to remove it.
Okay, so that is the first consideration, and does anybody want to make any comment on this? Yes, there we are, shaking his head.
Thank you, Mayor.
That's you, you're the head shaker.
Just question, why would we remove that? I mean, what relevance does that have to anything?
May I answer that then?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Councilman Ross. Yes, all of this is a predicate of some kind, and a preamble to essentially passing a bill. So if you put in a preamble that says, in essence, you will have increased robbery, negative secondary effects, burglaries, traffic, noise, drug and gang, ad nauseum, what you're saying is what you're about to vote for is exactly what's in the preamble. And I don't think you want to put your name. I wouldn't vote for it if it had that in there, because you're essentially already creating a problem in the bill you're going to vote for. You see, if you have that in there. And frankly, all these problems exist with illegal drugs, abuse of alcohol, and prescription drugs, all of those things already. So, that's why it's not only redundant, but it makes no sense to put your name on a bill that's going to produce all these things.
Okay, and this was a recommendation, I believe, of Councilman Coffins, and so Councilman Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think this needs to be taken out because it's actually an accurate statement. The key word is their correlation, and you look throughout the country, it doesn't say that it will happen, but there is a correlation between implementing medical marijuana and all the things that are happening there. And I'll give you a couple of examples and why. And it's the reason why this document is 27 pages long and why there's so many regulations. According to the Law Enforcement Council of Washington County, Oregon, made up of police chiefs and district attorneys, the Law Enforcement Council opposes the establishment of medical marijuana in the city and county limits of Washington County. Marijuana use is a serious public health concern, has negative implications for the welfare of our community. We believe it will harm the general welfare of our community because of significant potential to increase marijuana use among our youth, place a high burden on emergency room care, drug treatment, other health care systems, an increase in marijuana-related exposures, and increase illegal interstate drug trafficking. Marijuana impairment doubles the risk of deadly traffic crashes and is a major causal factor in high school dropouts. Medical marijuana dispensaries are harmful to the surrounding community and its residents and constitutes a public nuisance contrary to our community values, which we support in Washington County. And these are law enforcement officials who are right in the middle of this stuff. And then
Mayor Pro Tem, does that say medical marijuana?
Yes, medical marijuana.
Not just marijuana.
It's all. This was a direct quote. Okay. And then, according to The California Police Chiefs Association Task Force on Marijuana Dispensaries, they created a white paper. According to the white paper, storefront marijuana businesses are prey for criminals and create easily identifiable victims. The people growing marijuana are employing illegal means to protect their valuable cash crops. Many distributing marijuana are hardened criminals. Several are members of criminal street gangs and recognized organized crime syndicates, while others distributing marijuana to the businesses are perfect targets for thieves and robberies, and it goes on and on. So let's not fool ourselves. This is going to cause an impact on our community, and number 4 needs to stay there because it shows why we are paying close attention to regulating this industry.
If I might, Ms. Duddleston, to ask you a question. I notice under 6.95010, these are called findings. Now, are these the same findings that the state has? Are these our own findings? And if in fact they're just ours, what was the criteria for selection of these findings?
In working with our legal counsel, we tried to set the basis for why you would have regulations, why it would be a privileged license, what concerns you were having on how this industry might affect your community. So what we were simply trying to do in this finding was report what other communities have stated, what other communities have reported. There's several reports on medical marijuana and some of these correlations. It makes no difference in the regulations and our implementation of the regulations. What we were advised to do was to make sure that in our findings we had the federal issue, the state law, and what was required of the state law, that we outlined clearly the requirements for the public health, the safety, and the general welfare of the community, that was your concerns, and tried to detail some of those concerns. That was our only purpose.
Thank you very much. And
Your Honor?
clarification, yes. Councilman Cobb.
Thank you very much. Well, with all due respect to my colleague from Ward 4, I still feel like since he has vowed to defeat the bill and has vowed not to support it in any way, I suppose this would buttress his argument that he leaves it in, and I think it's a mistake to do that. I truly do. You know, if you're going to help get a bill through and do the best way you can, this is not the way to do it. If you want to defeat a bill, you leave in poison pills like this kind of language. And so to support that would be, in essence, to really put a gun to our own heads and say, this is just what we voted for. I really think it's a mistake to leave it in. I frankly think it's a political mistake, and I think it's a legal mistake because it's a way overstating this. We've got anecdotal information from the councilman. I think this is, you know, I think it's bad dreams expected to happen.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and call for the question here.
I would move that we remove the finding.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yeah, there's a motion been made to remove the finding by Councilman Beers. Do you still want to make a comment, Councilman?
I do.
Okay, please.
Thank you. The question that I have for Karen, and not really to put you on the spot, but you are on the spot, what difference does it make if this section 4 of 6.95.010 is in or out? Does it really make a difference as it relates to this ordinance moving forward?
May I make a quick suggestion, Councilman? The way ordinances are constructed, we rely very heavily on our legal counsel, and a lot of these statements, preambles, are kind of the rationale for the legislation. I think it would be really helpful to have Val weigh in on how important this section is.
Well, that's
versus
fine.
staff making that.
I'll redirect my question to legal. What true weight is there in item number 4 of the findings?
All of the findings are designed to help support the bill if it's challenged. I think the finding in number 4 is not a finding that the city council believes that those things are problems. It's a finding that other people, law enforcement and residents in other areas, have reported that. And that supports your moving forward with either a strict prohibition, which you're not doing, or a regulation, which you are doing. If you were to allow it freely by ordinance with no restrictions, you wouldn't need such a finding because you're not trying to justify your move forward. But here you are trying to justify at a future date, possibly in court, whether or not there's a basis for the regulation that you're imposing. And one of those is a recitation that other people have found use of medical marijuana to be a problem. You're not necessarily agreeing with that, but you're setting it forth as one of the reasons that you are proceeding. The ordinance can go forward without number 4. It's certainly in there to help make it more defensible in court.
Okay.
So, Mayor, I'm not done yet because I'm just trying to get a point. So you're saying it can go forward with it or without it?
Surely. Surely. The findings there are to help make it enforceable. They're not a requirement of any law that you make findings.
So this is just an additional leverage to help protect us moving forward?
Right. It's to help
If it were
justify
challenged.
the ordinance if it's challenged.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilwoman?
I would just like to say, I don't see what the big problem is, Councilman Coffin, to keep this in here. These are not anecdotal. We have some facts. We have some statistics. And, you know, I really applaud our staff for how far they went into data and how far they went into personal visits on these things. And when you collect data, the data's there. And some supports some of the things you believe in and some does not. And I just think this is something in there that we should be cautious. If later on we want to take it out, we can. So I agree with Councilman Ross and would vote nay.
So you vote. All right, there was a motion. Has everybody voted except for Councilman Barlow?
I'm sorry.
And please post.
If you don't mind repeating the motion so that I'm clear.
The motion is to, as on your screen here by Councilman Coffin, is to remove number 4 from this proposed business licensing regulation. It is to remove number 4 under findings 6.95.010. And so you vote yay to remove number 4 or nay to leave it in. And so everybody voted. Please post. Okay, the motion failed.
Mayor?
So, yes.
I move to move that number 4 in.
You don't need to. If it fails, it
Okay.
stays in. We move on to item now. I'm a little lost. We go to hours of operation? Or no?
Hours of operation.
Okay, do you want to explain that one more time for us? please?
Currently, the existing hours in the proposal is limited to hours of operations for dispensaries from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. That is consistent with the county and from what we understand at the staff level from Henderson, although we have not seen their regulations at this point in time. The proposal is to state, except as otherwise provided by specific condition of a license, the hours would be 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And my question to you is, if it remains as is, can we adjust that going forward later on?
You would need to change your ordinance.
Okay.
Mayor, quick
Yes,
question,
please.
just to Mr. Dawson before
I
someone
couldn't
makes a
hear
motion.
through your shoulder.
Sorry.
Do it again, please. It's like the
I'm
kids
sorry.
sneeze today like that.
Ms. Dawson, how many pharmacies in Las Vegas are open 24 hours? Any idea? I know White Cross used to
Walgreens.
be. Is Walgreens open 24 hours? Is the
One.
pharmacy actually open?
You know what, I believe there may be a couple pharmacies. The question is, we have pharmacies that have convenience stores. Is the operation open, or is the pharmacist itself dispensing medication and there? And I would have to do that survey. I know from having small children, I've had to call around and hunt to find someone open after 10 o'clock to get flu medication. But I honestly, personally, I do not know
I
if
can
they
answer
are
that
or
as
not.
having small children. Yes, there is. Cheyenne and Jones.
There is, I don't know if the Buffalo one still is, though. We were looking for medicine just 2 weeks ago, and we really desperately wanted a 24-hour and
And
couldn't
my
find
children
it.
are not under my roof anymore, so I stand corrected. I have old information.
I'm not sure,
Thank
but I
you.
think we
Do you
tried
want to
that.
make a motion?
And council members, thank you for your input. I'm having a hard time wrapping my hands around why one of these establishments would have to be open 24 hours. I honestly am. So I'm not going to be in support of this. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any more comment on this one? This
Yeah,
one, as
I
reads
probably,
here,
since I
it's
proposed it, I'd like to-
6 to 10,
Your
or
Honor.
is otherwise conditioned by city council as a condition of license.
I'd
But
just
what
like-
is currently in, it is, the existing is open 6 to 10 p.m.
I'd like to move for the language, Your Honor, if I may be recognized. May I be?
Oh, please, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to be recognized to move that we approve the change, which includes the verbiage except as otherwise provided by a specific condition of a license, for this reason, that we don't have to have, if the council doesn't want, we don't have to have 24-hour pharmacies everywhere. We don't have to have one in Ward 4 or 1-6 or Ward 2 or even any ward, but we will not realize much revenue from daylight savings, daylight sales, except from ordinary transactions. But the proprietors of these businesses have asked for 24 hours without exception because they feel that for those sales to go to people from out of state, for them to occur, they have to be available certain times. So we don't have to approve very many of these 24-hour locations when it gets down to that point. But we have to have the authority to be able to approve, for example, if we have one on Las Vegas Boulevard or we have one in the industrial area near the Strip. So we're at a competitive disadvantage to the county if we do not allow some 24 hours, and I think that language does that.
Okay, and I just want to be reassured that if in fact we vote this way, obviously you have the discretion. If in fact we stay with what's already standard, it doesn't preclude us from changing in the future to provide a couple, one or two, in a change in the ordinance. Correct?
Correct. You can always come forward with an ordinance change for any of these items.
Okay. So there is a motion, I believe you made it in a motion to accept the proposal of 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. as or is otherwise conditioned by City Council as a condition of the license. Please vote.
So the yay is what?
To go ahead and allow for what's on your screen. A nay is to vote against it and stand with what is already. All right, you got everybody? Please post. Wrong. Wait a minute, that is not what I voted. Can you go backwards? I do. I want to stay with what is and then go to this later, so I don't know what I pushed. Sorry.
Oh, gee.
Don't go away. We're re-voting. The motion was to go with the proposed 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. or is otherwise conditioned by City Council as a condition of the license. And please recast your votes. I thought I voted one way and it peeped up the other way. And please post.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Just for a point of clarity, what just happened?
I thought I had voted to sustain what we already have in place and then move for this later on as need be.
Your Honor, we don't have anything in place.
Inaccurately pushed the wrong vote, and I asked for it to withdraw mine, in which case we had to do it all over again.
I guess the confusing part for me is, what is it that we have in place today?
We have 6 to 10 p.m.
So that's the proposed.
No, that's what is. 6 to 10, what is being proposed or as otherwise conditioned by the City Council as a condition of the license to be able to go to 24 hours.
So you're saying
or
6
whatever.
a.m. to 6 p.m. is what you're looking for?
No, 6 to 10. That's what the county's doing.
6 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay, that's your motion.
No, it was his motion to accept the proposed here on your screen, on your monitor.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay,
He's
we're good.
proposing that, so if you're in favor of that, you vote yay. If you're opposed to it, you vote nay.
I got you.
And I thought I voted one way, and when I looked at it, it was not what I voted in my
Okay.
brain.
I got you.
Okay, so now, are we all in? Would you please post? Motion fails. Okay. All right, please, the next one. Now, for those of you who want delivery, and wrong, who want those hours, keep in mind we're taking small steps. This may come to pass, but right from the beginning, we've got to do it right and know what we're doing. So please, Karen, go forward.
The next proposal is concerning delivery. Right now, dispensaries are not allowed to deliver. This proposal would allow language to allow delivery to state of Nevada card holders only at residential locations.
And can I ask you, is there anything in this documentation that says what kind of delivery, by whom, under what circumstances, what the vehicle has to be, or can somebody come by bike or motorcycle? Is there anything about delivery and how in this document?
Not in this document, because we did not anticipate delivery.
Does the county have something?
No, the county has not addressed delivery at this point in time. There are in the state regulations some deliveries, some restrictions on the quantity and the logs that have to be kept for delivery. So there is nothing in our regulations that goes into detail on how we might do delivery. If you decide to accept this proposal, you might want to direct us to come up with anything that we would need in addition to what is already in the state regulations.
I would like to ask that that happens, whether if it passes, then certainly we need it, but certainly for the future, because obviously how it's going to be paid for, how do you cover that transaction that somebody's not getting, you know, they're 2 ounces here and then tonight's getting another 2 ounces because they don't have the proper processing and data control, and I would really like you to look into that regardless of whether this passes or not. What are they doing for delivery in other states and where it's successful?
Yes, Your Honor, regardless of the outcome of this motion, we can certainly do that. We also had from our legal counsel a long list of questions along those same lines that we would need to either put in policy or bring back to you at a future time. So we can do that. Either way, we will go through that
and it all has to go back to the state's database for these medical marijuana cards. There needs to be a database so you can be looking at all these pieces, which I know is sort of inherent to the delivery as
Mayor?
it is charged against something. Yes,
If I may.
please.
I do know today that there are delivery services that transport pills such as, I'll just use an example of oxycodone. And so there is a process in place now from the state, how that drug is transported, and maybe that will be, an example that we can pull from and utilize that same level of formula that those private entities use in order to transport drugs that are considered highly exposable. And so with that, I do know that there's a number of medical patients that are bedridden that could easily access it if in fact the delivery was in place. And so, I'm sorry, my throat is really acting up today, but I would be in support of a delivery system if in fact we were able to get in sync with how they transport the oxycodone today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem? Comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with your comments, Mayor. I don't want to make this, I'm not going to vote to make this change today. However, in the future, if you bring back something that looks like it can be done and there aren't any problems delivering, I may support it in the future. So I'd rather see that first before we vote on making delivery permitted. So I'll be voting against this, if there is a motion.
There will be a motion as soon as the two to my left return. So can
Could
we
I ask a
stall?
question while they're
Let's have a
gone?
question. Go for a question.
Where you're saying here, as far as that's concerned, the medical marijuana and so forth may only be transported in accordance with the requirements of this chapter, and only by a licensed medical marijuana establishment. That means a dispensary to whom we have given a license. no other person shall transport medical marijuana, so forth and so on. I just see a little bit of looseness there because we have problems in drugstores with, with medicine now and everything. On how do they determine who will follow the law or slip it off someplace else? That would be my question.
Okay. And Councilman Beers wanted to make comment?
Well, I think it's related. I think the state law, doesn't the state law have a provision for employees of dispensaries to undergo a sub-licensing process with a background investigation?
They have a resident agent card. I do not know the details, but yes, the state has a mechanism in place for employees at different levels, I believe, to have what they call an agent card to work there. Yes, and I know that they do have some dispensary language or some delivery language in their regulations. They also have logs, transportation logs, and some procedures in those state regulations.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Ross.
Yeah, I am concerned about this in regards to the chemotherapy patient or the patient that's PTSD diagnosed and cannot travel, cannot leave wherever they are. I'm actually in support of this change and would make a motion to do so, Mayor. That's my motion.
Okay. I wish Councilman Barlow would come back.
Where's the guy under the table?
Get
that guy under the desk.
Are you hiding on us, Bill? Under the counter.
Here he comes, I think. Come back. Here he's back. He's back. All right. There's a motion, Councilman Barlow, made by Councilman Beers, who's now gone. Councilman Ross, to accept the proposed delivery permitted to state and Nevada card holders only at residential location.
So that's the recommendation?
That is what Councilman Ross has moved to do.
So is that the same, Your Honor, as Councilman Ross, is that the same as the rewritten language we had?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Okay, so all in favor of accepting the proposed change, vote yea. Those opposed, vote nay. And regardless of this, when you post, please, but we're still missing Councilwoman, you will do the research.
We needed
if
a break,
it passes,
you know.
we need it anyway, but certainly if it doesn't, we need it as well. And that motion passes. Delivery will proceed to the state of Nevada card holders at residential location. Next one, please.
The next proposed change is cultivation production outside of Clark County. Currently, in what is before you, medical marijuana products must be produced in Clark County only. So cultivation and production of edibles or infused products would need to have a license to provide that product to a City of Las Vegas dispensary. What the proposed language would do would make the exception similar to what Clark County made an exception for, and that would be that those facilities could get a license that were located outside of Clark County if there was an inadequate supply. So we've defined adequate supply and made an exception that if they proposed a license that was outside of Clark County, they would need to come before you with that license and justify that either that particular strain or that particular product could not be produced within Clark County, or there was not a sufficient supply to supply them.
And where would the investigation of the quality of the product be done? From theirs, out of
Yeah,
somewhere else in Nevada?
Testing is controlled by the state, so the testing of that product would be at a state-authorized laboratory, and before it's sold, it has to be tested, and those logs have to be available.
And this is only if an inadequate supply exists?
Correct.
And they
we
have
would
to go
bring
through
those
the
licenses
proper
to you.
channeling. Okay.
They would not go through the permit process that we're talking about, because obviously they would not need land use. They would simply apply for a license after they've been through the state process, after they've been through their local licensing process. They could apply for a license here, and we would bring those to you.
Okay, anybody want to make that one?
Yeah, Mayor,
Yes,
I think
please.
the intention through you to the council and to the public is the intention of keeping it in Clark County was for jobs. But I will side certainly with Councilman Coughlin in his requested change, because there may be certain strains, and my colleague to my right, Councilman Beers, has indicated to me there's a large array of different blends or strains or what have you, and if they're not available to patients, it would be a detriment. So our efforts to keep jobs in Clark County certainly recognized, but I think the medical needs outweigh that request, so I'm going to be supporting this change.
Do you want to make a motion then?
I would, Mayor.
Could I make a
think
comment
Councilman-
first?
Please.
I just, on this, who determines if an adequate supply does not exist?
Your Honor, if I might, what we would anticipate is when that license application came in, we would ask them to justify that, both who they're planning to sell it to, so that dispensary. To justify that, we would bring that to you. It would obviously be your judgment in approving or not allowing a license.
Well, what if dispensary A runs out of a certain strain, but dispensary D has it? Is that an inadequate supply, or does that count as an adequate supply?
The definition that the county has used, and we followed as closely as we could, specifies that any specific strain of medical marijuana or any particular infused product to meet the immediate demand of registry identification card holders that are qualified. So we would have to come up with a process to make sure that we provided to you all the information that you would need to make that determination.
Who made that motion? I was just going to say, Councilman, I think you should have a sure way of someone determining, not just that the card holders say that they don't have it. And one of my concerns is information that I've obtained and some data I've received from Kansas, which is not really happy with Colorado now, because they're moving the marijuana through Kansas into Colorado in order to sell it at Colorado. And so there's some problems there, that just legal and police enforcement problems. So I could agree with this, except I just would like to know that we determine it other than somebody says they don't have a card. You don't even, I mean, it doesn't even say that they didn't go someplace else with their card. Did I mishear that?
And they could. I think the only way for us to answer that question is we'd have to do a survey of the dispensaries within the city. If that was adequate for you, if it was a community-wide issue, then we would have to do that. But I truly believe we would have to come up with a process to provide that and to provide you a recommendation on whether their request would meet your definition.
Could you add anything there, Councilman Ross, on just that there's some way we can confirm this as an actual fact, or that based upon a condition that staff works that out?
Yes, I can.
It seems to me the question is, where do we, at what level do we define inadequate supply?
Correct.
Is it is it that the dispensary can't get a particular product? In which case, the example you gave, dispensary A doesn't have it, dispensary B does. And if no grower in Clark County can sell any more, then A, if we look at this at the store level, would have an inadequate supply and could go to another Nevada grower. Do we look at it at the citywide basis? Is it just the dispensaries in the city? We take them collectively, and if more than 75% of them have a particular strain, then no, an inadequate supply is not the case? Are we going to have a process for the city to entertain requests to designate a particular strain in inadequate supply? I don't know.
Well, that's why I was saying that we would maybe have a condition that staff would set up the regulation so that we could follow that. I just think it's a little loose right now. And, again, maybe you don't need a regulation in other years, so I'm just saying right at the beginning, I believe we're going to have a lot of push, and we're going to have a lot of people that don't know how serious we are about doing this correctly. And I just say for now, if we could just have that
And
condition.
this is the county's language that we're entertaining in this motion, is that correct? Or something very similar to our best understanding of the county's current thinking?
It is very similar to
So
the county's language.
we'll also have the county attempting to figure out what this means as we go forward as well.
Oh, we have a solution.
Mayor, I have a solution.
Go.
As I stated earlier in comments earlier this afternoon, this is a regional issue as we deal with medical marijuana. And I think it's imperative that our business licensing and planning staffs continue to work with the other jurisdiction staffs as well. So in regards to the relation to this change, proposed change, this has to be a valley-wide, a Southern Nevada issue. And I think by coordination, Ms. Duddleston, with your office, business licensing at Clark County, Henderson, and North Las Vegas can easily be deemed to determine that a certain strain is not in the valley and needs to come from somewhere else. Again, if we streamline our ordinances with the other jurisdictions, it's simple. It makes it very easy for the dispensaries, for the patient, for the growers, for the manufacturers. It makes it very easy and transparent as we go down this line. So in the motion to accept the proposed change, that medical marijuana products may be obtained from anywhere within the state of Nevada if an inadequate supply exists. The definition of that inadequate supply, Ms. Duddleston, would be through your office and the coordination of the other business licensing offices throughout Southern Nevada, namely Clark County, North Las Vegas, and Henderson, to make that determination. That's my motion.
That's motion. Yes, please,
I think we need to
Councilman
hurry and vote before the legislature takes this issue over. Because I think that's what's going to happen, because it is a regional issue. I think Councilman Ross is right.
Yep, yep. And I see, I mean, so many of these things, it's just because this is all so new that the questions we're asking, nothing's in place really. So we're just sort of in the dark. All right, that's your motion. There is a motion.
Mayor Gibbon?
Please restate it.
We need to write something in there, maybe as determined by the licensing director in consultation with, we need to say something in here if you're going to make it part of the motion.
Yes, go
I'm
for
not whippable at this moment.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, it sounds to me like we're putting a lot of weight, a lot of pressure on the department, aren't we, with this language? Wouldn't we be doing that?
I think
Well, then you should hold, we should hold off on it and let's get the piece in place and
See,
then
I'm trying to
vote
figure
for it.
out.
I'll even simplify it more. I'll withdraw that previous motion, Mayor.
Okay.
The motion would be very simple, Mr. Steed, in regards to moving to accept the change to allow obtain other from anywhere in the state of Nevada, and if an inadequate supply exists, based on the recommendation of the business licensing director.
Could you say finding?
Finding.
Just say
Yeah,
a
as
finding of
determined
the business
by-
license director.
Yeah, or as determined by, something like that.
Determined
Yeah.
by, either one works.
As determined by the business licensing director. That way, that's the simple motion, that's the simple wording in the ordinance. But through us, as directed through us, through Ms. Fretwell and her staff, Ms. Duddleston, to coordinate those efforts through the other business licensing agencies.
Do we, can I ask this question? Well, that would, so in essence, the department head would still have to make the decision if there's a shortage, instead of the industry and the patient? Who gets to make the decision if there's a shortage?
We just said the licensing.
With this language.
Right.
Who gets to make the decision?
In coordination with the other.
patient and the supplier, or the government of the city of Las Vegas?
Weren't you suggesting, Councilman, that it would be the licensing with coordination, in coordination with the other Southern
Jurisdiction,
Nevada
yeah, but I think for this
jurisdictions?
purpose, to get us through this section, is to accept the proposed change and follow the recommendation of the findings of the business licensing director of the city of Las Vegas. That can be just all this says, done. Ms. Duddleston and Ms. Fretwell understand that it's through the coordination of the other business licensing directors throughout the valley that this would be done.
And therefore, that's your motion.
That's my motion.
Question on the motion.
You make it work.
Please.
What expertise does the head of the department or anybody in the city have to make the judgment if there is a shortage of something? I mean, you know, we're really going into the art of this thing here.
Councilman, there's no money in my pocket. I'm all out. I've determined that.
Well, but you know what? I mean, we really are saying somehow or another, we make the determination, because we've delegated it to our employee, who is not a doctor or doesn't employ a doctor unless she wants to hire a consultant for a nice fat fee, that would then say, yes, there is a shortage of this particular strain of sativa, and, you know, it adds to the bureaucratic problem we have. That's
I think after all she's been through and all she's studied and researched, she probably knows as well as almost anybody. And if she needed to consult with a doctor, I bet she could for a low fee. And if you can't, then we'll find a good doctor for you.
So you have 40 dispensaries in southern Nevada. 40, isn't that the number? So there has to be a database that will be kept up at some point, at some time, that will say what supplies they have in stock at that time. Through the computer, we can find it out. So I believe this motion is just in favor of it and just giving the authority to the city licensing to make that coordination.
That's my motion.
Okay, so there's a motion, and please vote, and please post. So you'd have another job. Every time we say you have another job, it just says to Ms. Farwell, hire me. Hire somebody else, Mr. Fag, for our poor overburdened licensing. Go.
You're good.
Next one. Where are we? Did everybody vote? Oh, and it passed. Thank you very much.
Yes, Your Honor. The next proposed change is advertising, and you might want to take these one at a time. I'll go to the bottom first. It's very simple to add the words material that is misleading, deceptive, or false, or that is evidenced either by the content of the advertising material, by the medium, or the manner in which the advertising is disseminated is designed to appeal to minors. So this would be a prohibition on the type of advertising. So we would just be adding that no advertising could be misleading, deceptive, or false as evidenced by its content.
That's all we're
adding.
That's all we're adding.
I move to accept that.
Because it was so simple. Quickly. There's a motion.
Quickly.
Oh, no. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. These are not mutually exclusive. This is not an or, A and B.
It's both. But you're saying it's plus.
Exist or not exist.
It's the first one plus the second one.
Okay, do we have the constitutional authority to determine that advertising is misleading, deceptive, or false? Just as, I don't know.
That's been upheld under certain conditions, and it's relatively standard language.
So that's okay? All right, so there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Can I clarify the motion a moment?
Yes.
Are we just voting on the second proposed, just the no misleading, deceptive, or false advertising, not the first proposed? Or both?
My motion was on A. Am I going to, which were you?
Yes, on the
On
sheet,
A,
it
on that sheet.
comes next in the agenda as A, and that was to add the statement concerning material that is misleading, deceptive, or false.
That's the second one on the PowerPoint.
Correct, and that was adding it in. Great. And so posting, wait. And please post. We're back together again. That passed unanimously. Okay, next.
The next proposal is the first on the PowerPoint. It is listed under B on your concept language. And this is the advertising. This is on page 12 of the draft that you have. It is F. It begins on page 12. It finishes mid-page on page 13. It is the prohibitions and the allowed and not allowed advertising, to delete that entire section F and replace it with a new language that begins on the bottom of your page under B, advertising plan required, page 12. It would replace 6.95.1110F and would read, except as otherwise provided in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 12, each medical marijuana establishment shall conform to the approved sign and advertising plan as a condition of the license. The director shall not recommend any sign and advertising plan that, 1, has not been approved by the state regulating authority and complies with all requirements of the state regulating authority, 2, promotes the use of marijuana or is appealing to minors, 3, provides advertising visible to members of the public and from any street, sidewalk, park, or other public place, including advertising utilizing any of the following media: a sign mounted on a vehicle, any handheld human signage or other portable sign, or any handbill, leaflet, or flyer directly handed to any person, deposited, fastened, thrown, scattered, cast, or placed in a public place, left upon a vehicle, or any handbill, leaflet, or flyer posted on any public or private property without the consent of the property owner. And 4, provides advertising by means of any video, print, online media, newspaper, magazine, or other periodical of general circulation, radio, or broadcast meaning, which is generally or specifically marketed to minors. So that would just be what the director would use to make their recommendation to the council on approving those advertising plans. The decision of what finally ends up in those plans would be a condition of the license determined by the council, and then the licensee would have to abide by that or ask in their regular review or come before you to significantly change that.
And that would be licensing director.
Yes, the director would review that plan, see if it meets this criteria, and their recommendation would be based off that. That does not mean that's what your decision would be. The applicant would certainly be heard.
Correct. Okay.
At that time.
All right, entertain a motion from somebody.
Just ask one more time.
Yes, we have a question, Councilman Coffin and Councilman Beers.
Okay, thank you. And a yes vote for that would then, let's see.
Delete the old F and replace it with this.
The director would not recommend for approval any sign and advertising plan that provides advertising visible to members of the public. The director shall not recommend for approval any sign and advertising plan that provides advertising by means of any video, print, online media, newspaper, magazine, other periodical of general circulation, radio, or broadcast medium, which is generally or specifically marketed to minors. That's how I read that.
That's correct. Our criteria for our recommendation to you would be is what they're proposing is a medium that is generally or specifically targeted to minors. That would be our concern in advertising.
Well, I can understand number 1, maybe even number 2, for sure. But then after that, to take it all in like that, you're prohibiting advertising. Aren't you? You're prohibiting advertising.
No, it would simply be the criteria that the director would use for making a recommendation to you.
So the director would control the advertising.
No, it would still come before you. It would be what criteria.
So we would have to vote on it.
Correct. The city council would make the determination. This would simply outline for the director when they're reviewing a plan what should they be looking for in that plan.
But if you read this clause to clause, you really are, your predicate is to not recommend for approval.
Without coming to council.
Right. The sign and advertising plan would be approved by the city council in their license.
It's in English here. You're prohibiting advertising if you adopt this.
Except with the approval of council is brought to council by the licensing
Well, but see, we
director.
can't control the content, though. That you really create a dilemma, and every time there's an ad program, we've got to go up there and make a decision as to what's suitable or not.
Correct.
The individual advertising, there is a clause in the state regulations that all advertising, and we are understanding that to be every piece of advertising must be approved by the state regulator.
But we know that, well, we're not the state, and I don't have that statute in front of me, And I think we're right back where we were a few hours ago, where we thought we were in a position where we knew we couldn't control content. But in essence, we would be asked to control content. That's a spot I don't think we should be in.
And I think from our perspective, what we're trying to do is get to the point where we have a plan, that we know what that plan is, so that if they are not in compliance with that plan, we can make sure that you all know about that.
Okay. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the bottom of the page that this starts on, the director shall not recommend for approval any sign and advertising plan that has not been approved by the state regulating authority. I think we need another "not" in that sentence. What do you think? No, maybe not. However, in attempting to parse out how that works, this would, the only applications you'd be able to approve would be ones that the state has already approved.
Correct. The sign plan would not come to you at the permit stage. So you go through, you can get your permit. You have to give us your plan at that point in time. We'll have it. Has to go through the state regulation. You have to get your certificate. You have to get your sign and your advertising approved by the state regulating authority. That's under the state regulations. Then whatever that determines it is, we would bring that as a condition of the license, so that plan was a condition of the license. We need to be able to, our enforcement would be, is what you are doing in conformance with the plan that you presented to the city council. You expect from us recommendations on those plans. If you do not want criteria for what our recommendation would or should be to you on those, you can certainly delete that section. That's
Mayor?
certainly up to you.
Councilman Barlow.
Okay. Karen, I believe I follow you. However, walk with me on this just for a moment. An application come into you, you vet it in order to pass it to the state to include the advertising piece, correct?
They will probably be applying somewhat simultaneously, so
Okay.
they have to give
As a
the
package.
city
Right.
an entire package. We're requiring them to give everything to us that they're giving to the state, so that we
That's
will
correct.
all be looking at the same
Okay.
thing at the same time.
Okay, so therefore, the state has the same package, the duplicate package, and therefore, the state, through their own process and processes, will approve that same package advertising piece, and then, in lack of a better term, pass it back down to the city, and through that process, you will have a second look at it to make sure that everything is in compliance, and then you'll make the recommendation to the city council.
Correct, when they finally come for licensing.
Right.
You're having a permit. We won't see these as licenses for many months, not till they're ready to open, till they've got everything in place. The license itself, that privilege license, does not come to you till all the background checks are completed, till you have every piece of information, you have all of the final plans before you to make a determination on the actual license.
Okay, and so with that, the piece that I'm missing just a little bit is the recommendation from you as to whether or not an applicant meets the appropriate criteria in order to be passed on to the council. At what stage is that? After the state? Prior to the state?
In the advertising plan as being proposed here, it would become a condition of the license, which is at the end of the process. So what this would do would give me some criteria by which to make a recommendation. For example, in criminal background checks, there is, in your privilege license section of your code, the criteria for crimes of moral turpitude, those sorts of things, based on which I go through all of those reports and give you a recommendation. You follow my recommendation in some cases. In other cases, there is extenuating circumstances, there are other issues to consider, and you do not follow my recommendation. All this section does is give me some criteria based on which to make a recommendation to you. If you do not want that criteria, it certainly does not have to be in here. We would just evaluate those plans and formulate a recommendation based on our own criteria.
Because I tend to agree with my colleague, Councilman Coffin, in regards to content, because it takes me back to super graphics, it takes me back to billboards, and not having an opportunity to determine criteria for either one of those. How is it that we're going to control advertisement for this particular entity?
The items on which I would base a recommendation are not content, they're based on location. So it's a sign mounted on a vehicle. Does their plan propose to have taxi signs, for example? If it does, I would point that out, that it didn't meet the criteria for my recommendation to you. But that may be something that you want to consider when you actually consider that.
So this question would be for legal. Who's down there? No? If in fact, and Brad's down here, great. If in fact an applicant chooses at a later date to in fact advertise on a bus stop shelter, wrap a bus, or a taxi, is that First Amendment? Is that speech in relation to advertisement?
All of this having to do with advertising is speech. As you know, you often hear that you can't regulate content. The real rule is that when you regulate content, you have a heightened burden of justifying it. And so that's why certain kinds of products that you're familiar with that people use are prohibited from being advertised on certain medium, because there has been a justification for that. Here we have a product that is unlike most other products in that it happens to be a felony to possess it and use it. So the thought was that there's probably some greater justification for regulating speech or advertising about this than there might be about other products.
Right.
Can we enforce, can we defend successfully these regulations in court? I can't say that. Some of Denver's provisions have been challenged, and that challenge hasn't been settled yet. If you don't want to run any risk whatsoever, you would completely delete subsection F.
And that's exactly where I was going.
And that's your decision.
I don't believe that we should be tiptoeing around this issue when in fact there's other issues that we've stayed away from, such as super graphics and billboards as it relates to content. I believe this is along the same line. So I would prefer to actually see it deleted to keep us away from that element of any lawsuit moving forward.
Yes, let me just add, I promised Councilman Beers I'd do this. Councilman Beers did identify that there might be a not missing, and if there's a motion to do the replacement at the bottom of your page where it talks about has not been approved by the state regulating authority and complies, it should say and does not comply. But of course that may be moot depending on your motion here.
My recommendation would be to delete that section of the advertisement.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
Then does
please.
that mean that it doesn't matter if it's near a school?
No. I would want to leave the components of the minor pieces in.
What part are you taking out? Could you just tell me? Number 2?
I would prefer to strike everything with the exception of 2.
Well, that's use, that's not placement.
And Mayor, that may be picked up already in A that you just approved. If you look at the end of A, it also talks about advertising that's designed to appeal to minors, and so that may be duplicative, and
right.
In which case you could.
So we probably just don't even need the section, so we probably just delete the entire section. Thank you, Val.
Okay, but this is not going to get us into any problem the way they have on the strip when they, and we've had downtown with passing out leaflets and stuff, is it? Or that I've had in Ward 1 with passing out leaflets.
Will it still come down?
Fastening down on telephone poles, scattering them all over. handing them to a, well, I'm asking the question. These things are important.
Well, no, I know they're important. Councilwoman, believe me, I'm with you. They are very important. However, that's why I turned to legal in relation to the issues that have come before this council previously as it relates to content. And so therefore, if we could not have regulated the content of what was taking place on Fremont Street and what the county went through as it relates to the bills on the Strip, then I question how, in fact, we're going to do this moving forward as it relates to the item before us.
Okay, and that makes sense. So why, Val, did we, I mean, this went through legal already. Why did legal say it was okay? Is it because it's where you place it rather than content?
There are a couple of reasons. It's been in existence in Denver and other places for some period of time. Not resolved, but other people have gone forward, and I also did explain the difference. I tried to explain the difference between medical marijuana and other products. There is a difference in that one is clearly illegal still under federal law no matter what you do.
So if we strike this altogether, then it just remains as stated under 6.95110 from the state?
Well, you might, depending on how you want to make motions, there might be a motion to either change this or not change this. There might be a separate motion to completely delete F as it is found in the big document, which is where Councilman Barlow is heading.
So is someone who wants to advertise then, is it assumed then that they have just the free run-of-the-mill to advertise wherever they want?
They are going to.
Manner?
They're going to have to go through the state to get their advertising approved.
That's what I'm saying.
And the state will bear the burden of justifying their process in court.
And so that means whatever might be on a billboard, oh, I'm sorry.
But no, what I was, just exactly what you have asked, what are the state?
What are the standards in state law?
What are the standards of the state? Are there standards?
It's my understanding that all the state regulation says is that the advertising has to be approved. I don't believe there are any criteria whatsoever.
It simply says Section 51, a medical marijuana establishment shall not use any sign or advertisement unless the sign or advertisement has been approved by the administrator of the division.
Oh, so that's vague, and that gives you coming to us for the...
Or their division.
No.
They're going to the state.
That's the state. So we would not have a role in local licensing, in advertising, or reviewing that plan unless there was something that you wanted us to do with it. That is, I think, the question. Otherwise, it would defer to the state completely.
So if someone came to us or was doing some type of advertising, let's say we didn't think it was correct, then we refer it to the state? Or do they have to go to the state first, and then it's already approved?
If we don't have any provisions, then their advertisement under the state regulations would be approved by the state administrator.
And that's it.
And that's it.
And we abide by that.
Your Honor?
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. I'm going to support Councilman Barlow's motion because the state doesn't employ anybody who's competent to judge the advertising. And they won't employ anybody on that because they can't find somebody that would actually do that properly to satisfy anybody. So any mentions of the state director and advertising are kind of, I don't know, I think they're nonsensical because they don't have the competence to do that, as we do not possess the competence to do it. So I think the idea that we've already adopted really good language in the amend, that first paragraph, and then just strike all of the stuff under advertising plan required that is on the worksheet we have. All those things. So exactly as the motion was made. I think it's the only thing we can do.
Are you saying, Councilman Anthony, you want to ask your question or make your comment, and then we'll get this clarified?
So Karen, the original document, all that F stuff, is that more restrictive of advertising or less restrictive of the proposal that you're giving us?
They're basically different concepts. One is what is in the proposal of the regulation, as it is currently drafted, sets out what you can do and what you can't. The proposal would base it off the individual plans, and all I had proposed was that the director would evaluate that plan based on some sort of criteria, and then bring it to you in the license, and you would approve as a condition of that license. You've proposed this advertising, yes, or change this, or whatever, but that advertising plan and abiding by it would be a condition of their license.
So are you proposing the changes? Is that something that makes your job easier when it comes to evaluating an advertisement plan and bringing it to the city council? The proposal does or the original does?
I believe that what the proposal does is provide more flexibility to the industry. It provides more flexibility to the council in being able to look at those plans and looking at what the overall package of a licensee. We will have lots of them coming. When you're choosing your partner, it may be a piece of what they're proposing to do in that location, in your community. It may be a piece of the puzzle in your choosing a partner, and making it a condition of the license would indeed give us something to enforce, to ensure if this is what they told you and that's what you approved, that this is what they are doing.
So if we delete everything, then you can pretty much advertise wherever you want then, right?
Correct,
Yeah.
unless we condition the licenses based on that plan. And whether you want this criteria in here or not, we can come up with criteria if you'd like to.
I mean, we restrict tobacco advertising. So I think we at least need some kind of a plan to start with to evaluate where we want, because I don't think we want this advertised everywhere.
How are we, if I may, just for 1 second, how is the patient to find out where the dispensaries, where the production, where the grow is? Are we going to have it online for them to see? If in fact this is purely medical marijuana and this is not competitive for the dollar to sell,
correct,
then where advertising takes over and marketing, and it's all about how much money you have to be able to have the best advertisement with the blinking lights and on every single vehicle. This is about care and medical marijuana and making it available. Is that not public information? And so why don't we have control over that?
In any staff proposal that was ever put out, it was always contemplated that there would be online advertising. All the dispensaries, there are several websites that list them, that make that information available. We never contemplated any concerns about online advertising or print media or magazines or any of those sorts of things. The only goal of any of our concerns about advertising were children and minors, and making that visible and appealing to minors. And that is one in the Department of Justice memo. They make it very clear that rules and regulations need to make sure that we are protecting that minor community of our city.
Wow. Yes.
Through you, Mayor, are we making this too complicated? I mean, Mr. Fegg, when a business opens up, we give them a site plan, we give them special use permits for things that we require special use permits for. Are we just dealing with off-site advertising, off-premise advertising here through this? I think we're not. We're dealing with a whole lot of things. And I think the plan has to go to the state, it has to go to you, and we treat it with an SDR or a special use permit. I mean, isn't that the simple way to do this? So we can individually be selective on this?
That is the concept that we are attempting to propose in the new language. So maybe it's as simple as stating that except as otherwise provided in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19, each medical marijuana establishment shall conform to the approved sign and advertising plan as a condition of the license, and leave it at that.
That's simple. That's good.
That's it.
Do you want to make a motion that way? Or did you? Okay.
What's the motion?
Would you read that one more time? Here's the motion.
Really quickly, yes. Delete F in its entirety as it is in the large document. Insert into F a new F, which would simply read, except as otherwise provided in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19, which is your land use regulations, each medical marijuana establishment shall conform to the approved sign and advertising plan as a condition of the license.
And Mayor, that will be my motion.
Councilman, I think you might have to withdraw your first motion and make that as a second motion.
Well, it was my motion initially, so I'll just withdraw my first and restate my second motion, which Karen so eloquently stated. That would
Because
be my
your
motion.
first one was a little garbled and different. So this one's good.
Thank you, that is true.
Wait, we're pointing.
I have a question. No, I have a question.
Okay, questions here, Councilman Anthony.
So this would, their plan would include off-premise advertising around the valley? Is that what this plan, or is this strictly for that location?
It may or may not. The signage for the building, I'll let Flynn speak to. You've already dealt with that in your land use regulations. So this is the advertising plan for that business to advertise in your community.
Okay,
And they are required to provide a plan. What we are stating here quite clearly is that plan will be brought to the city council with their license, be made a condition of their license, and the ordinance will state that they must conform to that approved plan.
So the plan is for advertising in the community?
Correct.
Okay, very good.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Councilman Beers.
Plan?
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess since we are being careful to not regulate content, but are regulating media, although I guess we do have some authority to regulate content if the nature of the content has to do with something that is harmful. Tobacco is the one that we are all familiar with. I'm concerned that this doesn't have enough specificity in it to sustain challenges to our decisions later, which would be based on a arbitrary application of standards to this versus that, I imagine, this versus that dispensary advertising plan. So with your permission, I would like to hear from Mr. Steed, his thoughts on our
Okay.
motion.
Let's go forward, because maybe there might be an accepted amendment if Mr. Steed is most eloquent and to the point.
Before I even look intelligent, could I ask Flynn, what the clause except as otherwise provided in Title 19, which was in the existing language and appears to be in the substitute language, what exactly does that mean?
In terms of Title 19, that's the city's sign code, and so the advertising that's permitted would be the on-premise advertising that we allowed under the previous ordinance for the land use regulations.
So when you say except as otherwise provided, would that be to allow more things than this title would allow, or would it be to allow fewer things? I don't know what the except as is about.
It's talking about the entire advertising campaign that would appear in whatever form, print media, anything that is not specific to the building and the land use itself.
Well, I don't know what except as otherwise provided means. I don't know what that means.
Your Honor, if I might, the intent, and you can certainly change the language, the intent was to separate out the building signs, the directional signs that are already covered under Title 19, that we would not address those in the conditions in the plan on the license, but any other advertising in that plan, interior signage, flyers and leaflets, whatever mediums, whatever types of things they're proposing in that plan, and we do not know what that will be, would be based on a plan, and that's what they would conform to.
And that would
If it
come
was a
to us.
condition of their license,
And that would come to city council to approve.
with their license. That was the intent. So we may have used
So
a wrong
So
word.
if we were to say advertising that is not governed by the provisions of Title 19,
Correct.
okay, and you want to include in this provision a requirement, first of all, to submit a sign and advertising plan, right? Because none otherwise exists if you delete section F, is that correct?
It is required in the state
So you want to refer
package,
to the...
and it is required in our permit application. It is already in this document that they must submit
Okay.
a advertising.
So you've
and
already
sign
used
plan.
that term in the application process?
Yes, and
And
it's
is
the
that-
same consistent term with the state.
And is that sign and advertising plan for your permit process the exact same one that will be submitted to the state, or are they different?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's fine. And
Your
so,
Honor?
so advertising is not governed by the provisions of Title 19, must be in accordance with the sign and advertising plan that has been submitted as part of the application.
And approved as a condition of the license.
Karen, this is Brad.
Sure.
Let me ask just to put a fine point on it. Do you require somebody who wants to put a sign on a taxi cab or near a school zone to put that in a sign plan that goes before the council on a Title 19 application?
The sign plan, as it's in the permit section, what they are required to submit to us is everything that is required by the state. So the state has specific criteria of what must be in their sign and advertising plan. All we are asking for is that same plan that they're submitting to the state. So if it would get that detailed and how detailed it would get, we haven't seen those regulations and what all they will put in them. We don't know.
Let me rephrase it then. Assuming the state wants the kind of detail that you're discussing, they want to know if you're close to a school zone, they want to know if you're on a taxi cab, they want to know if you're whatever. If that was in a state plan and it came here, can you foresee a circumstance where staff would reject that plan? And what would the criteria be for rejecting it?
And that's what we were attempting to do in this other language. At this point, we would have to come up with that
Right.
criteria on our own.
I wanted to ask those questions to point out, whatever decision you make is your decision, and it's fine if you don't want to have any sign plan at all. But don't misunderstand that by not having a sign plan, you're going to have a sign plan through some back door through Title 19. You won't. And what will happen, if you think you're going to go application by application, and
Right.
somebody gets
There's no
permission to put
control
it on a
over it.
taxi cab and somebody doesn't, somebody gets permission near a school zone and somebody doesn't, that is far more subject to challenge than any of the language you have right now. And I can almost guarantee that will not survive a legal challenge. This language now, no language is fine, and either one of these choices before you is certainly defensible under the same rationale that we would defend tobacco regulations, complete prohibition from advertising on TV, complete prohibition from advertising in magazines and the like. So I just want to let you know that the safest of all, what Councilman Barlow identified, is nothing at all and no legal challenge. The next best are the two that are before you right now. Pick, and we will defend both of those. The worst of all is to do it on a case-by-case basis.
Brad, I recommend Councilman Barlow's recommendation.
Councilman Beers?
Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor, but I just wanted to point out that Brad asked Karen, based on a hypothetical, if the state regulations come out and say this or that, or the state regulations are out and they do not address this. So the state is not going to address this very much. I think it's incumbent on the council to place restrictions on different forms of advertising, not content, but media, based on their propensity to be consumed by children. And when he said that the safest would be nothing at all, while that would ensure that we don't have legal challenges, it would also ensure that we're going to
have
be
no
seeing
control.
marijuana ads on the evening news.
Right.
Your Honor.
And I want to make sure my comments were limited to that. If
Yeah.
legal is the only thing you're concerned about, that is clearly the choice. If there are policy concerns involved, I want you to know we will defend those choices that are before you right now. A choice to leave it at the discretion on a case-by-case basis is almost completely indefensible.
But as it is written in B, in her little one, no, it's not what the motion is, but was originally submitted and proposed, is any of that defensible?
Both,
As it
both
was
that you have
written
before you
here.
right now,
Pardon?
both that I see on my screen right now are defensible.
No, that was from before.
We're talking about the first one?
Right. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, this is Val.
Oh,
I believe that the alternative that was proposed in the small handout is more defensible than the original F. Clearly, nothing at all is defensible. Another possible ground would be to require them, as we do as part of the application, to submit assign an advertising plan and bind them to whatever it is, but not have discretion over what is in there. In other words, the only tool we would have would be in the future to say you are not complying with your sign and advertising plan, therefore we have a problem. But as far as giving you discretion over that sign and advertising plan, I agree that's the least defensible if there are no standards set forth.
and it seems that Mr. Jervik has just said, if you do it case by case, that's the worst for us.
Unless there are standards, and I think that Betsy's going to take the mic right now and point out that what's written right now contains that type of criteria that makes this defensible.
That makes this what?
Defensible.
This is defensible as written. Oh. The motion's still there. Well, they haven't changed it yet, but Betsy, please report. No, I just withdrew my vote. I voted, but I pulled it back.
So did I. I did not vote at all.
Okay, so nobody's voted, because the motion's still standing, but we haven't had, let's have some more information. I didn't ask for the vote. I didn't call for the vote. Betsy, please.
After
Betsy's
brief
gonna try and tell
discussion with the city attorney, the proposed amendment 4-page document that Karen Duddleston presented to you at the beginning of this item and went through piece by piece, which you see this section, the second bullet regarding the submittal of an advertising plan, is what Brad was referring to as what they could defend going forward, because this creates criteria that would be used to formulate a recommendation to you on a consistent basis, application to application going forward, as you review each of those varying proposals. So these 1, 2, 3, and 4 would become the foundation for the recommendation for a yay or a nay. You would retain the ultimate authority as the council to consider that recommendation, amend that recommendation, follow it or not follow it in your final approval of the business license. But the application would be the media plan, the advertising plan would be evaluated based on these media that are listed here in sub 1 through 4 under subsection 4 of the proposed amendments.
Where 3 has A, B, and C, are we speaking of that particular?
Under section 4 advertising, B, in this
B,
little,
and then you go over, and it's underneath is item 1, 2, 3, and 3 has A, B, and C, and then there's 4. Correct?
hold on, let me pull it up on my computer.
It's that one that we have in hand. I just want to make sure it's what Betsy and Brad have been working off
Yes.
of.
It's you're referring to subsection number 3.
Yes.
That has a sign mounted on a vehicle, and then concludes with provides advertising by means of any
Correct.
video. Okay, yes,
And
we are
that
talking
one
about the
is
same
okay.
one.
I'm saying that makes this a lot more defensible.
That makes it more defensible. So we have, what happened to my mayor and my councilman?
I came here to see you because I thought if I came and personally visited you, I could get recognized for a question.
Oh, you
Can I
haven't,
be?
yes, of course, go. What happened to Councilman Barlow's motion? He's drifting.
Mayor, the motion on the floor is not what I
This.
just
Well,
said,
it's
though.
against
Okay, I have a question.
It's to use Title
You
19,
recognize me.
basically.
Councilman Coffin.
Okay, what happened to the language? Didn't we have a motion that adopted the language that said material that is misleading, et cetera? And is it designed to appear to minors?
That's already been adopted,
Did that stand?
Councilman.
That stood.
That stood. And where does it fit in the scheme of things then?
Well, it's separate from what you're doing now.
Well, that to me was the criteria and the only criteria we were going to have, yet we're still discussing putting in these other things, and you're going to defeat the purpose of what you just passed, which was perfect. Because I believe that could stand a test.
All right, what's on the floor, actually, Councilwoman, is Councilman Barlow's motion, which Karen Duddleston just read, which is different from what our attorneys are telling us, that on the shorter light sheet in B, advertising plan required, deleting F as written and replace with, going from that page, except as otherwise provided in LVMC Title 19, blah, 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 1, 2, 3, A, B, and C, and 4, which ends with provides advertising by means of any video printed, blah, blah, blah. Our attorney has said that is defensible. So we have a motion that is not that one. So, all right. Your motion, can you repeat it, or do you want me to have Karen repeat it for you? Well, we have to, there's a motion that was Councilman Barlow's, and so we either vote yay or nay,
Karen?
and if it passes, it passes, and if it fails, then we get another motion.
Karen, would you please?
I believe, if I remember correctly, it was just the first sentence that is under B, advertising plan required. It was to delete all of the current F and simply insert, except as otherwise provided in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19, each medical marijuana establishment shall conform to the approved sign and advertising plan as a condition of the license.
And Mayor and Council, that is my motion, because it's already within the Las Vegas Municipal Code. So that's my motion at this time. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote.
Is it vague, or is it seriously, is it specific?
No, it's
the
the
part
wrong
about
one.
what we're talking about
He says
here.
it's not defensible. Well, we have to vote on this one, but there we go. Please vote on that motion. The motion was the first, under B, advertising plan, delete F as written, and read through the first top of the underlined sentence to the period, which, according to our attorney, is not defensible, but the entire one. So we have a motion right now.
Mayor, I don't believe that your statement is accurate as it relates to what Brad stated. Brad, if you don't mind, just please restating your position as it relates to my motion.
We may have to withdraw votes.
Well, let's hear
Yeah.
I think, as Betsy reminded me, it's the least defensible of the options. Everything that you do is certainly defensible because, as Val said, we're dealing with a different kind of substance here that we all recognize shouldn't be in the hands of children and things like that. And so as you go through this, what helps me in court is when you pick things that are sort of content neutral. If you decide all taxi cab advertising is bad, you're not going to go on a case-by-case basis. You're going to look at that. You're going to identify that criteria. You're going to look at all those things in F, and they help me if I have to go to court and say why you did something and why you didn't do something. But if you don't want that, you don't want any court challenge at all to it, feel free to delete it. But know that we'll have less ability to regulate as well.
Does everybody understand? Okay, everybody voted. No, we are just voting on that one sentence. That's it. So can we post what we have? No one voted? I voted. Okay, let's try it again. We are voting on sentence in B, just the first sentence. All right, here we go.
We all voted.
It shows it all voted. All right, everybody look at your vote.
I have Councilman Coffin voting no, Councilman Barlow voting yes, Councilwoman Tarkanian voting yes, Mayor Goodman voting no, Mayor Pro Tem Anthony voting no, Stephen Ross voting yes, and Bob Beers voting no. Is that
That's what I
correct?
voted.
Okay.
Right. So that doesn't fly. Now we go again. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to delete item F and replace it with everything that's listed under B, advertising plan, which would include the first paragraph and then 1, 2, 3, and 4 in total.
Thank you. There's a motion.
Councilman, does that also include my minor Beers amendment?
Yes,
Thank you.
the extra knot. Thank
you.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. We have that on record, his extra not.
Mayor,
Okay.
Councilman Beers would like more public testimony. He gave me $1 to ask you.
At risk of being something thrown at him. Okay, there's a new motion. Okay.
Sorry? Yeah, sure. The motion is to delete F in its entirety in the original document, and then we're going to delete, add there on this document that Karen gave us, it's letter B, advertising plan required. We're going to add the entire portion, which is the first paragraph that starts with accept, and then it includes items 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the subsections under 3. So we're adding those.
Okay, and that's your motion with the amendment of the extra not.
Yes, with the not.
So he left out 4 then, right?
No, it's including 4. 1, 2, 3 with A, B, C, and number 4. So there's a motion, please vote. Are you going to vote with the winner for change? Okay, please post. And that motion carries, and you voted with the winning side. Give him back the $1, please.
I'm on a roll.
Councilman Beers, give him back the $1.
Is that everything? Is that everything?
Oh, no, we have one more, yes? This is the education. Yes? Don't we have, now aren't we into the,
The next item is the current document requires review by the city council every 2 years of these licenses. The proposal is to review those on an annual basis.
after the first year? I mean, because we had that big, long discussion. You said you really don't have enough data because it's foreshortened. By the time they get in, they haven't operated very long. So maybe you go on an annual after, or what was the result of that conversation? Please.
I believe that was your conversation. We're happy to accommodate you whenever you want to see these back before you.
Okay. Was it Councilman Coffin, wasn't this your motion?
Well, I would move that we issue these licenses annually. That's what the worksheet we've been given does. It does assist us. And you see that, in that way, you have more leverage. Enough said on that issue, I think, for the record.
But excuse me, Mayor, but Mr.
We're going to collect the money. We're going to have enough money, unless you want to wait until after we pass the fees. We're going to have enough money to staff up and regulate.
But I thought when we spoke that Karen Dalston said that the first year it would be hard to do it, with which you would have to work through until she got it going. And
Yes.
so we discussed having maybe 2 years at the beginning and then annually thereafter.
Well,
is that correct, Ricky? I thought you
You know, I
talked.
think the only thing is that, yes, sometimes it is tough. Sometimes, you know, they have to do a job and they have to work overtime, but we're going to provide the money for that, or they can hire people. It's kind of like, we can't enact this based upon the convenience to our staff.
Oh, I thought we thought of that. Thank
All
you.
right, so is that your motion then, to the review of license by city council on an annual basis is your motion, Councilman?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. The motion is what's on your screen. Proposed review of license by city council on an annual basis. And then please post, Councilwoman, you haven't voted.
I know, I'm trying to decide.
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
I just want to say that I understand what the councilman is proposing, but I'm going to vote in the negative because I believe that we need to give our staff a little bit more time, at least the first year moving forward. So I'm in support of the 2-year. Thank you.
Okay, please post on that one. Okay, the motion fails. So do you want to make the next motion, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I'll.
No, we're going to make a new
we won't-
motion.
Yeah, we don't need a motion.
For 2
That's right.
years?
It's already there. It's already
Oh.
in the document, so you don't need to make a motion.
Except, yes, you do, because if it's the first time is 2 years and thereafter 1 year,
Not a
every
problem,
year
Mayor.
thereafter,
I'll be happy to make the motion. I'll move to that we review the city council, the proposed change of the review for the existing review of license by the city council every 2 years. That'll be my motion.
Oh, that is what is. But if you were going to go to every 1 year thereafter, that's what changes it. What already exists. Yes.
Is it within our authority, I'm not sure, I guess this is a legal staff question, to leave this language in place and convert to an annual review should we decide that we need it in 18 months?
Well, that's what sort of I was suggesting. Otherwise, you leave it as is,
Right.
because it's already in
Can we
place.
convert from every 2 years to every year
Yes.
in 2 years?
Later on.
As a
Right.
separate action later on? Legally?
As a separate amendment to the ordinance, yes. If you want to build that in without having to come back with another ordinance, you would need to have that written in somehow right now.
That's good. You want to make that motion?
No, I don't. I
You don't,
want to leave
actually.
this language as it is because I think they have a review by us and they have a review by the state. And I'm not sure that,
Okay.
I mean, we're going to be doing ongoing reviews and enforcement. I'm not sure that there's any benefit here to shortening the cycle.
Well, that's where Councilman Barlow was basically leaving it every 2 years. And if
And
that's
certainly
fine
we
with
can
you,
come
there's
back if
no
we
need.
decide in 18 months or 24 months after we got a couple of these up and running that we want to go for an annual review. We can, I believe, have a separate ordinance to go to an annual review process from a biannual review process.
Okay, so it stands as is then, and if there's a need, it will come to us and we'll do it then. So there's no motion there. Wasn't needed. Now where do we go, please? Is this our last?
Fees, it is.
This is the end, folks.
Right, so the first question
You
is,
didn't, excuse me one sec. We didn't need a motion because it stands as is every 2 years. At some point, that if Ms. Duddleston feels is in need, then we just go ahead and amend the ordinance, start again. Okay.
so the first question would be, do you want a portion of the gross revenue fees to be dedicated for grants and drug resistance education and research? If the answer to that is yes, is that at what is proposed in the current language as written, which is 4% and 6% at dispensaries, or is it an additional amount? And is that portion then a dedicated amount? So you can obviously deal with those in one motion or in individuals. I'll leave that up to you.
Could I ask you the question? If in fact you voted just for one, just for A, one, that it is philosophically our feeling that we want to support this is a good idea, but we want to wait till we have figures and information more to make sure that we're not underdoing or overdoing or creating problems? Or do you need specificity at this point?
Mayor, if you authorize the use, we can build a budget.
Oh.
The issue will be, do you want to take from what the ordinance is currently drafted to support the application fee, the gross licensing fee, and the land use fees, and the annual review fee, right? Or do you want to increase those fees to accommodate this additional program? That's the question
Okay.
that needs to be answered.
So you have to
So
have a
there's-
specific.
First is saying, yes, we
Okay.
want to invest.
go.
Second is, this is what we're going to use to invest.
Bob.
And third, this is how much we want to invest.
Councilman Bob Coffin, did you have a number in mind going through this since this was your original idea?
Well, I think, are you talking about the amount of license fee?
Yes.
The annuals?
Yes.
Well, I think Councilman Barlow had talked about 6 and 8%, or was it 8 and 8? If there's the condition in there that it is going to be 10% of the fee dedicated by the council, I can support that increase in tax.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please, Councilman Barlow.
My recommendation, well, prior to my recommendation, Karen, if you will, talk to us in relation to the two-pronged approach at this level of the conversation, the vertical integration, one, and how it's broken out from the dispensary, the cultivation, cultivation, I'm missing the second.
Production.
Production, thank you. Cultivation, production, dispensary, as far as vertical integration and the percentage. That would be a flat fee.
Correct. In our proposal, originally, when we sent out a business impact, so it was the staff level proposal, we had percentage fees at cultivation, at production, and at dispensaries, assuming that those would be totally separate businesses. By allowing vertical integration where one business entity would own more than one piece of that process, or all three of them, to charge a gross business license fee based on cultivated product that was transferring from one independent business to another and get charged 8%, and have another business where that one entity owned more than one piece, it would not be transferred. So the end product to the consumer would have a different business license fee. So if three separate businesses, one person cultivated, sold it, and had to pay 8%, and then to a producer, and then the producer sold it to a separated dispensary, there would be another 8%.
That is correct.
And then when it was sold to a person, that dispensary would pay on their gross sales, or gross revenue of 8%, versus a vertically integrated business where it did not transfer, and it would be a single 8% rather than 24%. So to accommodate that, what we proposed was to allow vertical integration, but that when product moved directly from cultivation to dispensary, the total fee at the dispensary level at the final sale for that business entity was 4% of gross revenue. If it was product that came from cultivation to production to dispensary, it would be 6%. That way, regardless of whether the business entity was integrated or separated, the end product would have the same business license fee.
And that's exactly where I want to go. However, I would like to increase it from the 4 and the 6 to 8 and 8. So how would you break that out as it relates to the vertical integration as well as the non-vertical? To include what Councilman Coffin has recommended in regards to the research and the education component.
What I would suggest is you consider that on the gross revenue fees that we set up different classes. So a class 1 license would be someone that has one license, one piece, cultivation, production, or dispensary, and the gross revenue fee of 2.67%.
Correct.
A class 2 license would allow you to have 2 licenses, cultivation, production, or dispensary. So it could be cultivation and production, could be cultivation and dispensary, and a gross revenue fee of 5.33%.
And combined, that makes 8%.
Correct. So if it went from one to the next, it would still be 8% at the end of the process.
That's correct.
A class 3 license would be an integrated business holding where there was a cultivation, production, and dispensary, and a gross revenue fee of 8%. What that would do for the end product to the consumer, the business license fee, would be the same whether it was a single company selling to a different company on through the process or if it was integrated.
Okay. So my motion would be to maintain the application fees as delineated in 2014-34, as well as maintain the annual renewal fees in 2014-34, as well as maintain other fees that are delineated in the same chapter, and modify the gross license fees as you've laid out in class 1, 2, and 3 at 2.67 in class 1, 5.33% in class 2, and 8% for class, what I'll call class 3.
Okay, then I have a question.
Please, there are a couple of questions. Councilman Coffin.
Okay,
first.
thanks, Mayor. Okay, so illustrate for me then what the actual total amount of tax would be on a purchase of $100.
It would be based on the gross revenue of the business that sold that. So is that product selling from a cultivation facility to a dispensary, or is it selling from a dispensary to,
Wait a minute, I can only buy from a dispensary, so let's just take the retail.
Okay.
Retail only, what is the total amount of tax now under that system? Because I want to make sure how we're stacking these taxes.
8%?
It would be to the seller 8%. Would the price, though, that the dispensary is charging have an additional cost of 16% of taxes if it was, before it charges the 8%, if in fact we layer them the way you've illustrated them? The cost, will the cost have increased 16% by the time it gets to the retail price? And then you get 8% on top of that. I just need to make sure we're just talking about fractions of those. I'm talking about either, and you have to illustrate it one way or the other, both two ways. One is seed to sale and in a company, and then the other one would be, you know, just a dispensary who buys from other people.
Okay. And I think we could figure out how to write this if that is your goal. What the intent would be is to make sure that the gross sales through the system were the same and not to exceed 8%. So if you own seed to sale, you did all three things, it would be 8%. If you did two of them, it would be 5.3, so that the next piece, if there was another piece, so if you had cultivation and production and then you sold to an independent dispensary, you get 5.33 in the first two pieces because you own both of those. The dispensary would pay the additional 2.6 so that it would be 8% at the end.
So then would the dispensary have paid 8% in taxes to either the production and or the cultivator? And then it is going to add another 8 on top? In essence, is that what it is? With value added tax all the way along the line?
No.
The dispensary is the end of the line.
I know, yeah, but see, it's the net effective cost that I'm concerned about. If you have a cost that's been increased by hidden taxes, I just need to know how much tax has been levied along the way. That's the kind of
It's a
question we ought to be
business.
asking and getting an answer to.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a business license fee on gross revenue. So it's not something that's passed on like a value added. So if you were an independent company and you only owned one license, either cultivation or production or a dispensary, that your business license fee would be that 2.6%. If you owned two pieces, it would be twice that. And if you owned three pieces, it would be 3 times that. So it would be the same gross revenue fee on each one of those pieces. It's just if you owned more of the pieces, it would accumulate. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So then the equivalent, so then the intent of this is to have a total tax, transaction tax of 8%. And I, see, just want to make sure that in essence that's what we have here. Can the CPA tell me if I'm asking the question the right way?
Please, you're being asked, you're expert.
Well, I don't know that that's appropriate, but thank you for the recognition. If our goal is to achieve a certain percent, I think 8's too high myself. We've been talking 6 until now. The problem with assessing it on each, with assessing 1/3 of it on each of the 3 levels is that sometimes levels are skipped. As well, sometimes levels are combined. The gateway at the tail end of the process, which is the dispensary sale, if we put the percent, the total percent on that transaction, we will effectively pick up 1/3 on each of the components that build to get there with a lot more simplicity, I think. And I thought that's what we've been discussing all week.
I thought so.
And that is the method that is in the current proposal.
So anything else gets into lots of complexity and making decisions on what people are reporting to us their activity is, and requires a tremendous more number of hours for Karen and her staff. And ultimately, we get to the same place if we take whatever the percent's going to be and tag it on at that last process. So on your theoretical $100 sale, we would collect $8 one way or the other, regardless of how we break it up and who exactly we pick to be the collection agent for us. And the patient would pay $108.20, because on top of all the stuff we're doing, there's going to be sales tax at the consumer end.
The reason I ask that is because, you know, in normal commerce, we exempt all sales below retail from any tax. We don't have any tax from supplier or, you know, manufacturer to a wholesaler. No charge, no sales tax then from the wholesaler or middleman to the retailer. No tax at all.
Correct.
We have a
And then you
comment
get
and
tax.
question from Councilman Anthony, and then Councilman Barlow wanted to say something.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not understanding what we're doing here. First of all, who are we giving grants to? I'm not sure what that's all about. And then there's drug-resistant education. I'm not sure where this fits in, because we're talking about marijuana as medicine. So are we doing education to tell people not to smoke marijuana as medicine, or I don't see where this even fits in. I mean, drug-resistant education, if we were talking about the legalization of marijuana, maybe that's the case, but this is supposed to be about medicine. And then research, what are we supposed to be doing research on? I mean, I'm not sure what that is. I mean, I can give you Harvard University has done research saying smoking marijuana is bad for you. Northwestern University says it causes brain damage. Getty's Image says it causes brain damage. So there's plenty of research out there, and if we do research and find out marijuana is bad for you here, are we going to shut all these businesses down? So I don't understand what this is all about, and I would just assume we use the funds initially to make sure that we have code enforcement and we're implementing these regulations. Maybe down the road, if somebody can explain why this is good based on what is happening with medical marijuana, then it might be something. So I'm not going to support any of this revenue at this point.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, you wanted to change your motion?
Yes, I'll be happy to change my motion, Mayor, and move with the recommendation of the number 2, which is listed a portion of the current business license fees, 4% and 6%, or an additional amount of 1%.
Madam Mayor, could I ask, does that earn as much money for us?
Councilman, so may I just
don't
ask a
understand.
clarification, Councilwoman, real quick on that motion? Councilman, does that mean that you're recommending adding 1% to go to 5 and 7 on the current schedule?
That is correct.
I just
5
wanted
and
to make
7.
sure I understood what
Yes,
you were
ma'am.
saying.
Good
Thank you.
clarification, because I
5
thought it
and
was
7.
4 and 6.
Instead of 4 and 6, you'd add 1% to each step.
Yes, Councilman Barlow? You're not taking the 1% out of the 4 and 6, you are augmenting and going to 5 and 7.
Yes, ma'am, that is accurate.
And,
5 and 7.
5 and 7.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
any other questions, comments? Because
Yes,
there
I
is
do
a
have a
motion.
question.
Yes?
I don't know whether we had our private conversation on this or not, but does that concept then, because of the 1% passage, which is an increase for specific purposes, do we then have the specific purposes authorized in the same bill, that up to 10% of the semi-annual gross revenue, not the licensing, not the annual?
Well, I would tend to lean toward Councilman Mayor Pro Tem's comments in relation to his thought-provoking questions that he just laid out on the agenda. So I would just, at this point, stay with my recommendation. Thank you.
So that would put the money just into this general fund?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Pierce. Not allocated.
Are we addressing, so we're talking about setting a percentage here, and internally, the broader discussion is, I think, $75,000 a year payment plus 4 to 6, or now in this motion 5 to 7? Are we addressing the annual flat fee that's combined with this percentage in this motion?
Ms. Duddleston?
Is that a question for me, or is that a question for Ms. Duddleston? Because I made the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe a question for you then.
I would like, I would like to maintain the fees as delineated in 2014. I'm sorry, what is the bill?
So you're suggesting everything that's in the bill except that?
Correct.
You take the
Remains-
4 and the
remains
6
the
to
same.
5 and 7?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, I just need to know what I'm.
2014-33.
So we're collecting additional revenue, and we are not deciding where to allocate that money at this point. We'll decide that later on. Is that?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Okay, we can decide later on depending on what the issues are. Okay, I'll support that.
Okay, there is a motion. And please vote. And please post. And that motion carries.
Madam Mayor, if I might just say, you can sit down, Karen, I'm not going to ask you another question.
Karen needs a bar stool.
Forget the stool, just the bar.
What Councilman Barlow was talking about, we are going to have issues, and they're going to be educational issues, and they're going to be issues because we're going to be bombarded in the next year or two with the recreational marijuana, and there is a certain amount of protection we need to have, for, especially for junior high students. This is an area I did study well. And so anyway, that money, I really believe, is going to be needed. I said, don't put profit over people. I believe in that strongly. But if we're going to go this direction, I think we have to have the monies to handle this the right way. And also, for whatever need we have to help the children.
Okay, at this point,
Mayor,
yes.
1 second. Betsy, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say that if, not to prolong this, because we can certainly bring this back, but it sounded like many of you are interested in us figuring out a way to fund education and prevention activities. And if what you would like for me to do is build that into a budget coming forward from a program standpoint, I'm happy to do that.
Well,
without necessarily requiring direction
Well,
today.
it was
I
not
can do that.
delineated in the
That's not necessarily where I was going.
No, you were
I
not
believe that Mayor
delineated.
Pro Tem is spot on as far as let's identify where the bubbles are,
Yes.
and then adjust accordingly once we identify where they are, and then we can assign the dollars at that point versus doing it now and assuming when in fact it could be something totally different.
And that's what we voted on. in
Yes,
the-
ma'am.
Excuse me, Mr. Pack, please.
Madam Mayor, as a point of honor, we voted on all of the amendments to the bill, but we haven't voted on the bill itself. And so we
Right,
need
and
one more vote.
Councilman did want to move to that, but I do want to ask, do we want to move on those special items at this point first? So do you want to clarify or tell me where to go?
Yes, Karen has one suggestion that we identified some cleanup we need to do, and then I would also want an approval to do non-substantive changes. For example, the ordinance has 2 Section 120s in it, so I will need to do some renumbering and make sure that I follow through, and I just wanted to make sure that the council was okay with not only the cleanup that she's going to bring up right now, but my going forward with whatever non-substantive changes I need to make the ordinance work.
And also, I think we would all like the final of what we've done today. Copies,
You mean eventually?
eventually.
Eventually, yes.
Your Honor.
Okay, one more second, please, Councilman Coffin, yes, please. No, go ahead, Karen, please.
I was just noting from Val that we did note with the motion that was passed concerning delivery that on page 20 in 6.95150H3B, where it talks about dispensaries and transport, we would need in that section to provide and accept as otherwise permitted because of your motion, to make sure that we didn't have a conflict.
Do you need that in the form of a motion?
Just I think we can include it in that cleanup, just to make sure we're consistent with
That's okay.
what
That
you
will
passed
clean
in
up with
motion, that we did
Okay.
that.
So we will include that in the final motion. Councilman, let's go down to the end first. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to first ask a favor, which is done sometimes when a bill has changed so dramatically that it is not resembling the bill that has been requested by the sponsor. So therefore, I would like to make sure that my name is removed from this bill as the sponsor. It's an acceptable procedure, and I feel like I can't have my name on this bill, and I'll have to decide how to vote on it after I have had the privilege of having my name removed.
That's not a problem, Councilman. The name is for purposes of putting it on the agenda. That's the only purpose it serves.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, you wanted to say something, please?
I do. Specifically as it relates to the overall bill, and excuse me, Mayor, because my voice has been going in and out all day. The questions I have for Karen is, there's just a number of points inside of the proposed bill that I would need clarification on. One would be paraphernalia. How are we defining paraphernalia?
The paraphernalia is as defined in the NRS. We have that in the...
What section of the bill right now?
It is in the definitions, 6.95020, page 3 at the bottom. Paraphernalia has the meaning ascribed to it in NRS 453A.125. And then under the dispensaries, we also made mention of the paraphernalia so that there is not a conflict, and we'll work with the city attorney if we need to bring back any other ordinances on paraphernalia. So we did clarify it in those two places in the...
Okay. Is it similar to what we saw when we were in Colorado as far as the paraphernalia?
Yeah, the paraphernalia under NRS means accessories, devices, and other equipment that is necessary or useful for a person to engage in the medical use of marijuana.
Okay, and what about the retail aspect as far as T-shirts, hats?
That under this proposal they cannot do in the dispensary.
Okay, and is there a reason why?
The issue becomes, are we authorizing dispensaries only at this point, and to what extent are we doing novelties and gifts and those sorts of things? So this ordinance only contemplates a dispensary dispensing products.
Does it allow the dispensary to come back at a later date to request that, and if so, under what process?
It does allow that each dispensary is required to have an educational plan and have that approved by the state administrator. It would allow them in that educational plan to come to you to ask for certain things in that dispensary that are approved under that educational plan. Anything else to allow gift shops inside of these dispensaries or novelty shops would have to come back to you as changes in your ordinance.
Okay, and secondly, is security. We have security listed under six point 9.5.10, number 2 under F2. Must provide on-site security between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.?
That's only for cultivation facilities, yes.
Only for cultivation, not for
Correct.
dispensary?
The other, everyone has to turn in a security plan, and we'll evaluate that based on the size of their structure, their operating hours, what they're doing there, the neighborhood and everything, and we'll bring those as part of the licensing application.
Okay, and is it security at the cultivation during the hours of operation as well?
Yes,
So
that would be included in their security plan.
So this is 24-hour security?
Correct.
And surveillance?
The
camera
surveillance is required by the state. All that we are requiring on surveillance is that it's accessible to our local law enforcement.
Okay, so it does not necessarily have to be a person?
The cultivation facility, it says on-site security. So in speaking with cultivation facilities, we did not find one that did not have employees on-site because they cultivate 24 hours a day. The others are not required to have on-site security 24 hours a day, only when they're open.
And I don't see Mr. Knight here anymore, but from a odor control, where are we with the odor?
The odor control is, what we are asking is the building department will review their filtration plans for cultivation facilities as well as production and any issues with dispensaries. And those would be reviewed by the building department. In those reviews, when we bring back those licenses for reviews, we have in there that one of the issues that the council can address is either allowing cultivation to expand inside their building or make sure that they have addressed any odor control and any odor complaints. So that is one of the purposes of those reviews every 2 years.
Okay. And under 6.95.15, medical marijuana dispensary requirements and limitations, and this is section F, 1, 3, and 4.
Correct.
How is it that we're going to provide for those compassionate care and the poor as it relates to them not being able to, the dispensaries not being able to assist the poor or the compassionate?
And I believe that is one of the things that we do not have in our current draft is anything along those lines. What we have in here would be to ensure that this is dispensing, not promoting. So the concerns for reward programs and those sorts of things is what we've seen in other communities is someone, promotionals where if you got 10 people to get their marijuana cards and come in and purchase it here, you got product, those sorts of things. So we know that there's requests out there, and we'll be happy to work both with the state on that educational plan and what they're planning to do, and we can bring something back to you
So you'll be working with the state as far as creating an educational plan to assist the compassionate?
And we can work with them in underneath that, and if we need to have changes, if there's proposals that come forward to you and you direct us to do something, we can bring back changes at that time.
Mayor and council, thank you for bearing through that, but those are all my questions.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to attempt a motion with the help of, Councilman Beers.
Your Honor, I would like to run a cutting of the $500,000 surety bond to $250,000 by the council to see if there's any appetite for reducing that. I know it wasn't one of our decision points on the matrix, but it seems well in excess of any surety bond in any other jurisdiction at this point.
Isn't the 250 10 times what some of them are?
No.
Why'd you pick that number?
Well, just because it's cutting it in half. If you want to go lower, I'm willing to go lower.
Well, what's the recommendation from staff on
If you
this?
don't want to have you're the mayor, you're running the show. If you don't want a motion, then
Okay, can we ask staff, see?
The amount of those would certainly be up to you, and any concerns for what any of those lawsuits or the issues that you're going to have to deal with. It's certainly up to the council.
The draft contemplates $500,000 right now for the surety bond, and I think it's $50,000 for the licensing bond.
Licensing and penalties to ensure
Right.
that they're payment.
So I think what Councilman Beers is saying, cut that surety bond in half to $250,000.
which is going to cover, which will kick in if we have a overall legal problem somehow that winds its way into a suit with our name at the top.
What does legal think?
And the cost of remediating an unremediated building that needs remediation.
Is that pretty average with other states in Arizona and
Yes, we found a wide variety. I believe that's in line
what
with
was
what
the
we see in
low?
other states.
What was the low, what was the high?
We have the low where we have communities that do not require them at all, and we've saw several that were much higher. So
I have not been able to find anything higher than 250. Actually, I haven't been able to find anything over 100,000, but I only looked today. SuretyBond.com is a news source on surety markets. That's what I was looking at. There's a proposal in Illinois for a $2 million surety bond.
Oh.
One of 3 bills pending before the legislature, and I didn't get any indication who's in the
Where
lead.
that is.
the three bills under consideration in Illinois would be $2 million. I think 5,000 was the middle one, and 0 is the low one.
Bottom, 250?
If I could, Your Honor, yeah, I think we're fine with that. And let me explain why. I'm not an actuary, but I've been here for a long time. We've had a lot of lawsuits, had a lot of outside counsel, a lot of expenses. Generally speaking, when we run outside counsel bills, and that's outside, if it's inside, then obviously you're paying my salary whether I'm in court or not. But if we hire outside counsel, we've gone about $150,000 on Nevada Supreme Court appeals with top-notch counsel. And one of the few exceptions to runaway counsel fees was the APCO construction case on the tennis courts. And that was just because it was an arbitration. We couldn't turn it off, and it just went on and on. But $250 would cover just about everything I've seen since I've been here.
What's the fee on that?
I'm sorry?
The fee to get...
I think we were over, I think we bumped up around $1 million on that, or at least $500,000.
The fee to the applicant would be 1 to 3% of that.
1 to 3,
Right,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I
Okay.
misunderstood your question.
Okay,
So
do you wanna add
2,500
that
to
in?
7,500.
Or no? All right, Val, do we need a separate motion on that?
Yes.
Okay.
I saw an imperceptible nod out of the corner of my eye.
Therefore, you will make your motion.
He was
please.
sleeping.
Yes, I would move that we reduce the amount of the surety bond, which is located in subparagraph I of 6.95.090 from its current reading of $500,000 to $250,000.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you,
7-0.
Councilman Beers. Okay. Mayor Pro
Okay,
Tem.
I will make a motion to approve the proposed business licensing regulations for medical marijuana establishments for the City of Las Vegas to include the changes that were made based on the motions that were passed during the last few hours. To include anything else? Val and Karen, does that cover it?
I think it will have to include the ability for Val to go through it, and if there are some other changes he has to make your changes work that are non-substantial, he would have the authority to do that. So, example, if you change one section and we forgot to change another consistent with it, he would change that other section consistent.
Okay, and my motion will give Val the authority to do that. And Karen, anything, does that cover it?
Glenn?
Okay, that's my motion.
You're good? Betsy, everybody good with this? Okay, anybody else? Okay, there's a motion, please vote.
I think on the motion, I'd like to say something, Mayor. I think that this still is a workable bill. I just feel very bad that we are not putting any money into an effort to try to educate and perhaps dissuade young people from using marijuana. You know, it's like it's an intoxicant just like alcohol, and just like other things which can be abused. And I think we need to know more about it, and I do not like to trust either the industry's word or non-existent federal word or anecdotal stories about what works and what doesn't work out there. That, frankly, I mean, the underpinning of my support for the bill the educational component had a lot to do with my support of the bill. I felt that we could accomplish something real good while allowing a bunch of people to make a lot of money. And the cost of this drug is going to be very high. And I feel like it's not going to change the market out there. In other words, people are still going to be able to get their drugs from the drive-by dealer, maybe cheaper than, than these other folks. So I don't know what to say. I mean, I feel like maybe it's not as good as it was. So I don't know how others are going to vote on it. I'm still thinking. If everybody else has voted, I'll vote.
Yes, everybody voted, but you're the Lone Ranger out there.
Okay.
But we think your words are well taken, and I think everybody's heard it. This is just a way, in case we're short on something, we have the monies there, and as we go forward and see what's happening, I think certainly the need and the allocation can be there. I mean, certainly so many things are not in place through the state. We haven't even got a database on anything anywhere. So all these things, you need data to prove value somewhere. And I really believe it will come, Councilman, so I think your suggestion's really well taken. So did we post?
Your Honor?
Yes, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Just add that I share Councilman Coffin's concern and have a grudging, thick-skinned respect for the legislative process that we've all just been through and the more or less consensus that we arrived at, even though it included several things that I voted against. More to the point, are you going to ask for a schedule, what the world's going to look like now from our staff that we've come to this point and finally passed this thing out? Are we looking at weeks, days, months?
Well, and I think, too, the most important thing is to get back what we've passed in some understandable, legible, legal documentation that's accurate. So at that point, then we can hear a schedule once. What's the timeline from legal, first of all, because we can't do anything without the process?
I'll let Val speak for it. Like I say, I think that we all agree that whatever comes out has got to be accurate. And so I apologize if this may take a little bit longer than your average bill, but this isn't your average bill. And so let me ask Val if it's going to be available, you think next week or later this week, or?
Yeah, I think we could probably wrap it up by the end of tomorrow, and then whether we publish in the regular course on Saturday or delay the publication, whatever. Okay.
And that means it will be in effect Sunday morning.
Could you reopen the roll? I'm sorry, Mayor, I think I punched the wrong button. Did you post the results?
Yes.
Okay, then I just realized I voted the wrong way. Probably due to my mood. And I forgot how
Do you want
thick-skinned
to
I
redo
usually
your
am.
vote? Is what you're
Well,
saying?
record me as voting yes.
Okay, please vote Councilman Coffin in as
Yeah.
yes. Okay, so given that fact, how fare thee over in planning and licensing?
To the process. What we anticipate is that we'll be doing a press release tomorrow to announce our schedule for accepting applications. What we have talked about as staff is we anticipate that we will open the application cycle sometime during the month of July. Prior to that, we will be hosting public workshops that we will go over checklists of what application materials will be required to be submitted. We'll be doing those during the latter part of this month. We will have all that information available both in the press release that comes out tomorrow and on the city's medical marijuana information page, which is on the city website. So again, we do anticipate accepting applications as soon as July.
This will hold the Councilman Barlow just passed down?
That is an approximation, yes.
Approximation, I think you have one as well. It's called the Approximation Medical Marijuana Timeline. Would you give it back, please? Thank you. Yes, sir.
I know that our nimble-fingered social media staff has already done this once or twice, but probably a good time to send out the URL for the medical marijuana sub-site on our website again.
You can judge by their grins. This is long out there. Unless those are permanent, you are now just absolutely in solid stone from the long day. It's gone. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Steed, please.
Just for the record, I was so excited about the impending closure of this item that I forgot to monitor that this was going to be a First Amendment, so that was the motion to adopt the bill as a First Amendment with those things that were included in Councilman Anthony's motion. Is that correct?
Yes, clerk?
I understood him to mean the First Amendment. That's what I
Yes.
thought I was voting on.
I think all of us. You have that, Mrs. Bridges? First Amendment, yes.
I'll make the correction on the
Thank you.
in the record.
Councilman Barlow?
And before we end, I would like to bring something back up after we're
Okay.
done here deliberating this.
And then we will have citizen participation and our closing remarks. So do you want to go ahead now?
Yes, it's been brought to my attention, going back to item 43, that the applicants, not the applicant, but the residents wanted some additional language as related to non-waivable condition that I was told would be in the condition that's apparently not in the condition? Brad, can you speak to
Yes, if we could go back, it's the item I'm thinking of, it's the item of the special use permit, and there was a request by Mr. Lichtenstein to
that? Do we need to reopen the item, or?
Well, I'll give you the answer to your question. If you think you need to reopen it after the answer, then maybe that's a good time to do it.
I'm asking you to make sure that we're able to deliberate as it relates to an item we've already voted on, procedurally.
I think that, let me answer your question. I think procedurally I can answer your question right now with the mayor's permission, because we're technically on a citizen participation in a moment. I'll answer your question. If you think you need to reopen it, then I'll leave it up to the council. But Mr. Lichtenstein appeared regarding a special use permit on item number 43 and asked for additional language to be included as a condition. And he suggested the condition include 9.16.030K, if I am correct in my memory. I printed a copy of that for you so you know what it was. That's a existing ordinance that deals with noise limitations. The way we heard the motion was that was not included in the motion. And I'll let Councilman Coffin speak if he disagrees. What I heard Councilman Coffin say is that's already the law. It doesn't need to be in the motion. And the motion passed without that as a condition of the use permit. But it remains the law. If that's correct, Councilman Coffin,
That's what I understood.
Your Honor, I will move that we reopen item number 43, which this council passed and previously in this meeting, which was not adjourned, so it's still appropriate. And I was voting on the prevailing side.
Oh. Does the person who made the motion have to bring the motion back?
No,
anybody can,
but
I'll do
Okay.
it because I did.
Okay, will you bring back agenda item 43 for a motion, please? All right, all please vote on bringing back 43. And if you'll post it, thank you. Okay.
So then, Your Honor, what's appropriate would be to move to
You don't want
pass
to bring it back?
the bill with the additional language as requested by Councilman Barlow, which is to put a condition that the existing noise ordinances be strictly enforced, and I think that we have to add the words of the existing ordinance into this new bill.
What we will do is, I think that Mr. Lichtenstein suggested a condition 8, and what we would do is we have that written condition. Mr. Fagg will include that in the use permit now with that motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my motion to approve with that language.
I'm not laughing at you. My husband's texting me. My husband is texting me.
He's
It's
texting
very. I wish I could read it. I won't.
He's
Unless
texting
it's
now?
obscene. He is texting us. So there's a motion. Was that made by you, Councilman Coffin? Now he's texting. Councilman Coffin, was that your motion?
I'm just responding to Oscar.
No, you can't. Don't you dare. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote.
Your Honor?
Did.
Can we state
who's
right
calling?
here, over here? Can we state right here to call, to have staff call Smith's Food King and reserve a jar of olives? I'm assuming that's what your text is, to pick up a jar of olives on your
No,
way
he's
home.
assigned you all to different rooms in our house. You don't know who you're bunking with or what's going on? I can't believe him. Anyway, wait, did we post?
Yes, you did.
Please post. You don't know it passed. It did pass. Thank you. It's lovely to have humor late in the day. Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for that and doing that. Thank you, Mr. Jerbick. All right, we're agenda item 49, but I have to thank you again, all of you who worked so hard on this medical marijuana. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Karen Duddleston, and your wonderful staff who have been lingering long with you. And Mr. Fagg, thank you so much. Tell him we're thanking him. All right. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, please. Give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. So please, let's see, any members of the public who wish to speak, come forward. You are already here, and state your name.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. As we're closing, I just felt the need to share some few thoughts with about being a patient. I couldn't agree more with Councilman Coffin's decision, because honestly, to me, my dad is an educator as well, and I mean, education is key when it comes to this. I would like, as far as I promote the use of cannabis for awareness and conditions. It is also we also need to be responsible for our actions, and and basically through proper educations we can ensure that. And also, I wanted to please conclude that as a patient right now, with as of now, if you're disabled and you're going through your disability process, and unfortunately, if you were to choose cannabis like I do for your pain medication or inflammation, unfortunately, the vocational doctor just throws you out, because still cannabis is not, received as basically as medicinal benefit. I mean, basically as medicinal. So it just puts us in a very, very, very ugly place. I don't know how long. I mean, I could go into it, but this is definitely not the time. And also, I would like to please add. And also that for medical patients, since the reason we're here is for medical patients, and basically everything was built on our foundation. I would like for the state to please honor, a city to please honor medical cannabis patients of this city that are not able to get employment, are with disability or not able to get their benefits, to please have some kind of program in which the state rehabilitation vocational program would be able to take medical patients from just not being able to be productive and not being able to get benefits, and denied to just also have a value of life. We should be given a chance to also participate, in equal employment with the dispensaries, because I doubt if they have to choose, they're not going to employ any disabled patients or anyone that, basically within our communities, and basically help us out too, because not only do we need medicine, we also need shelter, food, and we also need to have the same value of life as everybody. And to the media, please report the real issues. Use your constitutional right. It's protected under the First Amendment. Constitution. Please use it and report real issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please come forward.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Raymond Fletcher for the record. Today we had an opportunity to be leaders. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. I heard two council members talk about they themselves were looking for medication at a specific time, but unfortunately, their pharmacy places were closed. So we're limiting access for our residents. Those that are deathly ill, those that are near end of life, those that are dealing with the troubles going through being a cancer patient, they can't even have their medication delivered. And
Yes, you did delivering.
we
did do delivering.
it was my understanding that that was a no.
No, it was yes.
Then my apologies on that. I was misinformed. We've been on this topic for 4 hours, so. But it's frustrating. We live in a 24-hour town, and people can get alcohol at any time of day, and people are still focused on recreation. We haven't crossed that bridge yet, and I wish people would stop shoving it down our throats. We're here to address the needs of patients that need their medication. Recreation's down the road. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. On another topic, I noticed that there's a lot of road construction going on in our community this time of year. I would ask that as these contractors come in and get their licenses or do what they need to do, that you please remind them that you have pedestrians, people that use wheelchairs, and their signs block the sidewalks, oftentimes putting people's lives in jeopardy because you're having to drive down a street such as, I'll throw Rancho out there. There's no easement, basically, for somebody to pass. And then I'd like to give you guys a unique challenge. I don't know if any of you will take it up, but I would like for you guys to try to access our community in a wheelchair. I want you to try to look at some of the curb cuts, some of the accessibility issues. I don't like bringing disability issues or accessibility issues because I don't want to be known as a disability guy. There's so much more to me. But unfortunately, I live life like this every day. So I would just ask that look around our community. A lot of the curb cuts are not accessible, like I said, with the signs. You know, access is key. We want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to enjoy Las Vegas. Thank you.
You can help us a lot where you find those inaccessible. Please make a note. Let us have the addresses.
Your Honor, oftentimes I don't have the contact information to contact somebody.
If you look at a street and you know it's this street and that street, let us know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Your Honor?
Thank you.
He will have that contact information within 15 seconds. I see that glint in Betsy's eye.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Fletcher,
Thank you.
you're an inspiration, by the way. I don't think anybody sees you as a handicap. You go above and beyond, and I must say that's very, very good on your side, and good for us, too, to see you overcome a lot of challenges in your life. You're an example to a lot of people in this community, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. May I respond, please? With all due respect, Councilman, I'm not an inspiration. I'm a man that was given a challenge at birth. I can either sit at home and feel sorry for myself, or I can do the best I can to provide myself and live the fullest life. And, excuse me, but I'll be damned if I'm going to sit in my house and feel sorry for myself.
Yes, Mayor, Frank Hawkins. I just wanted to rise, and I remember it hasn't been much longer than about 2 months ago that City Council decided that they were going to move in the direction of medical marijuana. And your staff, from Karen to Flynn and all the people that work with them through Betsy's leadership, stepped up and met all of the dates. And through all of the different challenges, today's votes, 2 weeks ago votes, recommending votes, no votes, I just would like to commend you for your efforts. I think you guys have said it 1,000 times, but you need to continue to say it. This is a process. You can always bring things back. You can add it. But again, I just want to commend the council and attorney's office and the leadership of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it, and we appreciate that you appreciate what they've done and what we're trying to do with their leadership. Okay, no one else? We will then move on to agenda item 50, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. We'll start down at the left this time, but don't you dare leave. You have to wait for all of us. You're first today. Oh, see, he's lost it. All right, Councilwoman, you're next.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Just please bear with me. My voice is in and out, and I want to thank the clerk's office for sending down some halls. It has most definitely helped my voice out. Coffee with the Councilman is taking place on the first Thursday of each month. So please join me from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. for Coffee with the Councilman at 751 Rancho Road and Bonanza. I look forward to meeting with the constituents and the business owners out at Starbucks. Also, tomorrow, June 5th, join me for my next Google Hangout. I look forward to doing that at 11:30 a.m. So please tune in, and I'll be filtering questions from those of you that participate in my Google Hangout. On July 6th, the Bluegrass in the Park is taking place at Lorenzi Park. So please participate from 7 p.m. till 9 p.m. July 12th, Summer Splash will be taking place. I would like to invite the children and families to join me for the upcoming Ward 5 Summer Splash happening Saturday, July 13th from 12 noon to 4 p.m. at Doolittle Community Center. And of course, you may follow me on my social media outlets and portals through Facebook and Twitter. And I apologize for my voice, but it
That's
is
what comes from
cracked up,
flying
it is
around.
gone.
You have germs from an airplane.
Possibly.
You should have taken whatever that is.
Airborne.
Airborne. Thank you. I hope you feel better. Councilwoman.
Made by a teacher, by the way, airborne. He quit teaching. I'd like to tell everybody that the Senior Idol presentation will take place at Charleston Heights Center on Thursday, June 12th. That's at 800 Brush Street. It begins at 3 p.m. Tickets are now on sale for only $5, and that's where all the seniors throughout the whole city gather to show the stuff they have and the abilities for dancing, singing, and other artistic endeavors. You can buy tickets at Centennial Hills Adult Center, at the Durfeld Senior Center, at Doolittle Senior Center, East Las Vegas Community and Senior Center, and the Liebern Senior Center. Any questions, please call 702-229-6454. And finally, the Garside Pool that we've been working on about 3 years is going to be ready to open. We hope you all can come Friday, June 27th from 10 a.m. to noon. That's at 250 South Torrey Pines Drive, right next to Garside Middle School. There'll be refreshments, music, and games, and some historical information on the dinosaurs that used to float around here. And hope you all can come. We're all excited about it. I think it's the first big capital improvement we've had in our ward that stayed in our ward. Right.
Wonderful. Right. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This Saturday, June 7th, summer begins in Ward 4 with the annual Summer Splash. It's going to be held at Durango Hills Community Center at Durango and Gowan. It's free admission for all ages. The pool will be open for that day. It'll be heated. There'll be a DJ out there with games and giveaways and hot dogs and prizes. So come out from noon to 2 and enjoy a couple hours of swimming and take a look at the Durango Hills Community Center. Could be a good place to join for the summer. Get your keep your kids busy. So June 7th from noon to 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ross.
I'm just giddy, Mayor. And Mayor Pro Tem, it is summertime, and we have once again this year partnered with the Nevada Division of Wildlife for a free fishing day at Tule Springs. On June 14th, 7:30 a.m. It's in the morning. It is free. No fishing license is required. We will have over 100 fishing poles to give out to use, not to give away, but to use, and I collect them all back when we're done fishing. The Boy Scout Troop 555 will be out there offering their world-famous $5 pancake breakfast, and we'll have some free entertainment, and I believe I'm going to have some prizes for the biggest fish, the smallest
And what
fish.
kind of
and the
bait?
first
Are we
fish.
using worms or Velveeta cheese?
Corn is the chosen bait for this event,
Corn.
and it's been very successful. I give away all the prizes. It's a great time out there. I want to thank again the Division of the Wildlife, Department of Wildlife, for helping us out. It's throughout the state of Nevada. No fishing license is required on that day, June 14th, to encourage people to get out there and enjoy the sport of fishing. And for me, it's exposing young kids to the opportunity of fishing. And I run around the lake and help them get their hooks on and get their hooks out of the trees and that sort of thing. So that being said, another great event, of course, it is summertime, and we've started our movie series at Centennial Hills Amphitheater. The next movie is Frozen on Friday, June 20th. And it says 7:30, but I won't start the movie until the sun goes down so we can actually see the movie. It is in the amphitheater there at Centennial Hills, 7101 North Buffalo Drive. Bring a blanket, bring a chair, bring some food. Last movie we had, Mayor and Council, we had over 1,000 people in that amphitheater. It was a massive, massive, awesome event. People love this movie series. So on a more serious note, our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers. Again, we're recognizing a young lady who has not been found yet, Sydney Gowdry. nicknamed Drew, Sid, Kidney Bean. She's 16 years old, 5'7", 125 pounds, blue eyes, black hair. She does have a nose piercing. She's very tall. Sydney was last seen in the area of Paradise and Windmill, and also may have been seen in the Rancho Lake Mead area. She was last seen wearing black yoga pants, a long-sleeve gray thin shirt, white sandals, gold trimming, maybe carrying a hot pink leather purse with her personal belongings. Again, she does have a nose piercing. And anyone that knows where she is, Sydney, we want to get you home. Please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111, or Nevada Child Seekers, 702-458-7009. And I always hate having to introduce these young people at our end of our city council meetings because it's sad. We just want to get them in the right hands, back with people that love them and can care for them. So thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Councilman Pierce.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to invite folks out to join me for a cup of coffee day after tomorrow. We will be at Samba Latte at Boca Park. It's kind of in Restaurant Row there. And that'll be 7:30 to 9 o'clock, 750 South Rampart Boulevard. Then we're going to have at the cigar store in Tivoli, in our ongoing quest to come up with events that no one has ever done before in the city, not just beer with beers, but cigar and beer with beers. This will be at La Casa Cigars, June 20th, from 5:30 to 7:30 in the evening. La Casa has been open for about 9 months or a year on the ground floor of Tivoli, and a good time each of the times I've been there. We are going to have the front door of the Pavilion Center pool removed so folks can get introduced to our swimming pool up in Summerlin at no charge, I believe, but I'm not certain about that. An annual pass is very inexpensive and highly recommended. 101 South Pavilion Center Drive. This is in the complex that includes Rogich Middle School and Palo Verde High School, for folks that are unfamiliar. And they will be kicking off the swim pool season with 4:30 to 8 o'clock Monday, Wednesday, Friday hours, Saturdays noon to 3. And then starting June 9th, they'll also have every afternoon, Monday through Friday, noon to 4. And then again, 7 to 9 o'clock, weekends all afternoon as well. Help of Southern Nevada has a kind of a cool thing going. They're accepting donations of bottled water at all the Whole Foods in Las Vegas and in Henderson. Bottled water can be donated there, and they will distribute them to area homeless as a part of a summer relief program. And they will, of course, also accept monetary donations. One of the cool things HELP does is runs the state's 211 line, which is a 3-digit call to find essentially someone to walk you through a catalog of social services that are available throughout the state. Final item I have is that it was 30 years ago today, June 4th, 1984, that Bruce Springsteen released Born in the USA. This is of note not just because of the anniversary, but as well, Bruce is rumored to be the headliner for the Rock in Rio show that will be coming to our valley in about 11 months. So that's at rockinrio.com. Currently, they're over in Europe somewhere producing a show, but they have Las Vegas well in their sights. They expect this to be bigger than the Electric Daisy Carnival. So that's all I have, Your Honor. It's been a great pleasure today, and
thank you.
I am curious to find out what room your husband has assigned me.
Has assigned you. Well, I have to just say, this has just been so enjoyable. Oscar, I've gotten all your messages, and I have to tell you, Bruce Springsteen may be celebrating his 30th. Oscar, we're celebrating our 52nd wedding anniversary on Friday, so have at it. Thank you very much, and a cocktail to you. And imagine me, 52 years with that same wonderful man. It's unbelievable. You have a lot of long years to go, you guys, and I know you probably are right up there with me. Anyway, there are a lot of graduations going on, a lot of students planning for summer things. We have tons of things going on in the city. We wish all the students who graduated, congratulations. For those of you who have to repeat a year, get it done next year, but we know it's a wonderful place to live, and there are tons of things to do here. Our next city council meeting is Wednesday, June 18th at 9 o'clock in our council chambers. And for those students who are now out of school and taking final exams, you're almost at summer. We wish you a wonderful summer. Thank you all. This meeting is adjourned, and thank you for your help.
Good